Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Belters by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this original gripping sci-fi story.
The transport platforms hovered silently above the jagged surface of the tiny KBO, massive mechanical arms lowering modular habitats with painstaking precision. Dust and frost swirled in the weak gravity, settling on suits, boots, and equipment, drifting lazily as if time itself had slowed in the void. Each habitat unfolded into its functional spaces: cramped living quarters, hydroponic bays, gravity generators, and storage compartments that had to be connected and stabilized before the drills could even be activated. The hum of the artificial gravity was inconsistent, spiking into high-pitched quivers that forced miners to steady themselves against handrails or risk being knocked off balance. Every motion, no matter how small, required attention, precision, and focus. "Keep it steady, Milo. Don't let the conduit twist," Rico Darn muttered as he tugged a generator into position. His voice carried a mix of irritation and determination, the low growl of someone used to hauling more than he should while cursing the system that made it necessary. "I swear, if this thing falls, I'm not cleaning it up." Milo Trace crouched over the main power conduit, eyes scanning fluctuating readings on a small monitor. "Relax," he said, voice calm but firm. "If it spikes, the whole line could overload. I've got it. Just don't bump it." He reached for a wrench and made a fine adjustment, the metallic click of the tool echoing softly in the thin air. His movements were measured, economical, almost surgical compared to the brute force Rico applied. Sarah Venn moved through the habitat bays like a shadow, silent but vigilant. She noticed Lyra Neve's hands trembling as she tried to thread a drill through a stubborn connector. Her brow furrowed in concentration, lips pressed into a tight line. Tarn Fisk leaned over her shoulder, guiding her hands with sharp efficiency. "No, angle it like this," he said, his voice clipped and direct. "Steady, don't force it, or you'll strip the threads." I think I got it now," Lyra stammered, swallowing hard as she repositioned her drill. Sweat slicked her gloves, and she adjusted her grip, biting her lip against frustration. Finally, Rico muttered, rolling his eyes. "Took you long enough. You'll be a pro eventually, but it ain't today." Dren Boss moved methodically through the modules, datapad in hand, scanning serial numbers, logging the condition of each unit. "Oxygen recycler in Module B is acting up," he said flatly. "Needs immediate inspection, or we're gonna have problems by morning." "Figures," Rico muttered under his breath. "Another thing to fix before we even start drilling." Milo adjusted a valve on the power conduit, fingers moving quickly over the worn controls. "Keep it steady. Don't push it to full load yet. One surge and everything goes dark." Sarah stepped closer, voice calm and even, carrying the authority of someone who didn't need to shout. "Focus on one thing at a time. Rico, finish that generator. Milo, stabilize the conduit. Tarn, keep Lyra on track. Dren, log every fault. Everyone else, prep the drills. Don't rush. Mistakes will cost us more than time. Better get used to it," Rico muttered, shoving the generator against the platform frame. "Nothing's coming to save us." Dren's datapad beeped, marking minor defects in the habitat modules. "Not as solid as the last batch. Expect more hiccups." The drills roared to life, cutting into the icy surface of the KBO. Sparks from misaligned conduits flickered across the metal platforms, reflecting off helmets and visors in tiny flashes. Lyra Neve's gloves slipped from sweat as she tightened a bolt. "I hope this holds," she said quietly. "You'll be fine," Tarn replied, his tone curt but reassuring. "Keep your hands steady, eyes on the mark." Rico stomped his boots, dragging a crate of spare parts closer. "We shouldn't be doing all this by ourselves. The company promised better supplies months ago. Not a damn thing showed up." "Promises don't keep generators running," Sarah said softly, moving past him. "We do." Milo glanced up from his monitors, adjusting outputs. "And we'll do it whether we like it or not. Don't let frustration make you careless." Even as the drills hummed and the processing units groaned under the strain, the crew moved with a tense rhythm. Muscle fatigue, mental exhaustion, and the faint but constant pressure of debt and dependency weighed on every motion. Every miner knew that mistakes here could cascade into system failures that might take days to repair, if repair was even possible. Survival depended on more than effort. It required careful observation, quick thinking, and trust in the few people who had proven themselves capable. Sarah paused near Milo, observing him recalibrating the conduit and adjusting the generator flow. "That should hold for now," she said quietly. "Keep an eye on it. If it spikes again, we'll have to reroute power." "Understood," Milo replied, nodding once. Rico shook his head and spat into the void. "I swear, if we survive another week of this crap, I don't even know what I'll do." "Retire? Ha! Shut up and move," Tarn said sharply, though the corner of his mouth twitched in something like a smile. "Your whining won't fix a damn thing." Lyra glanced around at the other miners, noting the tension etched on faces, the fleeting expressions of irritation, and the quiet moments of concentration. She felt both nervous and energized, a strange mix that came from being young, idealistic, and yet painfully aware of their collective vulnerability. Dren stepped past her, scanning the modules once more. "Everything's logged. Expect more failures, but we'll catch them before they cascade. Keep moving." As the last habitat modules clicked into place, technicians double-checked calibrations, manually steadying fluctuating gravity generators, reinforcing temporary supports, and rerouting power to critical systems. The KBO's icy surface vibrated slightly under the weight of machinery, a subtle reminder that nothing here was stable for long. Sarah moved through the chaos, noting who was faltering, who pushed through, and who might step up if pressure broke others. Their survival wasn't just a matter of muscle and grit. It required calculation, observation, and careful coordination. One wrong move, and a cascading failure could leave them stranded, without power or oxygen, in the far reaches of the Kuiper Belt. By the time the drills were fully operational and processing units began moving ice and rock into storage, the crew had established a fragile rhythm. Sparks continued to fly from minor misalignments, gloves slipped, bolts stripped, but small victories kept morale afloat. Lyra finally aligned her drill correctly, Milo stabilized the conduit, and Rico finished dragging the generator into place with a grunt of relief. The KBO had transformed into a small, tense outpost of survival. Habitat modules hummed unevenly, life support systems stabilized under constant adjustment, and miners moved in a practiced dance of labor and observation. They were tethered to life by necessity, dependent on one another, aware that no one outside the platforms would intervene on their behalf. The Kuiper Belt remained indifferent, vast, and cold, and the company remained distant, abstract, and merciless. Sarah paused at the edge of the main platform, watching the crew work through exhaustion, frustration, and minor victories. "We're going to make it through today," she murmured to herself. "One way or another," Rico snorted from across the platform. "You always sound like we got a choice, Sarah." "We don't. We survive because we have to." "Exactly," Sarah said, voice low but steady. "Because we have to." The first day on the ICKBO ended with small victories, sweat-streaked faces, and silent acknowledgement that survival would demand everything they had. No one could rely on the company. Every module, every conduit, every generator was a test, and the miners were already learning that failure was never an option. Together, moving with strained efficiency, they had arrived, established, and endured the first day. The drills bit into the icy surface of the KBO with a grinding roar, sending fine shards of ice and rock skittering across the weak gravity. Each miner fell into a rhythm, hands gripping tools, boots braced against sudden shifts in the artificial gravity, faces hidden behind frosted visors. Even small errors, dropping a spade, misaligning a drill, misthreading a conduit, had consequences that could ripple through the habitat, causing power surges, oxygen shortages, or equipment failures. "Keep it steady, Lyra," Tarn Fisk called, his tone clipped but not unkind, as she struggled to lift a drill into position. Her gloves slipped against the cold metal, the suit constricting her movements more than she liked. "You're rushing. Slow it down before you break it." I'm trying," Lyra panted, sweat dampening her collar, her hands trembling as she wrestled the tool into place. Rico Darn stomped past her, dragging a heavy cart of ice rock mixture toward the processing unit. "Christ, move faster, will you? You're slowing the whole line down." He muttered critiques under his breath, muttering at every miner he passed, his own movements overcompensating with brute force. The cart rattled violently, forcing him to adjust constantly, sweat dripping into the collar of his helmet. Milo Trace crouched over the control panel of the processing unit, ICE scanning output data, adjusting levers and valves to prevent the generator from overloading. Keep an eye on the conveyor lines, he called, voice calm but carrying authority. If the load spikes, it's going to fry the motors. Dren Boss leaned against the side of a Habitat module, notebook in hand, cataloging minor slips and potential faults in the operation. We've got 3 loose fittings on the primary ICE line. If anyone trips over them, the whole system's going to stall. Figures, Rico muttered, kicking at the uneven surface. Nothing ever works right the first time. Sarah Ben moved quietly between the miners, observing, noting which hands were shaking, which backs were sagging, which minds were starting to wander from exhaustion. Check your connections before you haul anything, she reminded, voice soft but sharp. We can't afford slip-ups. One mistake here and it's not just you who pays the price. I got it, Sarah, Lyra whispered, repositioning her drill. Her chest heaved, and she wiped a smear of sweat from her visor. Rico jabbed a thumb at the processing unit. Don't forget the belts are overheating. Someone adjust it or we're gonna have another meltdown like last week. Milo's hands moved across the panel, fingers flying over switches. I see it. I've got the output under control. Just don't push more ice into it than it can handle. Tarn Fisk observed silently for a moment, eyes scanning the crew. He noticed a misaligned cart path and the way one miner's boot snagged a power cable. Watch the cable, Jenna. Don't trip and take the line with you, he said flatly, already moving to reroute the cord. Jada Core hovered near the communal storage area, quietly passing water packets to those who needed them most. Keep hydrated, she reminded. I know it's slow and heavy, but rushing doesn't help anyone. I'm fine, Rico said quickly, snatching a water packet and tossing it back into the pouch. Don't babysit me, you'll get tired enough to need it later, Jada replied evenly, shaking her head. The labor was exhausting, the isolation pressing in from all directions. The faint glow of distant sunlight barely reached this far into the Kuiper belt, leaving the habitats and equipment bathed in the cold blue of reflected ice. The emptiness pressed on them, a reminder that no one would come if they failed, that the company's promises of timely replacement parts, new supplies, and fresh personnel were as hollow as the drifting ice surrounding them. I swear they forget we're out here, Rico muttered, dragging the cart back to the processing unit. They act like we can just snap our fingers and everything repairs itself. Or like we're disposable, Lyra added quietly, adjusting a drill bit. Exactly, Milo said, tightening a bolt on the processing chute. They don't care. We can't quit. We can't leave. And that debt? He shook his head. It's like a chain around our necks. The drills continued their steady rhythm, filling the air with the constant whine of grinding metal and ice. Sparks flashed occasionally where equipment scraped or misaligned, illuminating faces drawn tight with concentration, exhaustion, and irritation. Small arguments flared, about pace, dropped tools, or mismanaged loads, but the crew quickly absorbed the tension, focusing on the work they had to complete. Survival depended on it. Rico jabbed at the conveyor belt again. Slow that down. It's overloading. I've got it, Milo called, voice calm. Don't dump another cart until I finish recalibration. Lyra paused, panting, letting out a small curse under her breath. I hate this. Everything's too heavy, and my arms are killing me. You're not alone, Tarn said from nearby, wiping his helmet and checking a winch. We all feel it. Keep moving. Sarah moved closer, speaking to the crew as a whole. Focus on rhythm, one task at a time. Keep your head, keep your hands steady, and keep the lines moving. Mistakes cost lives. The miners resumed their work with renewed concentration. Even lifting, hauling, and connecting power lines required thought, planning, and awareness, every step mentally draining. Sweat and grime coated their suits, every movement a reminder of the unforgiving environment and the debts tying them to this frozen labor. By midday, small victories emerged. Conveyor belts stayed aligned, a generator held a steady output, and minor equipment faults were patched just enough to prevent collapse. Still, the absence of promised supplies weighed on every miner's mind. Hydroponic yields were insufficient, food rations minimal, and each person silently acknowledged the precariousness of their situation. Another cart ready? Sarah asked, walking alongside the processing line. Yeah, coming, Rico replied, dragging it over. If the company thinks this is acceptable, they're insane. Tell me something I don't know, Lyra muttered, dropping a small ice chunk on the tray and flinching when it bounced. Milo adjusted a lever. Everyone slow down on the next pass. We can't risk overheating the chute. Dren Boss jotted notes, voice low. We're holding for now, but fatigue is showing. Expect mistakes if we push too hard. Rico growled and shook his head. Mistakes happen anyway. Just hope they don't kill us all at once. Despite exhaustion and rising frustration, the crew kept moving, hauling, drilling, monitoring, and adjusting. Conversation was sparse, mostly short calls of warning, instructions, and muttered complaints. Yet beneath the terse communication, a subtle bond persisted, rooted in necessity and the unspoken understanding that survival depended on cooperation, not complaints. As the drills bit deeper into the icy KBO, sparks, dust, and the faint smell of hot metal mixed with recycled air. Miners worked with grim determination, muscles aching, minds alert, and hearts quietly braced for the long hours ahead. Even with limited supplies, failing equipment, and the oppressive weight of debt, the crew maintained a rhythm, a fragile balance that allowed them to survive another day in the indifferent expanse of the Kuiper Belt. The communal area was a rectangular room of steel and alloy panels, lit by pale, humming lights that reflected off scratched metal tables. The smell of recycled air, faintly metallic and faintly sour from last night's rations, filled the space. The miners filed in one by one, shedding gloves and helmets, each movement careful in the low, shifting gravity. The long tables were cluttered with ration packs, water bladders, and scraps of equipment temporarily set aside. Finally, Rico Darn grumbled, flopping into a chair, boots scraping against the floor. He yanked a half-frozen protein slab from his ration pack, tearing it open with a snap. Don't even get me started on how much they're skimming off our food. I swear, they're counting every crumb. They've always done it, Tarn Fisk muttered from across the table, eyes narrowed as he unpacked his own meal. He jabbed a fork at the protein slab with precision, as if testing its resilience against his frustration. We knew the deal when we signed up. Don't get loud about it every day. Lyra Neve's fingers fumbled with her ration pack, spilling a few morsels onto the table. I guess it's just, she stopped, catching Milo Trace's glance, who gave a small, encouraging nod before she continued. I mean, maybe if we rearrange the filtration lines in the hydroponics bays, we could squeeze a bit more output? Even a small boost might help. Milo shifted slightly, brushing crumbs from his work gloves. It's possible, he said evenly. Some of the backup filters are damaged, but with a few makeshift couplings we could keep the water flow steady. Won't fix the shortage, but it'll help us hold together for a few more days. Dren Boss leaned back, pen tapping against the notebook he carried everywhere. We could patch the oxygen scrubbers in the old module. Not permanent, not elegant, but it'll keep levels from dipping too low. Everyone's breathing shallow, you can feel it. I'm not joking. Sarah Venn sat quietly at the head of the table, observing. Her posture was relaxed but alert, eyes scanning the crew as they spoke. She noted who had the confidence to voice suggestions, who hesitated, and who merely grumbled. These were small actions, but in the crucible of the Kuiper Belt, they revealed temperament, reliability, and the potential to step up when conditions worsened. Rico slammed his fist lightly on the table. This is insane. They promised replacement parts last month, and nothing. Promised supplies, promised people, promised a decent habitat. Nothing comes, nothing, and we're supposed to just nod and keep drilling ice? Screw that, Rico, Jada Core interjected, voice calm but firm, we're all aware of the situation. Yelling won't fix the hydroponics, and it sure won't magically deliver parts. Let's focus on what we can do instead of wasting energy on what we can't control. I'm not wasting energy, Rico shot back. I'm tired of being ignored. Tired of them thinking we're disposable. Lyra, Neve looked down at her half-eaten ration, fidgeting. Maybe we can prioritize what gets repaired first. The water, then the scrubbers? Exactly, Milo agreed. If we stagger repairs based on immediate necessity, we prevent cascading failures. It's small, but it keeps the habitat functional longer. That's survival. Tarn Fisk snorted, pushing back his chair slightly. Survival's a nice word, but it's barely breathing through broken parts. At some point, you gotta ask yourself how long patchwork keeps you alive before it collapses. Jada nodded. True, Tarn, but we work with what we've got. Right now, fighting each other gets us nowhere. Rico muttered, kicking at a chair leg. I'm not fighting anyone. I'm just saying they're pissing me off. That's all. Sarah finally spoke, voice low and even, drawing attention without raising volume. Small steps. Prioritize. Communicate. Mistakes will happen. No way around that. But we can't let frustration turn into chaos. We survive as a team or not at all. Lyra glanced at Sarah, her voice barely above a whisper. I think I can help with the filters tomorrow. If Milo shows me what to do. Milo inclined his head. I'll walk you through it. Carefully. No rushing. Rico groaned audibly. You two are gonna take forever. Meanwhile, I'm hauling ice like a mule. Then haul smarter, Tarn Fisk said flatly. Don't just muscle through. Muscle gets tired. Brains get results. Dren Boss jotted notes. I'm keeping a log of what each system needs. Repairs, modifications, anything that keeps us alive. It's dry work, but we'll thank it later. Conversations ebbed and flowed between terse instructions, critiques, and cautious suggestions. Lyra asked questions. Milo answered calmly, and Jada worked to smooth the rough edges between opinions. The crew's dialogue revealed more than fatigue. It showed respect forming alongside irritation, the way minor disagreements tested patience while skill and ingenuity were quietly acknowledged. Rico, maybe help Lyra with that pump before it blows out, Sarah suggested, motioning to a small hydroponic bay module through a viewport. Fine, he muttered, stomping over. Don't expect me to smile while I do it. Lyra blinked, caught off guard. Thanks, she mumbled, adjusting her gloves. You're welcome, Rico said, not looking at her, already focusing on the metal fittings. Even in this brief pause from drilling, subtle alliances and conflicts emerged. Sarah mentally cataloged who worked well under direction, who resisted, and who quietly innovated. These small dynamics would matter later, far more than anyone in the room fully realized. By the time they finished their rations, conversation had shifted from complaints to tentative problem-solving. Milo sketched out a temporary water filtration plan on a scrap of metal with a grease pencil. Dren outlined the steps for oxygen scrubber patching. Lyra asked clarifying questions. Rico grumbled but complied, and Tarn silently measured the feasibility of each suggestion. Looks like we've got a plan, at least for the next shift, Jada concluded, tapping the table lightly. Nothing permanent, nothing pretty, but it keeps us breathing and drinking. That's priority one. Rico leaned back, exhaling sharply. Priority one's surviving another day. Yeah, I can live with that. Sarah studied the crew, nodding slightly. Then that's what we do. One day at a time. Even in a brief meal break, the realities of corporate neglect, extreme labor, and the harshness of life in the Kuiper Belt were impossible to ignore. Yet, within the conversations and quiet problem-solving, the foundation of trust, respect, and a fragile unity began to take shape, an undercurrent that would quietly grow into something much larger as the days wore on. The afternoon began with an unsettling vibration that ran through the habitat modules, subtle at first, then growing into a shudder that rattled tools and supplies across the floor. The gravity generators flickered erratically, forcing miners to brace themselves against walls or heavy equipment to avoid toppling over. Sparks danced along a nearby conduit when the power fluctuations overloaded the main circuits, cutting the drill lines for several moments. Rico Darn cursed under his breath, narrowly catching a falling crate of ice shards. Damn it, not again. Sarah then moved swiftly, boots sliding on icy metal as she navigated the erratic gravity. Hold the panels steady, she barked, voice calm but firm, as she grabbed a swinging console and locked it into place. Her eyes darted from one problem to the next, cataloging failures and prioritizing which required immediate attention. Every second mattered. One slip, one misstep, and a minor fault could cascade into a catastrophic failure. Lyra Neve's breath caught when she noticed a red warning light blinking on the oxygen recycler's panel. Sarah, she called out, voice tight with tension. Something's wrong with the scrubber. It's reading critical pressure drop. Tarn Fisk spun around, eyebrows raising, assessing the situation quickly. Show me. Lyra guided him to the panel, hands shaking slightly as she pointed to the fluctuating readings. Tarn's face tightened into a grim expression. Not bad, kid, he muttered, voice low. You saved us a breach. Rico, meanwhile, was busy yanking a sparking conduit away from the main power line. I swear these things are held together with duct tape and bad luck, he shouted over the roar of failing machinery. Jada Core moved among the miners like a calm presence in the storm, distributing emergency tools and offering concise instructions. Milo, redirect auxiliary power to the life support backups. Dren, patch the secondary lines before the recycler fails completely. Her words were steady, even, and precise, cutting through the chaos. Milo Trace's hands flew over the control panels, adjusting output, calculating loads, and anticipating failures before they could occur. Auxiliary powers online, he said, eyes scanning every readout. We have about 10 minutes before the main generator overheats if we keep drilling. That buys us some time. Dren Boss scuttled along the module corridor, hauling scavenged parts from older, broken-down units. Got a spare coupler for the oxygen scrubber, he called, tossing it to Tarn, who secured it with practiced efficiency. Not perfect, but it'll keep the flow stable for now. Good enough for me, Tarn said, nodding briefly before snapping back to another failing conduit. If this thing blows, we're not walking away. Fix it. The miners moved in a coordinated frenzy, sweat and grime streaking their visors and suits, muscles straining under the stress. Every mistake triggered terse corrections and quiet frustration. Lyra struggled with a heavy panel. Rico grabbed it mid-slip, grunting as he forced it into alignment. Careful, he barked, though his tone softened slightly once the panel locked in place. Sarah Ben's voice rose and fell like a metronome, guiding the crew through the chain reaction of failing systems. Auxiliary pumps first, then the power lines. Milo, monitor pressure. Lyra, assist Dren. Keep your head, everyone. This isn't luck, it's skill, and we've got it. Even in the chaos, subtle dynamics emerged. Lyra's careful observation and quick alarm earned Tarn's respect. Rico's brute strength paired with Milo's calm calculations proved effective. Jada's mediation kept tempers from boiling over entirely, though the air was thick with tension. I'm telling you, Sarah, Rico muttered between gritted teeth as he steadied a conduit, this company doesn't give a damn about us. They just send messages demanding production while everything's falling apart. Sarah didn't respond immediately, but her eyes darkened. I know, and that's why we have to keep it together ourselves. No one else will. Figures, Tarn grumbled, tightening a bracket on a power line. They never show up. They send a message, then expect miracles. Dren Boss glanced at a readout panel, noting the rate at which auxiliary systems were compensating. It's holding, barely. We can keep this stable if no more surprises hit us at once. The next surge of turbulence rattled the habitat, and Rico yelped as he stumbled, grabbing a dangling pipe to prevent himself from smashing into a control console. Son of a, watch your step. Lyra rushed to stabilize the panels near him. I'm here. Don't fall. Sarah moved between them, adjusting braces and cables, directing traffic like a conductor in the middle of a storm. Everyone, stay calm. Focus on one system at a time. Don't let panic spread. Power flickered, sparks flew, and one of the drills ground to a halt mid-operation, but the crew adapted, relying on instinct honed by countless emergencies. Milo recalculated loads, Dren redirected auxiliary flow, Tarn secured loose panels, Lyra assisted with emergency repairs, and Rico bellowed instructions that somehow guided without chaos. By the end of the afternoon, the flurry of emergencies slowed. Systems were stabilized enough to continue work, though the threat of failure lingered in every module. The crew slumped briefly against consoles and walls, breathing heavily, sweat dripping inside. Helmets, Sarah finally spoke, voice low and deliberate. This is what it's like every day. If we wait for the company to fix anything, we'll die. Every decision, every repair, every bit of effort falls on us. That's reality. Understand it. Rico spat onto the floor, muttering, yeah, I get it. Don't think anyone's coming for us. Lyra, still catching her breath, whispered, we did it, though. We fixed it. Sarah gave her a small nod. We survived this round. That's all that matters for now. And tomorrow, we do it again. Alone. The miners shared a moment of silent acknowledgement, the weight of responsibility pressing down on them. Corporate oversight was abstract, unreliable, and ultimately dangerous. The survival of the crew rested entirely on their own hands, skill, and coordination. The stark reality settled over them. Dependence on the company was a liability, and from here on, every decision, every repair, every ounce of effort was theirs alone. Night had fallen across the small Kuiper Belt site, The distant sun nothing more than a pinprick of light against the endless black of space. Inside the central habitat, the soft hum of functioning gravity generators filled the air, steady now after the afternoon's chaos. The light was dim, utilitarian, bouncing off cold metal walls and the scratched floors where boots had scuffed over the course of a long, punishing day. Every miner bore the visible marks of exhaustion. Streaks of sweat and grime clung to their suits, eyes drooped from fatigue, and shoulders sagged under the lingering weight of physical labor. Rico Darn was the first to collapse into a chair near the table, slumping heavily. "Hell," he muttered, rubbing at his temples. "I swear my arms are gonna fall off tomorrow." His voice carried a mix of frustration and relief. The relief that, for the moment, the systems were stable and no one had been seriously hurt. Lyra Neve sank onto the bench across from him, breathing hard through her suit mask. I didn't think we'd get through the afternoon without something blowing up," she admitted, cheeks pink from exertion. Her hands were still shaking slightly, and she fidgeted with a small wrench, turning it absent-mindedly as she spoke. "Yeah, well, that's the Kuiper belt for you," Tarn Fisk said from his seat nearby, his voice low and rough. He leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, eyes scanning the room like a predator checking its surroundings. "Everything's fragile. Everything's gonna break sooner or later. Doesn't matter what the company says, they don't give a damn." Sarah then moved quietly between the tables, offering nods and small reassurances where she could. "We made it through," she said simply, her tone carrying calm authority. "We patched the scrapers, got the recycler back online, kept the drills running. Not perfect, but it held." "Not perfect? You mean barely hanging together?" Rico snapped, throwing a glance at the gravity stabilizer readouts. "Barely hanging together, with a few sparks and a whole lot of stress." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and let out a long, frustrated sigh. Jada Kaur set a small tray of synthetic rations down on the table, her movements deliberate and careful, hands steady despite her own fatigue. "Better than dying," she said quietly. "We did what we had to do. That's enough for now." Her calm voice cut through some of the tension in the room, though eyes flicked around nervously, measuring reactions. Milo Trace, seated at the edge of the table near a console, shook his head slowly, tapping a finger against the side of his suit. "We're surviving," he murmured, voice low. "But for how long? This is a loop. Repairs, patching, fixes, every day like this. Eventually, something's gonna break that we can't handle." He glanced toward Sarah, eyes heavy but attentive. "You think the crew can handle it if the company keeps ignoring us?" Sarah leaned against a nearby support beam, voice hushed so only Milo could hear. "I don't know," she said carefully. "Some of them will, some won't, but it's clear that if we keep waiting for someone else to fix this, we're screwed. We can't rely on the company anymore. Not for safety, not for supplies, not for anything." Lyra's gaze flicked between Sarah and Milo, her youthful optimism tempered by the day's trials. "Do you think we could do something different?" she asked, almost whispering. "Like, if we actually took care of ourselves instead of waiting?" Tarn Fisk snorted, half amused, half skeptical. "Kid, don't start dreaming. We're not in charge. We follow orders, or we starve. That's the system." His words were blunt, but his eyes betrayed a small spark of acknowledgement. Even he had noticed the cracks forming in the collective obedience of the crew. Around them, scattered miners quietly ate their rations, some silent, some muttering small grievances about lost hours, broken equipment, or the ever-present debts hanging over their heads. Dren Boss scribbled notes into a datapad, calculating remaining supplies, estimating how long the systems would last under current loads. "If the water recycler holds, we've got 5 days of supply," he muttered to no one in particular. "If it goes down, we're fucked." 5 days, huh? Rico muttered, biting into a slab of protein gel. "Company'd rather see us starve than spend a credit fixing it." "Typical." Milo glanced up, frowning. "That's why we have to think. Strategize. We can't just patch and pray forever. Sooner or later, we have to decide what we're willing to risk to survive." Sarah gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Exactly, and the crew is already starting to see that. Look around. They're questioning authority in quiet ways, checking systems, speaking up, offering fixes. You saw it today. Little things, but they add up. The company can't see it, doesn't care. But we do, and that's dangerous for them." Lyra's hand found Tarn's arm as he surveyed the habitat, as if seeking reassurance. "Even you think something's wrong," she said softly. Tarn's gruff exterior softened slightly. "Something's always wrong out here," he said, voice low. "We just get good at hiding it. But yeah, maybe you're right." Rico scoffed, shaking his head. "Hiding it doesn't make it better. We're stuck in the same loop, every day, until someone finally decides to do something stupid or brave. Don't see anyone stepping up yet." Jada placed a calming hand on Rico's shoulder. "Bravery doesn't come in loud bursts. Sometimes it's quiet, persistent. You'll see it." As the evening wore on, miners continued small repairs and double-checked systems, even as exhaustion weighed heavily. The hum of gravity generators provided a constant undercurrent, and the faint whir of filtration units reminded everyone that life was being preserved by their own hands, not any company intervention. Conversations turned personal, brief observations about the day's mistakes, who had held the line, and who had faltered. Bonds strengthened quietly, shared hardships leaving marks deeper than the superficial frustration of the work itself. By the time the habitat lights dimmed further to simulate night, every miner knew the truth. Their survival depended entirely on themselves. Corporate oversight was abstract, absent, and negligent. Debts bound them to a system designed to exploit them. And yet, despite the weight of exhaustion, minor victories and the camaraderie that formed in shared struggle provided the faintest glimmer of hope. Sarah quietly surveyed the room one last time before settling into her own bunk area. Each miner was visible, breathing evenly under their helmets, ready for sleep but aware that the next day would be as brutal and unpredictable as this one. Her mind lingered on Milo's words and Lyra's questions, planting seeds of a thought she could not yet voice aloud. If survival depended solely on themselves, perhaps survival could also mean taking control. Not out of rebellion for its own sake, but out of necessity. The crew prepared for another long night, helmets removed, suits loosened, small comfort routines maintained. The minor victories of the day, systems stabilized, injuries avoided, tasks completed, were celebrated quietly, each miner understanding the delicate balance of life in the Kuiper Belt. And in the quiet, subtle sense of purpose, the foundations for future collective action began to take root. The crew knew it, even if no one said it aloud. Things would not improve under company control, and their dependence on corporate oversight was a liability they could no longer ignore. Morning arrived slowly over the Kuiper Belt mining site, though morning was a relative term in the endless darkness of distant space. Inside the modular habitats, lights flickered weakly, struggling against intermittent surges from the aging power grid. Gravity generators shivered in uneven pulses, creating moments where crates shifted slightly and miners caught themselves before stumbling. The familiar hum of equipment carried a new edge, tense and unpredictable, as if warning the crew that the day would not pass without complication. Sarah then moved quietly among the crew, her gaze scanning every corner of the habitat. "Check the conduits again," she said to Milo, her voice calm but carrying in unmistakable authority. "If that main line trips, half the lights and the processing units go dark." Milo Trace crouched beside a flickering power panel, tools in hand, muttering as he adjusted the connections. "Line 7's holding for now, but I don't like how the readings jump. If that generator keeps spiking, it'll blow the backup in under 3 days." He paused, glancing up at Sarah. "We're barely keeping it together." Rico Darn stomped past, dragging a crate that had shifted during the last generator pulse. "Barely keeping it together?" he snapped, voice harsh, shaking his head. "That thing's a ticking time bomb. One wrong move and someone's gonna get flattened." He kicked the crate into place, muttering darkly, "And the company doesn't give a damn." "Never does." Lyra Neve struggled with a drill, hands trembling as she tried to align it with a fractured ice vein on the KBO's surface. Sparks flew from a misfiring connection, and she cursed softly under her breath. I think it's fine, just..." She looked around, embarrassed. "I'm getting this. Just need a sec." Tarn Fisk crossed his arms, watching her fumbling attempts. "That sec could cost us a suit if you're not careful," he said, voice low but sharp. "These things don't wait for you to calm down. One slip and we're cleaning oxygen systems with a dead battery." Jada Core moved to Lyra's side, crouching to her level. "Take a deep breath, Lyra. Focus, one thing at a time. We've all been there. We fix it together." Her calm tone had the effect of steadying the younger miner, though worry still clouded her eyes. Dren Boss stood near the habitat's central console, scanning a tablet filled with system logs and inventory. Gravity pulse just jumped again, he noted dryly, pointing at the readout. I'd mark it as a one-off, but we've had 3 in the last hour. He rubbed his chin. Company's not sending anyone to check it. Figures. Sarah moved over to him, voice quiet, almost thoughtful. Then it's on us. Figure out which modules need priority. Stabilize what we can and keep the rest from falling apart. Her eyes swept over the crew, noting small signs of fatigue. Sweat darkening the fabric of their suits, muscles tensing with the effort of constantly adjusting to imperfect systems. The way the younger miners' hands trembled as they carried loads too heavy for their frame. We don't get help. We never get help. Remember that. Rico muttered something under his breath as he adjusted another failing conduit. Yeah, we remember. Every damn day. Milo's fingers danced across the control panel, carefully rerouting circuits, voice low as he spoke aloud to himself. Shift load to backup line. Redirect 3-phase to stabilizers. Pull power from secondary processor. He glanced up at Sarah. If we miscalculate, half the habitat goes dark and we're dealing with oxygen loss next. Lyra wiped sweat from her brow and tried again with the drill. I can do this, she said, more to herself than anyone else. Just need one more adjustment. Tarn Fisk shook his head. One more adjustment, one more misfire, one more mistake. He stopped, eyes sweeping the crew, taking in their concentration and silent determination. And we're all dead, Lyra. Remember that, kid. Small incidents punctuated the morning. A crate slid off a support rack, narrowly missing Rico's foot. A processing unit blinked and shut down for a brief moment before Milo rushed to override the fail-safe. A minor sparking incident from a power conduit sent everyone ducking for cover. Each event added tension, tightening the crew's awareness, sharpening the unspoken knowledge that even minor mistakes carried consequences. Sarah moved to the center of the habitat, raising her voice just enough to cut through the low hum of machinery. Eyes on your work. Don't rush. Don't panic. We've done this before. We'll do it again. She scanned the crew, noting who was steady, who was shaky, and who would need support if conditions worsened. We can't wait for anyone else to fix this. Nobody's coming. Understand? Yes, ma'am, Milo muttered, though his voice carried exhaustion more than respect. Rico huffed, muttering, nobody ever comes. That's the point. Lyra swallowed nervously, focusing on her drill, hands steadying with conscious effort. We can manage it, right? Tarn Fisk grunted. Manage it, survive it, maybe. But it's a hell of a gamble every single day. Even amidst the chaos, small moments of camaraderie appeared. Jada handed Lyra a spare set of gloves, whispering, here, these'll help with the grip. Don't fight it alone. Milo called out to Rico, coordinating a temporary reroute of power lines while they both worked on a stubborn conduit. Dren Boss offered dry commentary, noting the precarious status of every system, forcing the others to consider carefully before rushing. Between the necessary repairs, the crew shared quiet murmurs of frustration about the company. Supposed to be sending replacement parts today, Rico said bitterly, throwing a glance toward the landing pad. And yet, nothing. Jada added softly, maybe later. Or maybe never. Tarn Fisk muttered, never. They'll keep us strung along until we crack, like always. Sarah watched them all, silent for a long moment, and then spoke, her voice calm but heavy with implication. Then we do what we have to do. Keep this place alive. Keep ourselves alive. That's the priority. Everything else, we deal with when we can. The crew nodded, some more reluctantly than others, but their focus returned to the work at hand. Gravity generators throbbed with unstable energy. Power lines sparked intermittently. Drills shook violently in unsteady hands, but the miners adapted. They moved with practiced precision, improvising temporary fixes, rerouting power, stabilizing equipment, and patching failing modules. The day was a series of calculated risks and instinctive responses, a test of endurance, skill, and quiet determination. By mid-afternoon, the crew was exhausted but functional. Their movements were precise, almost mechanical, honed through necessity. Lyra's hands still shook occasionally. Milo's calculations were relentless. Rico's frustration simmered beneath controlled aggression, and Tarn's eyes constantly scanned for potential hazards. Jada moved among them, mediating small disputes before they escalated, while Sarah maintained a watchful, quiet leadership. The hum of machinery continued, punctuated by the occasional clatter of a misaligned crate or the hiss of coolant from an overworked conduit. The crew knew, without saying it aloud, that these incidents were becoming more frequent. There would be no intervention from company administrators. There would be no rescue, no replacement parts delivered on schedule, no mercy. Only them, and the fragile habitat modules barely holding together in the distant cold of the Kuiper Belt. Every miner carried a silent awareness. Leaving was impossible. Debts for life support, transport, and supplies tied them to this unyielding system. No matter the frustrations, no matter the dangers, survival meant persistence, adaptation, and the unspoken acknowledgement that their trust in the company was gone. By the end of the day, the crew had stabilized the immediate threats, but the weight of realization hung heavily in the air. Equipment was failing, power surges threatened collapse, and every misstep could prove fatal. Yet, amidst exhaustion and frustration, the crew worked together, bound by necessity, their camaraderie tempered by fear and shared hardship. Small murmurs of discontent slipped between them, quiet questions about company neglect, and the unspoken thought: if survival rested solely on themselves, perhaps survival could also mean action beyond mere maintenance. The landing pads stretched out like empty skeletons against the faint, distant glow of the Kuiper Belt. Normally, supply drones would glide in on precise courses, delivering spare parts, food rations, and equipment that kept the habitat alive. Today, the sky remained barren. The cold vacuum beyond the thin barriers of the habitat made the absence feel heavier, the silence pressing against the crew with the weight of inevitability. Rico Darn stomped toward the edge of the platform, fists clenched at his sides. "Where the hell are they?" he shouted, voice echoing against the metal supports. "Supposed to be here hours ago. We're running out of rations, and half the modules are about to fry." "Where are they?" His eyes scanned the dark expanse, seeking some impossible answer from the empty void. Jada Core moved closer, stepping carefully over a stray cable. "I know, Rico," she said, voice firm but calm. "We don't have an answer. Nobody told us why they're late, and yelling won't change it." She paused, trying to meet his eyes. We have to manage with what we've got. Ration the food, prioritize what really keeps the habitat alive, and trust we can make it through until they show." Rico barked a laugh that had no humor. "Trust? Trust is what they've taken from us years ago. You want me to ration while generators spike and oxygen levels drop? You think I can trust that?" He slammed a gloved hand against a metal support, sending a small clatter echoing across the platform. "We're already running blind, and they're—" His voice broke off, replaced with a low growl of frustration. Sarah then walked to stand between them, raising her hands slightly. "Calm down," she said, voice carrying that weightless authority that made miners pause, if only for a second. "We don't get to control the company. What we can control is what we do next. Let's focus on the stuff we can fix ourselves. Gravity generators first, then hydroponics, then drills. Order matters. Arguments won't fix it." Tarn Fisk shifted uneasily, eyes narrowing at the disorganized cluster of crew members. "Order matters? You call chaos order? Look around. The hydroponics are at half capacity, generators are spiking, and half the tools are missing. We can't just line everything up like neat little boxes." He kicked at a loose panel near his boot, sending it skidding a few inches, and muttered, "Careless bastards." The panel bounced against a support column, narrowly missing him. Milo Trace stepped forward quickly. "Watch it," he snapped, catching it before it could topple further. "This isn't a playground. If someone gets hit, that's on us, not the company." Jada Core placed a hand on Milo's shoulder, softening his edge. "I know, Milo. Everyone's tense. We just have to work smarter, not harder. If we fight over priorities, we lose twice, first to the equipment, then to each other." Lyra Neve fidgeted with a wrench in her hands, glancing from Rico to Sarah. "I think, maybe we could split into teams," she suggested quietly, voice barely above the wind whistling through the habitat airlocks. "One group fixes the generators, one group checks the hydroponics, and, maybe, some of us can prep the drills. That way nothing's ignored." Rico turned sharply, pointing at her. You think you're splitting teams? You barely keep a drill steady half the time. You're green, kid. This isn't some lesson in polite teamwork. This is survival." Lyra flinched, eyes downcast, but Jada Core placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Ignore him for now. He's frustrated, not thinking straight. Your idea has merit. If we assign people to specific tasks, we can cover more ground without stepping on each other. Tarn Fisk shook his head, muttering under his breath. Merit? It's chaos dressed as merit. Assigning people won't stop generators from blowing. It won't fix the hydroponics if the company refuses to send parts. Sarah then took a deep breath, glancing up at the dim glow beyond the landing pads. None of it will be easy, she said. We all know that, but we have to start somewhere. Split into teams, check the lists, and focus. We fix what we can today, and maybe the company shows up tomorrow with the stuff we can't. Rico muttered something unintelligible, muttering as he walked toward the generator room, hands trembling slightly. Show up, or not, doesn't matter. We're already dead if it doesn't. Dren Voss lingered near the edge of the pad, hands in pockets, notebook clutched under one arm. Dead might be exaggerating, he said dryly, eyes flicking from crew member to crew member. But we're definitely not getting help from the company. Not today, not tomorrow, and probably not ever. Best we accept that fact and act accordingly. Small accidents continue to punctuate the morning. A loose support panel slipped from a stack, clattering near Tarn Fisk, who spun on his heel with a sharp curse. Watch where you're putting things, he snapped, voice cutting like a whip. I swear, one of you's gonna get crushed if you don't start paying attention. Milo rushed over to steady the panel, cursing under his breath. You think I don't know that? He growled. We're all on edge because nothing's working the way it should. The air crackled with tension as miners debated what to prioritize. Gravity generators were critical. Hydroponics sustained life. Drills kept production going, which kept the company at bay. Every decision carried weight. Every choice was a gamble. Arguments flared, voices overlapping, and for a moment, it seemed like the crew would splinter entirely. Sarah moved between them, hands raised, voice firm. Enough. You all have your points. Here's what we do. Milo, you handle generator stabilization. Tarn and Lyra, check the hydroponics and systems. Rico, prep the drills carefully, no shortcuts. Jada, coordinate food and parts inventory. Dren, monitor everything and report. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. We stick to these teams. Focus. Argue later. A collective, reluctant nod passed through the crew. No one spoke further. They moved to their assigned tasks, faces tight with concentration and frustration. The silence that settled was tense but functional, the kind that spoke of necessity rather than comfort. Minutes turned into hours as the crew worked under the dim, fluctuating glow of the habitat lights. Milo recalculated circuits multiple times, checking every junction. Tarn and Lyra adjusted nutrient flows in hydroponic bays, sweat beading along their temples. Rico muttered curses under his breath as he prepared drills, glancing frequently toward the empty landing pads with simmering resentment. Jada moved between teams, quiet but firm, guiding hands, redirecting energy, mediating where sparks of argument threatened to ignite. Dren documented every adjustment, every decision, quietly cataloging patterns that would later inform repairs and strategies. As the day wore on, the crew began to recognize the stark reality. Company oversight was ineffective at best and woefully neglectful at worst. No one would arrive with replacements, no one would swoop in to prevent disaster. Their survival depended entirely on their own resourcefulness, their own ability to coordinate, and their quiet willingness to endure, even as exhaustion and frustration gnawed at the edges of every mind. By the end of the first full work cycle, the habitat modules were marginally stable. Gravity surges continued, hydroponic output was patchy, and drills were prepared but vulnerable. The crew, though tense and irritable, had proven something. Even without company intervention, they could manage. They could improvise. They could survive. And yet, beneath every accomplishment lay the uneasy awareness that survival alone might not be enough, that the company's neglect was deliberate, and that the cracks they were patching today would widen tomorrow. The sudden screeching alarm from the processing unit sent everyone scrambling in an instant, a high-pitched wail that echoed through the cold metal corridors of the habitat like a warning shot. Sparks erupted from the control panel, small arcs of blue light jumping across the cracked surface, and a low hum of electricity fluctuated dangerously as the machinery shuddered. Lyra Neve froze for a moment, her gloved hands clutching the nearest railing, eyes wide. We can't keep going like this, she stammered, voice trembling with a mix of fear and frustration. If this thing blows, we're all screwed. We have to slow down, double-check everything before someone gets hurt. Rico Darn shot her a sharp glance, voice cutting as he stepped forward, leaning over the panel with clenched fists. Slow down, he barked, the vibration of anger in his chest audible even through the layers of suit insulation. You think the company cares about slowing down? No, they want numbers, quotas, production. We don't have time to tiptoe around every little falter. His words were interrupted by another flicker of sparks, forcing him to step back, cursing under his breath. Or die doing it. Tarn Fisk moved in, arms folded across his chest, voice low but firm. Rico, ease up, he said, tone bordering on irritated. Nobody's arguing about the quotas. We're talking about keeping the place from imploding while we work. His eyes flicked to Milo Trace, who was already crouched near the processing unit, hands moving quickly over exposed circuits. You've got to stabilize it now, or Lyra's right. One misstep and we're all paying for it. Milo didn't look up, voice calm but measured, focused entirely on the tangle of wires, switches, and warning lights before him. Temporary fix, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. We can reroute auxiliary power, bypass the damaged module, keep the rest online long enough to finish today. Sparks danced dangerously near his forearm, but he ignored the small arcs, too focused on calculations and improvisations that had kept the habitat functional countless times before. Jada Core stepped between the two, arms raised slightly in a calming gesture, voice deliberate and controlled. Rico, I hear you. Quotas matter, yes, but right now we balance them with safety. Lyra, I get it. We can't push people into hazards. Milo's got a plan, temporary though it is, and it works long enough for us to stabilize. Let's all do our jobs and quit yelling at each other. Her eyes swept the crew, landing on each miner for a beat before moving on, the authority in her tone subtle but unmistakable. Rico's jaw tightened, hands twitching as he resisted the urge to strike at the console or throw his wrench across the deck. Fine, he growled, but this doesn't feel like we're moving forward. We're just patching holes while the company sits. Back end. He cut himself off as Milo's hands finally locked down the last wire, twisting a salvaged connector into place with a metallic click. The hum of electricity steadied, and the panel's warning lights blinked into dim normality. See, Milo muttered, standing up, wiping grime from his gloves. It's not perfect, but it's stable enough to keep going. Just watch the auxiliary feed and don't touch the main line until I run diagnostics again. He rubbed his forehead with a gloved hand, breathing out a long sigh. Sarah Ben watched quietly from the side, arms crossed, noting each movement, each reaction. She cataloged personalities with careful precision. Rico's relentless drive coupled with dangerous impulsiveness, Lyra's caution tinged with fear but laced with curiosity and intelligence, Tarn's practicality, Milo's steady hands and quick mind, Jada's natural ability to mediate and command respect without overt force, and Dren Boss's quiet observation and analytical tendencies. Every detail mattered. These reactions would inform decisions later, should conditions deteriorate further. Lyra, still shaky, stepped back from the panel, glancing nervously at Rico. I just don't want anyone to get hurt, she said softly, almost whispering to herself. We've barely got replacements for anything. If someone goes down, Rico threw a hand up, shaking his head. I get it, Lyra. I really do, but you think the company's gonna send someone to help if we stall? We have to keep moving, keep producing. Otherwise, we're screwed anyway. His tone softened only slightly, showing the inner conflict between survival instinct and instinctive fear. Tarn Fisk shook his head, exhaling a breath of frustration that fogged his helmet's visor. This isn't about the company, Rico. It's about not dying while we work. One wrong move, one flicker, and we're not here to hit quotas at all. Jada's voice rose just above the ambient hum of the machinery, firm enough to regain attention. Everyone, enough. Milo's got this under control for now. Let's focus on stabilization, double-check our work, and then reassess. Complaining, arguing, and pointing fingers isn't going to fix a damn thing. Dren Boss scribbled notes in his waterproof notebook, glancing from Milo to the rest of the crew. Temporary solutions, improvised fixes. This is all we've got. The company's directives don't cover emergencies like this. It's us and only us. You need to start thinking about that, or this place is going to chew you up. The crew fell into tense, controlled activity. Sparks and hums filled the habitat, hands working over circuits, conduits, and panels. Lyra checked pressure valves while Tarn adjusted auxiliary regulators. Rico prepared the drills for the next shift despite his simmering frustration, and Jada circulated quietly, checking lists, inventories, and ensuring morale didn't break under the pressure. Milo worked methodically, a calm anchor amidst the tension. The near miss had left more than just fear. It had left a lingering unease that threaded through every conversation and glance. Miners whispered to one another about how long the temporary fixes would hold, whether the next glitch might be catastrophic, and whether following company orders blindly would continue to keep them alive. Trust in the abstract authority of the distant company was fraying. The crew's reliance on each other had never been more clear. By the end of the day, the processing unit was functioning again, but the incident hung over the habitat like a dark shadow. Every miner understood, without saying, that the system they were part of was failing them repeatedly. The air of distrust thickened, quiet but pervasive, planting seeds of questioning, of subtle rebellion, and of ideas that survival might eventually require more than just patchwork fixes and obedience. The vibration started as a low, almost imperceptible hum, barely noticeable beneath the constant clatter of drills and conveyor belts. But within moments, the hum grew into a shuddering resonance that rattled the entire mining rig. Crates and loose tools bounced against the walls, and a low, urgent alarm warned of instability in the gravity generator. Lyra Neve's eyes widened as she stumbled over a loose panel, her gloves scraping against metal as she lunged to catch herself. "Whoa, it's rocking harder," she shouted, voice tight with alarm, almost losing her footing again. Rico Darn's hands shot out, gripping the railing to steady himself. "Everyone hold on, don't let the rigs get away from you." His tone was urgent, commanding, but tinged with the usual impatience that made him both effective and infuriating. "We can't just stand here. Get the stabilizers on, now." Tarn Fisk's voice cut through the noise, calm but forceful. "Stop, shut it down before someone gets hurt." He strode toward one of the wobbling rigs, gesturing broadly to indicate the danger. "You're gonna let someone get squashed for a damn quota? I'm not letting it happen." Jada Core stepped up immediately, voice carrying over the shuddering machinery. "No, we can stabilize it without a full shutdown. Fisk, listen to me. We adjust the supports, redistribute the weight, we don't lose a full cycle." Her hands moved quickly, pointing at support braces and winch controls, eyes flicking to each miner to direct their actions efficiently. Fisk snapped back, voice rising. "Redistribute weight? That's a fancy way of saying you want to gamble with someone's head. One slip, and it's over. You don't get it, Jada. Safety first." "Safety first," Jada shot back, her tone sharp, "but safety first doesn't mean stopping everything. We've got a schedule, we've got quotas. You think the company cares if we shut down for a day? No, they'll just dock pay or send someone else to take our spot." The argument drew attention from the rest of the crew, creating a ripple of tension that made every movement heavier. Rico muttered under his breath, pacing along the edge of the platform, hands clenched. "For Christ's sake, you two, just pick a damn plan already." Sarah Venn moved decisively into the middle of the chaos, voice firm and clear. "Enough, both of you, listen. Fisk, prepare for controlled shutdowns on critical points only. Jada, you coordinate stabilization with the supports and winches. Rico, help where I say, stop pacing, start doing. Everyone else, follow Milo and Lyra. Keep the rigs from tipping and watch your teammates." Her tone left no room for argument, and the crew responded immediately, rushing to stabilize the machines. Milo Trace ran diagnostics from a nearby console, fingers flying over touchpads as he monitored generator output. Aux power rerouted, main feed fluctuating but stable for now, he reported, voice calm, methodical, offering a steady counterpoint to the escalating tensions. Lyra gritted her teeth, hauling a support brace into position. "Got it, but it's shaking like crazy. One slip, keep moving," Rico barked, grabbing a loose brace from the floor and tossing it toward her. "If you don't hold it steady, it's your head, not mine." Tarn Fisk growled, muttering curses under his breath, but he tightened a winch cable and stepped back to evaluate. "This is insane. We're patching a hurricane with duct tape. Jada Core, voice still sharp, directed another miner. Secure the rig on the left side, now. Milo, check that tension reading. It's off by 10%, too much load. The miners moved like a single, tense organism, each performing critical tasks under extreme pressure. Sparks flew occasionally from frayed wires, and the low vibration of the rigs sent reverberations through the floor. Sweat slicked helmets and gloves, and the taste of fear mixed with metal and dust in the air. Every breath felt heavier, every movement deliberate, each miner aware that a single error could result in serious injury. Amid the chaos, Sarah Ben kept a careful eye on the personalities at play. Rico's drive and impatience, Fisk's insistence on absolute caution, Jada's push for efficiency balanced with strategy, Milo's calm analytical mind, Lyra's nervous diligence, and Dren Boss's quiet observation, all intertwined in a complicated dance of survival. The dynamics were fragile. If the wrong word was said, tempers could ignite again, potentially halting the operation entirely. The rigs creaked under the stress, but slowly, through combined effort, the miners began to regain control. Braces were secured, winches tightened, and auxiliary supports held the sway of the largest units. Milo adjusted the main power feeds, steadying the systems enough to allow cautious continuation of the drill. We're stable, he reported, voice low but steady, for the next cycle. Keep an eye on the generator and brace all heavy loads. Sarah exhaled, wiping sweat from her visor. Not perfect, not even close, but it's enough to keep going. Rigs stay upright, everyone stay sharp. Rico muttered, shaking his head, but followed orders. Tarn Fisk grumbled, tightening one last brace with exaggerated care. Lyra Neve sagged against a railing, gloved hands trembling as adrenaline subsided. Jada Core moved among the crew, checking each connection, giving quiet, precise directions to prevent further mistakes. The crew had won a temporary victory, but it felt hollow. Each small success, each stabilized rig, highlighted the ongoing fragility of their work environment. Corporate support remained abstract, ineffective, and entirely absent. Every minute of improvisation underscored how reliant they had become on each other, on skill and instinct rather than directives from the distant company. By the end of the run, the miners had stabilized the critical rigs, but the aftershocks lingered, not in the machinery, which hummed under strained control, but in the faces and minds of the crew. Arguments had flared, voices had risen, and subtle cracks in trust, patience, and authority had begun to show. Sarah Ben glanced over the habitat floor, noting where personal tensions intersected with operational necessity. We survived this round, she muttered to herself, but this place doesn't forgive mistakes, and neither will the company. We have to be ready for the next one. In that tense silence, with the rigs still trembling faintly under gravity fluctuations, the miners quietly acknowledged that survival required more than following orders. It required improvisation, instinct, and the uneasy acceptance that the company's negligence was a permanent reality. And in that acceptance, subtle questions began to form, questions about control, authority, and whether compliance alone was enough to stay alive in the Kuiper Belt. The dim lights of the habitat cast a muted glow over the long metal tables as the miners filed into the communal area, suits streaked with dust and sweat, hair damp and plastered against foreheads from the day's exertion. The day had been long, exhausting, and filled with tension, but they had survived. That was the first thought circling through every head as trays of bland, recycled food were passed around. Bits of reconstituted protein, dry bread, and powdered vegetables, enough to fill the stomach but far from satisfying any sense of hunger, clinked against metal plates. Lyra Neve set her tray down, hands shaking slightly from both fatigue and lingering adrenaline. She sank into a chair next to Milo Trace, whose face was pale but composed, reflecting the endless calculations running through his mind. Another one of those rigs could have flattened us, she muttered, voice low, glancing toward the group. Milo nodded without looking up from his plate. Yeah, and tomorrow won't be any easier. Gravity generators will keep misbehaving, and the company's not sending a damn thing. Not a repair kit, not an extra technician, nothing. We're on our own. Sarah Ben pulled her chair up beside them, shoulders sagging from hours of coordinating, arguing, and repairing. We've been on our own all along, Lyra. The company pretends they care, but the truth's staring at us every time a panel pops loose or a generator hiccups. She paused, glancing at the others. We patch what we can. improvise where needed, and survive. That's all we've got. Rico Darn sat across from them, arms crossed over his chest, jaw tight. He hadn't spoken much since the last near miss, but the quiet anger radiated from him in waves. Survive, huh? Survive for who? Them? He spat, nodding vaguely toward the ceiling where the company's remote monitoring signals would be humming silently. They sit in their offices, counting credits, while we sweat our asses off out here. And for what? So they can claim another week of output while we scrape by. Tarn Fisk, at the far end of the table, raised an eyebrow, shoving a spoonful of grayish slop into his mouth. Ain't nothing new, darn. Been that way since I signed on. Doesn't mean we gotta start flailing around pretending we're heroes. We survive, that's our job. Keep our heads down, keep the machines running, and maybe we make it through another week. Jada Core chimed in softly, trying to temper the rising tension. Still, we've done a lot today. We kept the rigs from toppling, patched the processing unit, and even got some of the generators to hold steady longer than expected. That counts for something. She gave a small shrug, eyes darting between crew members to gauge reactions. Not much, but something. Dren Boss, quiet as ever, finally spoke, his voice low and contemplative. Something counts when the company's not giving us anything else. That's all we've got, and it's more than they'd expect. The conversation shifted slowly from recounting the day's events to quieter, more speculative ideas. What if we slowed production tomorrow? Lyra asked, almost tentatively. I mean, just ease off a bit. Let the rigs settle. Give the generators a break. Maybe we wouldn't have to worry about a near miss every hour. Rico's eyes sharpened, and he leaned forward, voice hushed but intense. That's not enough. Slowdowns, tweaking numbers, whatever, we need to make them see we're serious. I'm talking stopping the whole damn thing if we have to. Let them feel the consequences of neglecting us. Sarah shook her head slightly but didn't argue, letting him speak. Instead, she exchanged a glance with Milo, who understood her concern. We can't just wreck the systems, Milo said quietly. If we push too hard, we risk the entire operation and ourselves. But we can test limits, see how much they rely on us, see if anyone notices when we start doing things our way. The conversation rippled around the table, careful whispers of, what if, and hypothetical plans, each miner gauging reactions from the others. Even Tarn Fisk, skeptical and cautious, listened closely, noting every suggestion, every subtle glance exchanged between the more ambitious crew members. He didn't voice agreement, but neither did he dismiss them outright. Vigilance was his mode of participation, watching and waiting. Small signs of camaraderie appeared amid the fatigue. Lyra's careful handling of the recycled food, passing trays to Milo and Sarah without a word, showed quiet attentiveness. Jada's soft words of encouragement as miners recounted near misses reminded them all that despite exhaustion, someone was still paying attention to their well-being. Even Rico, in his simmering anger, cracked a brief, ironic grin when Milo's calculated comment about rerouting auxiliary power was met with a dry chuckle from Fisk. Yet beneath the quiet moments of connection, the tension remained. Miners caught themselves assessing each other's reliability, noting who might lead if the company vanished entirely from their lives, and who would falter when faced with the next crisis. Sarah's mind cataloged everything. The alliances forming, the grudges held, the sparks of potential leadership hiding in fatigue-lined faces. As trays emptied and lights dimmed further, the crew began the slow, deliberate process of cleaning and securing the habitat. Tools were stacked, consoles monitored one last time, and improvised stabilizers checked. No one spoke loudly. Conversation had faded into murmurs and shared glances. The work was mechanical, but the awareness of shared struggle created a silent bond, a tentative foundation for what might come next. Lyra glanced at Sarah and Milo again, noticing the serious expressions they exchanged over the cleared tables. Do you think we could really handle more? She asked softly, almost to herself. Sarah's eyes met hers, steady but cautious. We don't have a choice, Lyra. It's not just about today. Tomorrow, the day after, every day, it's about surviving. And if surviving means we start thinking for ourselves, then we start thinking for ourselves. Rico, muttering under his breath, let his fists clench around his tray. I'm not just surviving. I'm not letting them walk over us. Next time, they'll see we're not just numbers. Tarn Fisk remained still, watching everyone carefully, taking measure of their moods and reactions. "Careful, kids," he muttered quietly. "Reckless thinking gets people hurt. But maybe it's time to start watching closer, too. See who's really ready for what's coming." By the time the habitat was quiet and lights dimmed further, the crew had settled into exhausted positions. Some leaned against walls, some sprawled on bunks, others still sat at tables, silently calculating, quietly plotting, or simply resting. The weight of the day hung on each miner like a second gravity, heavy and persistent, yet a faint ember of resolve glimmered in their tired eyes. The day had ended, but nothing had been resolved. Systems remained precarious, the company remained absent, and the debt that bound them remained unbroken. Yet in the quiet, in whispered ideas and careful glances, the seed of collective thought had taken root. Tomorrow, they would face the same failing systems, but this time, they might face them with a shared understanding that survival alone was no longer enough. The icy crust of the freshly mined KBO glinted weakly under the distant, cold sunlight as the crew stepped from the habitat modules toward the drilling zone. Gravity generators buzzed intermittently, producing erratic pulses that made footing uncertain and equipment sway unpredictably. Sarah Venn moved ahead, her movements deliberate and confident despite the jittering underfoot, checking the positions of the mining rigs while mentally tallying which generators were most likely to fail next. Milo Trace trailed behind her, eyes flicking over the readouts on his portable console, hands working deftly to reroute power from fluctuating circuits to maintain stability. "This rig's conduit is showing red on 3 lines already," Milo muttered, tugging at a power cable that threatened to snap. "If this keeps up, it won't last the day without a full shutdown." Rico Darn, hammering a drill into the icy surface with force that made Lyra Neve flinch, didn't pause. "Shut it down? Are you insane? The company wants more ore today than we've got in storage. We can't stop. You hear me? More ore." His voice carried across the site, sharp and accusing, and Lyra flinched again, dropping a wrench that skittered across the ice. "Watch yourself," Tarnfisk barked, intercepting the tool before it slid into a panel. "One more slip, and we'll have more than equipment problems." "I got it," Lyra said, cheeks flushed, scrambling to pick up the wrench and place it back in the toolkit. Her hands shook from the cold, the exertion, and the steady undercurrent of fear that ran through every movement on the ice. Sarah Venn approached, placing a calming hand on Lyra's shoulder. "Slow your pace, Lyra. Focus on accuracy over speed. Rico's yelling won't help anyone." Rico spun to face her, eyes narrowing. "Accuracy won't fill quotas, Sarah. You know that." He slammed a fist against the rig's frame, rattling the machinery. "They want numbers, and that's what I'll give them. Screw the generators if we have to patch them on the fly." "On the fly?" Lyra whispered to Milo, eyes wide. "Is he serious?" Milo didn't respond immediately, calculating the generator loads and the risks of continuing. "Unfortunately, yes," he said finally. "But we'll adapt. We always do." Tabby, standing quietly at the edge of the operation, observed everything with careful eyes. New to the crew, he had learned quickly that noise and anger rarely solved the underlying problems, but it revealed who carried confidence, who carried fear, and who would eventually follow or resist leadership. He adjusted his helmet, brushing back a strand of damp hair, and made a mental note of Rico's aggression. It was loud, but under stress, the man was predictable. Meanwhile, Jada Core moved among the rigs, clipboard in hand, double-checking equipment readings against projected output. "We need to prioritize," she said aloud, though it was as much a plea as a statement. "Gravity generators can't handle full load while drills are in constant motion. If we overtax them, everything fails. Then we slow the drills." Lyra suggested tentatively. "You slow anything, you're gonna get chewed out by administration," Rico snapped. "We don't slow, we adapt. We get the ore. That's how this works." Sarah Venn stepped between them, arms spread to keep control of the small argument before it escalated. "Rico, Lyra, enough. Listen, we can't stop, and we can't push blind. Milo, reroute auxiliary power to the rigs that are most unstable. Jada, monitor the generators closest to failure. Lyra, assist with securing the loose panels on the new drills." Lyra nodded quickly, swallowing her nervousness, while Milo and Jada moved into position, working together to stabilize the fragile systems. Sparks leapt from one exposed line, and a faint alarm beeped from a nearby console. Tabby stepped forward, offering a stabilizer bar to help Milo brace the rig as he redirected the power flow. "Careful with that, kid," Tarn warned, voice low but firm. "One misstep and it's not just the equipment you gotta worry about." Tabby met his gaze with steady eyes. "I'm aware," he said simply, adjusting his hold on the bar. The icy surface shuddered beneath another short surge from the gravity generator, throwing small equipment across the ground. Crates rattled, tools skidded, and even seasoned miners like Tarn Fisk had to grab a support beam to steady themselves. Sarah's voice rose above the din. "Everyone hold positions, brace yourselves and keep the lines clear." As the team scrambled, Rico muttered under his breath about inefficiency and the absurdity of corporate demands. "They want us to mine like robots, but they give us half-working rigs and call it a quota. It's ridiculous." Jada Core moved closer, lowering her voice. "We'll get through this, Rico, but the only way is by working together. Complaints won't fix anything." Rico snorted, but didn't argue further, returning his attention to securing a drill that had wobbled dangerously. Despite the chaos, Milo's hands moved quickly, rerouting and stabilizing power lines with practiced precision. He glanced at Lyra and Tabby, who were supporting the rigs, and gave a short nod of approval. "Not bad for new hands," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The work continued, grueling and nerve-wracking, each miner aware that a single error could cascade into disaster. Yet, amid the flashes of sparks, the groan of stressed metal, and the occasional shout of warning, a rhythm emerged. The crew had faced worse, survived worse, and now, in the cold distance of the Kuiper Belt, they relied not on absent administrators but on one another. Sarah moved among them, eyes scanning constantly, noting exhaustion and rising frustration, calculating who could endure another surge, who might break first, and who might become a voice of leadership in this precarious environment. Each minor adjustment, each shouted warning, and each careful maneuver carried more weight than any administrator's memo. By mid-shift, as the icy section yielded its first load of ore, the crew paused briefly, chests heaving and faces slick with sweat and grime under their helmets. Tabby exhaled, hands resting on his knees, taking in the scene. He had learned more in these few hours than in weeks of observation. The fragility of the systems, the intensity of the company's demands, and the reliance each miner had on the others. Rico, still scowling, muttered under his breath, "They think we're replaceable, we're not. And one day, they're gonna find that out." Sarah overheard but didn't respond, filing the words quietly in her mind. For now, survival meant controlling the chaos, patching what was failing, and keeping the team together. But somewhere beneath the snow, the metal, and the buzzing generators, the first seeds of organized thought had begun to settle. The drill run had left the icy surface littered with loose tools, panels, and small piles of extracted ore, all of it catching weak sunlight and casting long shadows across the uneven terrain. The crew retreated to the communal module, boots clanking against the metal deck, suits streaked with grime and ice dust. Their movements were sluggish, energy sapped not just by the physical strain but by the unrelenting tension that hung in the air like static electricity. Rico Darn slammed his gauntleted hand onto a table, rattling the scattered maintenance logs. "We can't keep doing this," he barked, voice sharp, eyes flashing with frustration. "Every day, the same crap, failing equipment, empty promises, and nobody listening up there. Nobody. What if we actually, I don't know, do something together? All of us?" The room went quiet. Lyra Neve blinked at him, unsure whether to be impressed or terrified. "Do something together? Like what? Slow down? Stop work?" Her voice was small, tremulous even, and she looked to Sarah Vin for guidance. Sarah, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, didn't respond immediately. Her eyes flicked across each crew member, taking measure of fatigue, fear, and resolve. "Rico, you mean, organize, like a strike?" she asked carefully, her tone calm but heavy with the weight of possibility. Rico leaned back, running a hand over his stubbled jaw. "Yeah, Sarah, something like that. If we push together, maybe they'll actually have to listen. Maybe they'll fix the damn generators, or send parts when they promise. Maybe they'll stop treating us like we're expendable." His gaze swept the room, daring anyone to challenge him. Tabby, standing near the edge of the module, shifted nervously. He was still new to the crew, still learning the subtle lines between caution and courage. Yet, something in Rico's words resonated. Even small coordination, like warning each other. Checking systems before someone gets hurt. That could save lives, he said softly, almost under his breath. Jada Core's eyes narrowed, worry knitting her brow. You're talking about tampering with company orders. That's not a joke, Rico. One wrong move, one screw up, and it's not just work stoppage. They'll dock pay, threaten us with fines, maybe even worse. Her voice caught slightly, betraying the anxiety she usually hid behind authority. Tarn Fisk, leaning against a console with arms crossed, scratched his chin thoughtfully. She's right, there's a lot we don't know. Company's not forgiving, and they're not stupid. But, I'm listening. I'm not dismissing it outright. His gaze lingered on Rico for a moment, calculating the man's seriousness. If we do something, it has to be precise. No mistakes, no assumptions. Lyra's eyes lit with a hesitant hope. I think it could work. If we all did it together, carefully, we could finally have a say in what happens here. Maybe even make it safer. Her voice grew steadier as she spoke, the first flicker of conviction breaking through her fatigue. Rico's grin was quick, sharp, like a flash of lightning in the dimly lit module. See, someone gets it. It's not just me whining in the dark. We've got numbers here. We can do it. Dren Boss, silent until now, shifted in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck. I dunno, sounds like trouble. But, I've seen what happens when we keep following orders blindly. Could be worse if we do nothing. His words were cautious, measured, but they carried weight. Sarah finally spoke, her voice calm but firm. All right, nobody's acting yet. This is a conversation. We need to understand the risks, and we need a plan if we even consider trying this. Rico, I hear you, but no rash moves. Rico huffed, running a hand through his hair. Rash? Sarah, we've been surviving on patch jobs and half-broken drills for weeks. Waiting, that's the risky part. Waiting is what gets people killed out here. Milo Trace, quiet until then, shifted over to the display screens showing power outputs and drill performance. He's not wrong, Milo said softly, eyes on the numbers. We can't rely on the company. Every delay, every failure, we've patched more than they ever will. Coordination could at least minimize accidents and maybe give us leverage. Tabby nodded, stepping closer to Milo. Even if we just start small, sharing information, double-checking each other's systems, it's not full-on resistance. It's survival. Sarah looked at each member of the crew, noting the hesitation, the flickers of determination, the fear that made some faces pale. Fine, she said at last. We talk, we plan, carefully. No one acts without everyone on board. Understood? A chorus of murmured agreements followed. Lyra's shoulders relaxed slightly, though tension still lingered. Rico muttered under his breath, good, now we're moving. Even Jada allowed a small, resigned nod, and Tarn Fisk rubbed his jaw again, still skeptical but engaged. The discussion had lit a fire, small and cautious, but fire nonetheless. For the first time, the crew acknowledged that the company would not save them. Their fates rested entirely in their own hands. Outside, the cold KBO stretched endlessly, silent except for the distant hum of machinery and the occasional scrape of shifting ice. Inside, in the cramped habitat, voices whispered of coordination, of careful defiance, and of survival in a system designed to crush them. The tension was thick, but so was possibility. For the first time, the crew could see a path not dictated by administrators but forged by themselves. The day began with a brittle calm, the pale light of the distant sun casting weak, elongated shadows across the uneven ice and rock of the Kuiper Belt object. The crew trudged across the icy surface, boots scraping against uneven terrain, carrying the weight of tools and empty ration packs. Each step seemed heavier than the last, not just from fatigue but from the looming frustration that gnawed at everyone's edges. The supply drones, long promised and scheduled to arrive with replacement parts and rations, had failed yet again, disappearing into the void without explanation. The emptiness of the sky above only deepened the sense of isolation, a void that mirrored the company's absence in all matters of real concern. Rico Darn's frustration boiled over almost immediately. He slammed a fist against the control console in the central habitat, rattling a loose panel. This is bullshit. Every day, the same empty promises. They don't care if we live or die. His voice carried through the module, sharp and insistent. We can't wait for them to fix this. We gotta do something ourselves, all of us together. Otherwise, we're screwed. Sarah Ben paused, her hands on her hips, eyes scanning the room and flicking from miner to miner. Rico, we're not doing anything reckless. Nobody's dying today because of a plan that's half-baked, but we do need to talk about what we can actually control. Her tone was measured, carrying authority yet still patient. Tabby, who had been quietly observing from the edge of the room, stepped forward, hesitantly but with a flicker of resolve in his gaze. Even small things, right? Like sharing power readings, helping each other check equipment, watching for ice buildup that makes the rig slip. That stuff could save people. He glanced nervously at Rico, then Sarah, clearly gauging the response. Rico's glare softened, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. Exactly. We stop relying on them. They're not coming. Every time we wait, someone gets hurt or things break down worse. We need coordination, real coordination, not just words. Meanwhile, the hydroponics bay flickered unevenly, the dim lights betraying the strain. On the power systems, Milo Trace and Lyra Neve worked quickly to reroute auxiliary lines, improvising a temporary circuit from scavenged parts to keep the water pumps operational. Milo, I don't know if this'll hold, Lyra muttered, sweat dripping into her visor, hands trembling slightly as she twisted wires together. Milo shot her a quick glance, voice tight but steady. It's fine for now, Lyra. Just keep it steady. We'll check it again in 30. No sudden movements. His focus was laser sharp, eyes darting to readings, constantly recalculating power loads, making sure that the improvised patch didn't overload the remaining circuits. As they worked, minor accidents punctuated the tension. A crate toppled over near Tarn Fisk, narrowly missing him, and he cursed under his breath, grabbing it just in time. Careful, he barked, looking at the younger miners. This isn't a playground. His frustration was palpable, but beneath it was a simmering respect for their adaptability. Lyra moved over to Console Tabby, whose hands were shaking from nearly slipping on the ice near the central drills. Hey, it's okay, she said gently, patting his shoulder. Everyone trips here. You just gotta look out for the next guy, all right? Her quiet reassurance seemed to steady him slightly, and he nodded, breathing more evenly. The crew split into pairs, some distributing rations more fairly while others scrambled to stabilize power conduits and realign drilling rigs. Even in small moments, the division of labor carried undertones of emerging leadership. Rico barked instructions across the room, pointing out where extra hands were needed, while Sarah moved silently, almost like a conductor, overseeing operations with minimal interference yet constant vigilance. Jada Core knelt beside a struggling miner, helping to secure a power panel that had come loose during the day's work. We have to keep it together, or none of this will matter, she said, her voice low but firm. There was no argument, only the sound of action, tools clanging, boots scraping, and the hiss of hydraulics adjusting under stress. The tension was thick, but a subtle shift began to emerge. The miners, driven by necessity, started to communicate more efficiently, sharing warnings and observations without waiting for orders. Small acts of cooperation, handing a tool, guiding a stumbling miner, monitoring fluctuating outputs, grew into a rhythm. Each small gesture reinforced the understanding that their survival depended entirely on one another, not on a faceless company that had repeatedly failed to provide what was promised. Rico paused, glancing around at the crew as they moved through the habitat, improvising repairs and redistributing rations. See, he muttered under his breath. We don't need them. We do this together, or we're dead out here. Lyra, watching the crew adapt, felt a flicker of cautious optimism. She leaned toward Sarah, whispering, maybe he's right. If we keep doing this, little by little, maybe we can survive. Sarah nodded subtly, recognizing the truth in her words while keeping her expression unreadable. She had to maintain authority, yes, but she also understood that a collective mindset was starting to form, subtle as it was, in the quiet gestures and careful improvisations across the habitat. By the end of the day, the supply drones had still not arrived, the hydroponics were strained, and the ration stores were lower than anyone liked to admit. Yet, despite exhaustion, frustration, and the looming fear of what the night might bring, the miners had adapted. They had stabilized failing systems, redistributed limited resources, and protected one another from accidents that, without cooperation, might have caused serious injury. In these small, quiet victories, the first seeds of collective action took root. It was not a rebellion, not yet, but a recognition that survival in the Kuiper Belt would only come through coordination, trust, and careful defiance of a system that had long abandoned them. As the crew gathered near the central module, voices low but determined, the realization sank in. They could no longer rely on the company. They had to rely on themselves, together. The morning had started with a brittle quiet, the distant sun's light weakly filtering through the ice-dusted windows of the habitat, but that calm shattered within moments. A sudden power surge reverberated through the main circuits, sending the gravity generators into erratic pulses. Crates slid across the floors with a loud scraping, tools clattered from their racks, and unsecured equipment skidded dangerously. Sparks flared from overloaded conduits, creating brief arcs of blinding light while alarms shrieked, a cacophony that echoed through the habitat's narrow corridors. Rico Darn lunged for a sliding toolbox, narrowly catching it before it hit the floor. "Jesus, this is getting ridiculous," he shouted, voice cutting through the chaos. "We can't keep doing this with the company breathing down our necks. We need to take control or we're gonna lose someone." Tarn Fisk moved immediately to secure a crate teetering on the edge of a platform. His hands were steady, his movements calculated. "We shut everything down now," he barked, not looking at anyone but the task at hand. "Controlled or not, this is too dangerous. We lose a single miner, and no one survives the paperwork, or the blame. Safety comes first, always." Jada Core's tone was sharp, almost cutting. "Shut down? Fisk, you don't get it. Halting everything now will ruin extraction quotas and put us behind, again. We adjust the gravity, stabilize rigs on the fly, and keep production moving. That's how we survive out here. You think caution alone keeps this habitat from collapsing? It doesn't." She wrenched a floating panel back into its mounting, muttering under her breath as she worked. Rico slammed a fist against a nearby console to get attention. "Enough," he shouted. "Both of you are missing the point. It isn't about halting or pushing. We need to figure out how to protect ourselves as a crew. The company doesn't care about accidents, quotas, or anyone out here. If we don't coordinate, we're just bodies waiting to break." Milo Trace crouched beside the central power conduit, assessing the readings and calculating circuit loads on a handheld device. "Rico's right," he said quietly but firmly. "We need a plan, not just reactions. If we work together, we can stabilize the generators long enough to keep everything functional. I'll handle the practical side, patch circuits, redirect power. But we need a system, something we all follow." His eyes flicked briefly to Sarah Ben, silently signaling that he was ready to implement whatever measures she approved. Sarah moved through the chaos like a calm current threading between rapids, instructing, observing, and redirecting miners with minimal words. "Lyra, check the pressure valves on the drills. Make sure the hydraulic lines haven't shifted. Tabby, mark all damaged panels. Anything that slides again tonight has to be noted. Everyone else, pair up. One checks the gravity stabilizers while the other secures loose equipment. Let's move." Her voice was measured but carried a firmness that left no room for argument. Lyra Neve zipped between panicked miners, guiding hands to hold unstable rigs steady. "Careful with that support arm," she shouted, catching a panicking miner before he slipped on frost-covered floor panels. She adjusted valves and hydraulic lines, steadying drills with her body weight when they threatened to tip. "Focus on the rhythm, one move at a time." Tabby crouched near the hydroponics section, scribbling notes and marking which panels had shifted or been damaged during the surge. "We can't have this repeating," he muttered, voice low, eyes scanning the floor for hazards. "If we track everything, maybe we can predict where the next failure will hit." Small arguments continued in bursts. Tarn Fisk's voice cut sharply through the noise. "Core, do you even see what's happening? We can't push like this. Gravity shifts like this and someone's going to get hurt bad, maybe worse." Jada shot back without hesitation, hands still steadying a sliding crate. "And doing nothing is safer, Fisk? Sitting around while systems fail? No, we stabilize and move forward, or we die out here anyway." Rico stepped between them, arms wide, raising his voice above the clatter. "Both of you, stop bickering. Listen, none of this matters if we don't move as one. I'm saying it again, the company isn't coming to save us. We either act together, or we all pay for their failures." The room seemed to catch a brief, heavy silence as his words sank in. Miners who had been shouting now focused on their tasks, absorbing the urgency in Rico's tone. Even Tarn and Jada, still tense, adjusted their approach. Cooperation became the only viable path, the only way to keep systems from failing outright. Over the next hour, improvised coordination began to take hold. Milo patched circuits with precise efficiency, rerouting power from non-essential systems to critical gravity stabilizers. Lyra moved seamlessly from one unstable drill to another, teaching younger miners proper stabilization techniques on the fly. Tabby kept meticulous records, marking which panels needed reinforcement and which equipment had shifted. Dangerously, Sarah orchestrated it all without uttering unnecessary commands, letting the crew's initiative fill the gaps she couldn't directly manage. Accidents still happened. A loose crate skidded across the floor and clipped Rico's shoulder, drawing a sharp expletive from him, though no serious injury occurred. Lyra caught a falling drill with a swift motion, her hands aching from bracing it repeatedly. Yet, the crew adapted, instinctively covering each other, filling roles as needed without waiting for someone to dictate the steps. As the immediate chaos subsided, a fragile sense of accomplishment emerged. Gravity stabilized, equipment was secured, and no one had suffered more than minor bruises. But the arguments, the close calls, and the constant improvisation left a residue of tension, showing how much pressure the crew faced from both the failing systems and the absence of corporate oversight. Sarah then gathered the miners briefly, voice low but firm. Good work holding things together, everyone. But this isn't over. We've seen today how fragile this habitat is. If we're going to keep functioning, we rely on each other, not some faceless company that doesn't show up. Remember that. Every decision you make matters. Rico Darn's eyes met hers, a faint nod acknowledging unspoken agreement. We keep moving, together. That's the only way out. By the end of the shift, exhaustion had set in, but so had a grudging respect among the crew for their collective abilities. The incident had revealed the cracks in both equipment and relationships, but it had also shown them that coordination, even in chaos, could prevent disaster. Little by little, the idea that they might need to depend entirely on one another, perhaps even organize beyond immediate repairs, was beginning to solidify in quiet corners of thought and whispered conversations. The central habitat was dimly lit, the soft hum of the gravity generators the only background noise as the crew slowly made their way inside, suits dusted with frost and grime, boots dragging from exhaustion. The day had been brutal, equipment failures, surging currents through power conduits, and near misses on icy surfaces had left muscles sore, hands raw, and tempers frayed. The miners congregated around the long metal tables, some collapsing into chairs with visible relief, while others paced, still restless, unable to release the tension of the day. Rico Darn leaned against one table, rubbing the bruise on his shoulder from the earlier crate incident. His eyes were sharp, scanning the tired faces around him. Look, he started quietly but deliberately, we've been run ragged long enough. Equipment's failing, supplies keep getting delayed, and no one's coming to help. We can't wait for the company to fix this, they won't. Not now, not ever. His voice carried the weight of frustration but also a spark of urgency, drawing attention. Lyra Neve, her suit half unzipped to reveal layers of insulated clothing beneath, nodded in agreement. Rico's right, she said softly, trying to steady her trembling hands. We've already seen what happens when systems fail. If we work together, even just a little, we can prevent more accidents. We've got the skills here. We just need to figure out how to use them collectively. Her eyes wandered over Tabby, who was quietly taking inventory of minor damages sustained during the day. Tabby met her gaze and offered a small nod, even if it's just coordinating watches for weak equipment or swapping tasks to reduce fatigue, it helps. If everyone pitches in the right way, we might actually survive without relying on anyone else. His voice was calm, almost clinical, but there was a clear undercurrent of hope, tiny, fragile, but present. Sarah Venn sat at the head of the table, elbows on the metal surface, chin resting in her hands. She didn't speak immediately, allowing the murmurs and quiet discussions to ripple across the room. Every shift in posture, every glance exchanged between crew members, was logged in her mind. She mentally cataloged potential leaders, those who might resist coordination, and those who would follow instructions without hesitation. Sarah had learned long ago that survival out here required both skill and judgment, and the social dynamics were just as important as mechanical aptitude. Rico leaned closer to her, We need some kind of plan. Something that protects everyone, not just a quick patch or a single repair. We need procedures, routines, signals. Something we all understand and can follow. His hands were animated, slicing the air for emphasis. Because if we wait for the company, we're dead before anyone even notices we're missing. Milo Trace, still hunched over his datapad, glanced up. We can prioritize critical systems, reroute power when generators fluctuate, and schedule inspections on equipment that shows early signs of failure. But it won't work unless everyone knows their role. Otherwise, we're just putting out fires instead of preventing them. He paused, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I've got ideas for temporary fixes and backup circuits, but we need more hands on deck, and people willing to step outside their usual tasks. That's the only way it works. Jada Core, sitting across the table, raised an eyebrow. Step outside their tasks? Milo, you mean like risking more than what we already do every shift? People are tired. They've got limits. And if someone screws up under pressure, we could lose more than circuits. We could lose people. She sighed, rubbing her temples, frustration evident in every movement. I don't disagree with coordination, but it's gotta be careful, methodical. No heroics, no taking shortcuts. Tarn Fisk, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, snorted softly. Careful and methodical? That's cute. We're beyond cute. We're patching systems with scrap and half-working modules, and we're expected to hit quotas like nothing's wrong. Someone's gonna crack if we don't get real. Rico's right. Coordination isn't optional, it's survival. His voice carried both exasperation and reluctant respect for the young miner's courage to speak up. Lyra bit her lip, glancing at the older miners around her. She was still young, still carrying traces of idealism and hope, but exhaustion made her wary. So, we try something small first. Maybe monitoring each other's work? Checking weak points? If it goes well, we expand. If it doesn't, we at least know who needs help immediately. She kept her tone low, conscious of how her words might be received. Rico nodded quickly. Exactly. We start small, manageable. Nothing fancy, but we all have to buy in. If even one person doesn't, it falls apart. That's the risk we take, but it's the only risk worth taking. Tabby piped up, pointing to the schematics he had been reviewing on his tablet. We could create shifts where each person watches over specific systems, double-checks another miner's work, and notes any anomalies. Even little things, like loose panels, unstable crates, or fluctuating gravity lines. Documenting it all gives us knowledge the company never provides. That knowledge keeps us alive. A moment of quiet fell over the table as the crew absorbed the practicality of his words. Sarah broke the silence. We'll do it, she said firmly. We'll try your system. Shifts, double checks, documented repairs. But everyone has to agree. No one goes off alone. No one ignores the plan. And everyone has to keep the others informed. Rico's shoulders relaxed fractionally. That's all I'm asking. Everyone alive at the end of the shift. That's the plan. After that, we figure out how to keep our heads above water until the company screws up less, or until we make them notice. His mouth twisted into a grim smile. Over the next hour, the crew began sorting themselves into teams, pairing experienced miners with novices, checking each other's gear, and marking areas that required immediate attention. Lyra helped Tabby review the shift schedules, making sure no one would be overextended. Milo outlined potential circuit reroutes and emergency protocols, while Jada supervised the procedural documentation, emphasizing clarity and safety. Tarn moved among them, checking equipment stability, while silently noting who would follow the system reliably and who might resist. Small victories punctuated the evening. A weak hydraulic line was reinforced before it failed. A sliding crate was caught just in time. A malfunctioning drill was patched with scavenged parts. Each success, minor though it was, brought faint smiles, shared nods, and quiet acknowledgement that their cooperation could work. Even Rico allowed a small smirk as he watched the crew adapt, seeing in their faces the flicker of something he had hoped for, a shared commitment, a budding trust. See, he muttered to Sarah as they checked final notes. This is what we can do when we actually work together. The company doesn't need to fix anything. We can handle it ourselves. Sarah nodded, eyes scanning the tired but focused faces. For now, she said softly, this is enough. We've held together today. Tomorrow we do it again, better. We watch, we protect, we document. The rest, We deal with when it comes. As the miners prepared to retire for the short rest period before the next shift, whispers of possibilities drifted across the habitat. Ideas for minor reforms, better coordination, and even small acts of defiance that could protect lives. The concept of collective action was no longer just an abstract thought. It was becoming a living, breathing strategy in the minds of those willing to listen, willing to act, willing to survive. In the dim lights of the habitat, amidst exhaustion and lingering tension, the seeds of rebellion, quiet, cautious, but undeniably present, had been sown. Milo Trace crouched low beside the oxygen recycler, his gloved hands sliding along the exposed conduits as warning lights flashed in an urgent rhythm across the habitat panels. The low hum of the failing system was almost drowned out by the constant beeping, a mechanical heartbeat gone wrong, threatening the fragile bubble of breathable air that sustained the crew. Lyra Neve hovered beside him, holding a toolkit awkwardly, her eyes wide with anxiety but attentive, following each instruction with shaky precision. Milo, the pressure readout. It keeps dipping, she said, her voice barely audible over the alarms. Yeah, I see it, Milo muttered, tapping at the interface and scribbling numbers on a worn data pad. If this drops another 5%, we're looking at contamination. Could get ugly fast. His jaw tightened, and his fingers moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had spent too many hours fixing failing systems under impossible conditions. Sarah Ben moved quickly from module to module, her presence a constant thread tying the chaos together. Tarn, divert secondary power to the recyclers. Milo, check the intake valves. Lyra, keep monitoring for pressure drops, she barked, her tone sharp but controlled. Her boots clanged against the metal walkway as she passed, each step purposeful, each command a lifeline for the crew scrambling around her. Rico Darn slammed a fist against a nearby panel, drawing Milo's and Lyra's attention. This is ridiculous. The company sends us busted equipment and expects miracles. I'm telling you, all this effort, they don't give a damn if we survive. His voice echoed harshly, carrying a mix of frustration and raw anger. The words hung in the air, uncomfortably honest, but no one had time to reply. There were systems to stabilize, lives to protect. Tarn Fisk crouched near a failing gravity generator, his hands on a makeshift override panel. I've got it, but we're running on borrowed time. This thing's going to fry if we push it too long, he said, voice low and steady, a contrast to Rico's outburst. Sparks danced along the edges of the generator, the smell of ozone burning the air as he made precise adjustments, sweat beading along his brow despite the cold metal chill of the habitat. Tabby hurried past, moving critical supplies to secure areas, balancing crates of rations and spare components with careful precision. Over here, help me with these conduits before the generator spikes again, she called, urgency in her tone but no panic. Her movements were quick, efficient, and silently reminded the crew that every second counted. Jada Core moved through the group with quiet authority, checking on the injured and exhausted, her hands firm as she steadied a miner who had stumbled over a power cable. Take it easy, she said softly. Breathe, we keep going, or none of us make it. Her calm presence countered the mounting chaos, providing a fragile anchor to those teetering on the edge of panic. Everywhere the crew looked, systems groaned under strain. Conduits rattled, valves hissed, and the familiar low rumble of the habitat's core threatened to crescendo into disaster. Supplies were scarce, replacements non-existent, and the knowledge that the company would neither intervene nor provide aid weighed heavily on everyone. Sweat mixed with grime on every face as miners scrambled to stabilize failing systems, improvising repairs with whatever they could scavenge. Rico paced near the oxygen recycler, muttering under his breath, "They can't keep doing this. They just can't." He jabbed a finger at the blinking alarms. "We're bleeding time, and for what? For some abstract quota that doesn't even care if we live or die." Milo glanced up, eyes sharp despite exhaustion. "We survive because we make it happen. Not because of them." His words were quiet, almost swallowed by the machinery, but they carried weight. Lyra nodded beside him, gripping a conduit to steady herself, taking in the full scope of what survival demanded. Sarah's voice cut across the module, firm and resolute. "Listen up, stop panicking and start acting. Every second wasted is another risk we don't need. Move, now." She directed a miner to reroute a failing power line, gestured to another to secure a vent tube, and then checked the oxygen readouts herself. Her mind ran on instinct and experience, cataloging who was capable under pressure and who might falter if the situation worsened. Tarn Fisk's hands were steady despite the adrenaline pounding through his veins. "We can hold it for now," he said to Sarah, "but we push any harder without backup, we're gambling with everything." Rico's frustration flared again, but this time tempered by reality. "Then what? Sit here and hope the company notices? They won't. We're on our own, every damn time." A brief pause fell over the crew as they processed the truth in his words. Milo adjusted a valve, the hiss of air resuming a steady rhythm, and Lyra wiped sweat from her brow. Tabby repositioned the last crate of emergency supplies. Jada checked vitals and offered a reassuring nod. Sarah exhaled, a sharp, controlled release of tension, then surveyed the habitat. Every system was still precarious, every miner stretched to their limits, but for now, they were holding together. The lesson was unavoidable. Survival depended entirely on their own efforts. No help would come from the distant company. No administrator would intervene to save them from mechanical failure, starvation, or the thin air of a Kuiper Belt station. Every miner, from the newest to the most experienced, had to act, improvise, and endure. In that moment, amidst the blinking lights, sparking conduits, and groaning machinery, the crew realized something fundamental. The company's indifference was not just frustrating, it was deadly. And with that realization, they moved forward, together, because they had no other choice. Hydroponic systems groaned as nutrient pumps sputtered, failing intermittently under the strain of insufficient power allocation. The air smelled faintly of damp soil and recycled oxygen, heavy with the tension that had been building over the last few days. The miners scrambled to salvage what crops they could, moving seedlings in cramped transport trays while rerouting water from damaged units to keep the most viable plants alive. Milo Trace crouched over a malfunctioning control panel, eyes narrowing as he cross-referenced schematics with worn operational manuals. "If we divert power from Module 5's secondary lines, we can stabilize flow here for another 20 minutes, he said, fingers dancing across the console. Lyra Neve leaned over his shoulder, trying to keep pace, her gloves trembling slightly as she made notes. 20 minutes isn't enough, Milo. If the pumps fail again." Her voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken reality hanging over them. Every second counted, and every failure could mean starvation or death. Rico Darn paced along the narrow catwalks of the habitat, frustration evident in the set of his shoulders. "This is absurd. We've got plants dying, oxygen fluctuating, and the company still expects quotas to be met." His voice carried sharp over the low hum of the failing pumps. He gestured toward the hydroponics bays with a gloved hand. "We can't keep patching things together forever. Eventually, someone's going to get hurt, or worse. And for what? Some production number that doesn't even matter to anyone up there?" His words struck a chord with the crew, though not everyone was ready to admit it. Some nodded silently, others averted their gaze, feeling the weight of hopelessness press down on them like the cold metal of the habitat walls. Dren Boss moved with precise efficiency, mapping out which crops could be salvaged and which were beyond repair. His hands were steady, even as he sorted through wilting leaves and exposed roots, marking trays with colored tape to indicate priority for recovery. "We can't save everything, but we can save enough to keep us alive for a few days," he said to Sarah Ben, who was hovering nearby, clipboard in hand. "If we redistribute resources carefully, ration the remaining seedlings, and keep the hydroponics running at minimum capacity, we buy ourselves time." His tone was calm, almost clinical, but the urgency in his movements betrayed the pressure he felt. Sarah nodded, her eyes scanning the habitat like a commander surveying a battlefield. She moved to Lyra Neve and Milo Trace, crouching beside them to inspect the control panel. "Milo, keep monitoring the intake pressures. Lyra, help Dren with rerouting nutrient flows. Tabby, make sure the emergency water reserves are secured and accessible. Everyone else, patch lines and move damaged trays to temporary containment." Her orders were concise, authoritative, and necessary, though the exhaustion in her voice barely masked the fear that she too was feeling. Every minute was a balancing act between survival and catastrophe. Tabby moved quickly, shifting crates of seedlings and bundles of emergency rations. Her fingers were raw from gripping icy handles, sweat pooling under her helmet despite the habitat's artificial climate control. "We'll need to make sure none of the pumps overdraw from the reserve lines." That's the only way we keep anything alive until we get backup, or until the next power allocation cycle, she said, her words practical but laced with anxiety. She placed a crate carefully on the reinforced floor, making sure the seedlings wouldn't be crushed if the gravity generator flickered again. Jada Kaur moved among the group, checking on the more fatigued members. She stopped beside Lyra Neve, placing a hand on her shoulder. Keep it steady, Lyra. One step at a time. Don't get overwhelmed by the numbers. They're useless if we all collapse before the systems are stable. Her presence was a subtle anchor amid the chaos, offering reassurance while allowing the crew to continue improvising under extreme pressure. She had seen too many failures and near misses to let fear completely halt action, though the rising tide of frustration was nearly overwhelming. Rico Darn threw himself against a nearby railing, glancing toward Milo and Dren with a glare that mixed exhaustion with defiance. Look at this, the hydroponics are barely holding. We're scavenging through old modules for parts, rerouting every line like we're trying to play God in a death trap, and for what? This company doesn't care if we die. Do you all get that? We're doing everything, ourselves. His voice cracked slightly, betraying the tension coiled tight in his chest, and a few of the younger miners flinched at his intensity. Still, his words struck a nerve. They had all felt it. The bitter knowledge that no one would send help, no one would intervene, and any failure would land squarely on their shoulders. Milo glanced at him, expression tight but controlled. We survive because we act, not because anyone else cares. We need calm, not anger, if we're going to get through this. Keep moving, keep thinking. Every second wasted arguing is a second closer to disaster. His tone was firm, though it carried the quiet acknowledgement of Rico's point. They were on their own, and every member of the crew was aware of it now, whether they wanted to admit it or not. The hydroponic bays were a frenzy of activity. Tubes hissed and rattled, water diverted through temporary channels, and damaged seedlings were quickly identified and moved to secure zones. Tarn Fisk crouched by a severed conduit, rewiring with a mix of salvaged wiring and sheer determination. Sparks arced lightly as his hands worked deftly, and he muttered under his breath, calculating the risk of each connection. He caught sight of Rico moving past, muttering to himself about the company's negligence, and gave a short nod, not approval, but acknowledgement that they were aligned in the understanding that survival was up to them. Lyra Neve hovered near Milo, occasionally glancing at the remaining seedlings. Milo, we're going to run out of nutrients soon if the pumps fail again. There's no margin left, she said, her voice tight with anxiety. Milo looked up briefly, then back at the readouts. I know, that's why we're prioritizing critical trays first. The rest, we may have to let go. Focus on what keeps us alive. Tabby helped reinforce the temporary water lines with scraps of tubing and clamps scavenged from broken modules. She moved with a quiet urgency, communicating with Dren over hand signals to reroute the remaining nutrient flow efficiently. If we stagger the pumps, we can extend output another hour, she said. It's not perfect, but it keeps anything alive until we can figure out a longer-term fix. Small accidents punctuated the work. A crate tipped over, spilling seedlings onto the icy floor, and a miner slipped, barely catching himself on the edge of a support beam. Jada rushed over to steady him. Watch yourself. Every misstep costs us. Her voice cut through the general hum of the habitat, emphasizing the sharp reality of their situation. One wrong move, and the fragile network of systems could collapse entirely. By mid-shift, every miner was coated in grime and sweat, the toll of constant improvisation and physical exertion apparent. Rico Darn, though still seething, helped secure nutrient lines, his anger channeled into protective action rather than just complaint. Tarn Fisk continued rewiring power conduits with quiet focus, while Sarah Ben's eyes darted across the habitat, noting every failing system, every stressed crew member, cataloging strengths and weaknesses alike. Dren paused to check the viability of salvaged seedlings. We're losing some, but the majority can survive another cycle. If we keep this pace and maintain focus, we hold the hydroponics for now. It's fragile, but it's something. His words brought a brief, quiet sigh of relief from a few of the miners. A minor victory, but one that kept morale from collapsing entirely. Rico Darn leaned against a support pillar, still tense but quieter than before. We keep doing this, day after day. We're carrying everything ourselves. They'll never send help. Never. Not until we hit a wall. And when we do, they won't care if we survive or die. The words hung in the air like a warning, a bitter truth that the crew could not ignore. Sarah then approached him, her tone low but firm. Then we make sure we survive. Together, we patch, we reroute, we stabilize. Every second we get through is proof that we can handle this. Don't waste energy yelling at the company. They're irrelevant to our immediate survival. Lyra, Neve, and Tavi exchanged glances. We have to work together, Tavi said, voice small but clear. If anyone acts alone, we lose more than just crops. Lyra nodded, gripping a tubing clamp with renewed determination. Hours passed, and the crew moved in a tense rhythm, improvising repairs, stabilizing hydroponics, and rationing remaining resources with grim efficiency. Every minor victory, a pump stabilized, a tray salvaged, a power line rerouted, was celebrated silently with nods and quick exhalations of relief. Each success was fragile, temporary, yet absolutely vital. By the end of the shift, the hydroponics were functional again, though marginally. Seedlings had been salvaged, water lines rerouted, and energy allocations carefully monitored. Sweat, grime, and fatigue coated the miners, but the grim satisfaction of survival, however temporary, provided a fragile sense of accomplishment. In the quiet aftermath, as the alarms quieted and the hum of machinery stabilized, Sarah then gathered the crew. "We're not safe," she said softly, voice carrying over the exhausted silence. "Supplies are still low, equipment is still failing, but we've made it through this, and we've done it ourselves." Her eyes swept across each face, noting the exhaustion, the frustration, the determination. "If we keep this up, together, we might survive the next wave. If not," her words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Survival required unity, improvisation, and relentless focus. Rico Darn gave a short nod. "Then it's us. We handle it ourselves. No one else will." The weight of the statement settled over the habitat, heavy and undeniable. Every miner understood, in that moment, that they were on their own. The company's indifference was no longer a theoretical frustration. It was a tangible, deadly reality. How they responded from here, how they coordinated, and whether they could act collectively would determine who survived the coming days. They had stabilized the hydroponics, bought time, and kept hope alive, but it was brittle, a thin veneer over the relentless pressures building in the Kuiper Belt Station. And they all knew, without saying it aloud, that the next crisis would be even worse. Messages from the company pinged onto the habitat's comm panels again. Red alerts, bold letters, demands for increased production. Rico Darn snatched the tablet from the central console, slamming it down with a metallic clatter that echoed through the cramped room. "They want what?" he barked. His voice ricocheted off the metal walls. "More ore, more output. When the hydroponics are failing, when oxygen regulators are spiking, when half our drills are ready to explode." He jabbed a finger at the flashing display, shaking it for emphasis. Jada Kaur, crouched beside a bundle of seedlings, rubbed her temples. "They don't care, Rico. They've never cared. We're just numbers to them. Don't waste your energy yelling at a system that can't hear you." Rico's scowl deepened. "Numbers that die if we don't act fast." He looked around the room at the crew, all tense, all wary. "We've been patching everything together ourselves, fixing their broken equipment, rationing their supplies, and they're going to demand more. That's insane." Tarn Fisk crouched by a broken power generator, his hands dirty with burnt wiring. Sparks arced occasionally, and he winced at each pop. "Insane or not, it's what we get. We've been running on our own for days now. The company doesn't send help. They never will. We need to focus on keeping the systems alive, not arguing over what they want." Rico spun to face him. "Focus? Focus how, Fisk? We're already stretched to the breaking point. We can't keep this up. And they expect miracles." Milo Trace leaned over the console, eyes narrowed. "Miracles are not our option. Improvisation is. Coordination is. We've done it before. We do it again. But yes, the margin for error is shrinking. Every faulty panel, every misrouted cable, every drained reserve brings us closer to collapse." Lyra Neve knelt beside Tavi, checking a tray of seedlings for signs of wilting. "We can still save them," she said, voice small but firm. "If we work together, carefully, we can stretch what's left. It won't be perfect, but it keeps us alive." Tavi adjusted a clamp on a temporary water line, glancing nervously at Milo's calculations. Perfect isn't the point anymore. Survival is. That's it. Sarah Ben moved between the stations, clipboard in hand, eyes flicking from console readouts to miner faces. She noticed subtle signs of fatigue. Tabby's shoulders stiffening, Lyra's hands trembling, Fisk wiping sweat from his brow with a grimace. Every miner had cracks showing, but everyone also had a stubbornness that kept them moving. "All right," she said, voice cutting through the tension. "We stabilize what we can right now. Hydroponics take priority, then oxygen, then power reroutes. We ration, we patch, we improvise. No arguing about quotas. None. Survival comes first." Rico crossed his arms but didn't speak. He had other plans, thoughts swirling, but he listened. For now, Dren Boss moved with quiet precision, rerouting nutrient lines from dying units to those that could survive another cycle. He marked each connection with colored tape, red for critical, yellow for temporary, blue for observation. "We don't have much margin left," he said, voice calm, almost eerily so. "If anything fails, it fails fast. Be ready to adapt." A sudden clank echoed from the far side of the habitat. A crate of seedlings had toppled, spilling onto the slick floor. Lyra gasped, rushing forward to scoop them up. Milo quickly ran a sensor sweep over the temporary water lines, ensuring nothing had ruptured. Sparks flew from a nearby generator, and Tarn Fisk swore under his breath as he ducked to rewire a loose connection. Every small accident ratcheted up the tension. The habitat felt alive, unpredictable, almost hostile. Gravity pulses sent tools sliding. Every step had to be measured, every handhold calculated. One wrong move, one misjudged patch, and the cascading failures could overwhelm them all. Jada Core knelt beside a trembling miner. "Take a breath, step by step. You'll get it right." Her voice was steady, grounding, an invisible anchor in the chaos. She had a knack for calming others while the work continued around her, a skill that was rapidly becoming indispensable. Rico Darn stomped toward a failing oxygen vent. "This is ridiculous. We're constantly firefighting, constantly patching, constantly scrambling. And what do? Send demands, send paperwork. They don't care if anyone lives or dies. We can't rely on them. Not anymore." Sarah Ben watched him carefully. He was right, and he knew it. The others had yet to internalize the total abandonment, but Rico's words carried a dangerous clarity. She didn't reprimand him, only noted which miners were paying attention, who would listen, and who might resist. Every word, every glance, was data. The hydroponic trays had to be rotated. Milo calculated the precise interval for nutrient circulation. Dren Boss, Tabby, and Lyra executed the rotation, arms straining with heavy loads. Each tray had to be positioned just right. Too much tilt, and the nutrient balance would fail. Too little, and the roots would dry out. The air was thick with tension, every breath a conscious effort to remain steady under the fluorescent lights. Tarn Fisk had finished rewiring a failing generator. He stood and surveyed the habitat floor. "We've stabilized power temporarily," he said. "It won't last more than 2 cycles without more replacements. We're running on scraps." Rico snorted, bitter. "Scraps, that's the company's solution. Our lives on scraps. We patch, we risk, we fight, and they just wait. Until someone dies." Sarah stepped beside him, hands on her hips. "Then we make the scraps last. And we make sure no one dies today. That's all we can do. Stop dwelling on them. Focus here. Focus on us." Even in exhaustion, the crew moved efficiently. Lyra Neve's hands shook, but she continued to stabilize seedlings. Tabby coordinated water lines like a seasoned engineer, despite barely sleeping the night before. Milo monitored systems, adjusting power allocations with surgical precision. Rico occasionally barked orders, criticism, and suggestions, each laced with anger but also the sharpness of someone unwilling to let failures go unchecked. Small victories came in bursts. A tray rotated successfully, a vent stabilized, a generator kept from surging. Each success was a momentary relief, but also a reminder. Survival was entirely fragile. One misstep, one failure of coordination, and it could all collapse. Hours dragged on. The miners were soaked in sweat, grimy from the constant contact with equipment, water, and soil. The smell of recycled oxygen mixed with nutrient runoff and heated metal. They moved in a tense choreography, improvising at every turn. Rico leaned against a support beam, catching his breath. We do all this, every day, and for what? For a company that doesn't even know our names. He ran a hand over his face, fingers slick with grime. We need to start thinking about protecting ourselves, not their numbers. Sarah Ben watched him, eyes sharp. She didn't respond immediately, letting the words hang. He was right. Everything they had done so far was reactive. Patches, improvisation, rationing. They had survived by the skin of their teeth. But proactive measures, coordination beyond immediate repairs. That was a dangerous conversation to start. Tabby straightened a crooked waterline. We need plans, she said, voice low but firm. Small ones, immediate ones. If anything else goes wrong, we can't rely on someone upstairs to fix it. Lyra nodded beside her, voice barely above a whisper. We've got to stick together. That's all we have. Even Tarn Fisk, normally stoic and cautious, let a brief glance around the room show a flicker of agreement. He had seen the company's indifference firsthand. He had watched colleagues scramble for life-saving repairs, and the orders from above had only made matters worse. By the time the hydroponics were finally stable, the crew was exhausted beyond measure. Limbs ached, hands were raw, and faces were streaked with grime and sweat. But they had done it. They had bought time, not for the company, not for anyone else, for themselves. Sarah Ben finally allowed herself a small nod of satisfaction. We've stabilized the hydroponics for now. Not perfect, not sustainable indefinitely, but we've bought ourselves another cycle. Let's hold together. That's what matters. Rico Darn clapped a hand on the table, startling the others. Another cycle. Fine. But next time, we plan for more than survival. We plan for control. Over our work, our lives, our safety. They won't care. We have to. Tabby and Lyra exchanged glances, a mixture of fear and determination. Every miner understood now. The company would not intervene, would not aid them. Every success, every life saved, depended on their coordination, ingenuity, and sheer will. They had survived another crisis, but the lesson was undeniable. The company's indifference was absolute, their reliance on scraps and improvisation was their reality, and collective thinking, however cautious, however small, was no longer optional. The hydroponics hummed quietly, nutrient lines flowing steadily. The room smelled faintly of wet soil and recycled air. The miners stood, sweaty and tired, catching their breath. They had stabilized one failing system, but the weight of what lay ahead pressed on their shoulders, heavier than any gravity generator ever could. Survival was temporary. Control was their only chance. Gravity generators pulsed erratically as the miners returned to their stations, the floor beneath them quivering slightly with each surge. Even brief fluctuations made every movement hazardous. Tools slid unpredictably, crates teetered on metal shelves, and small sparks jumped from compromised circuitry. The habitat felt alive with danger, a thin membrane between order and collapse, and the crew could feel it pressing on their nerves. Rico Darn's voice cut through the low hum of machinery. We keep obeying these idiots, he yelled, his hands gripping the edge of a console for balance, and for what? More failures? More near misses? We're literally patching their broken promises together and praying nothing explodes. His eyes darted from generator to generator, scanning for signs of imminent catastrophe, every step heavy with frustration and fear. Lyra Neve moved quickly to a sliding crate that had nearly pinned Tabby against the wall. Her hands shook as she righted the container, muttering, careful, slow, steady. She glanced at Tabby and nodded, silently signaling that coordination was their only way through this. Tabby adjusted a temporary support beam holding a failing oxygen conduit, sweat stinging his eyes. We've got to keep calm, Lyra. One wrong move, one lapse in communication, and we're not just failing quotas. Someone could get seriously hurt. Sarah Ben moved like a shadow, her eyes scanning every readout and every miner with equal intensity. Her clipboard clutched in one hand, she called out commands with quiet authority, directing who should reroute energy, who should stabilize the generators, and who needed to tend to secondary systems temporarily offline. Every instruction carried weight, the difference between maintaining operational stability and watching the habitat spiral toward disaster. Hunger gnawed at the crew. The strict rations meant they were already low on energy, and fatigue made mistakes more likely. Minor disagreements over priorities flared into sharp exchanges. Tarn Fisk, crouched beside a failing drill, growled at the placement of a support strut. If we divert power from the oxygen stabilizer to the drill, we might save production for a few minutes, but risk everything else. Think before you act. His words were edged with fear, not anger. He understood the stakes, and he wanted others to feel it too. Rico stomped over to Fisk, chest heaving. We're all thinking about survival, Fisk. But survival also means keeping something moving. If we just sit here babysitting machines, nothing will get done. Nothing. They'll write us off as dead weight, and no one upstairs will bat an eye. Dren Boss, hunched over a pile of broken modules, held up a stripped cable and examined it carefully. We can't rely on production numbers or management directives. All we have is what we can scavenge. If we're smart, we can extend what's left of the modules, get a few extra hours out of critical systems. He started pulling usable parts from a damaged oxygen panel, a grim determination lining his face. Everything else is risk. Every choice is risk. Milo Trace hovered over the habitat's energy matrix, tapping calculations into a tablet. His voice, calm but tight with urgency, carried across the room. If we allocate power in this configuration, oxygen and gravity systems remain stable for another cycle. We can't extend it much further without risking total failure. We have margin for one more critical surge. One. After that, we're improvising blind. Lyra Neve glanced at Milo's display, then at Rico. That's barely enough. We can survive the next cycle, but if another surge hits, we could lose life support integrity. Her voice was soft, but the words hung heavy in the humid, recycled air. She swallowed, trying to push back trembling hands, knowing that panic spread faster than any failing system. Rico ran a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath. Barely enough? That's not surviving. That's gambling with our lives. The company doesn't care. No one does. We have to decide. Do we keep patching, or do we start acting as one, as a crew, to take some control? Sarah Ben's eyes caught his. She didn't answer immediately. Her silence was strategic, letting the weight of his words sink into everyone present. She was cataloging reactions. Who would step up if the conversation went further, who would hesitate, and who might actively resist. Every glance, every micro-expression, every tightened jaw or widened eye was data. Tabby shifted, adjusting a failing nutrient line to ensure seedlings weren't lost. We can act as one, he said quietly, almost to himself. Even small coordination can save lives. It doesn't need to be a revolution. Not yet, just control over what we can manage. Lyra nodded, voice steadier now. We can't keep waiting for the company. They'll never help. We patch, we ration, we fight for each day ourselves. That's all we have. The habitat lights flickered as a gravity surge pulsed through the module. Crates slid, tools rattled across the floor, and sparks danced from exposed conduits. The miners immediately leapt into action. Milo recalculated emergency power reroutes, Fisk braced loose machinery, Lyra and Tabby secured seedlings and small equipment. Even Rico, teeth gritted, helped redirect a sliding crate toward a safe corner, the intensity of the surge leaving little room for argument or hesitation. Minutes stretched, every second an ordeal of coordination. Every failure had immediate consequences. Sparks from a generator ignited a small flare of hydraulic fluid. Jada Core threw a fire blanket over it while shouting, "Keep moving. Don't freeze." Sweat ran down every face, mixing with grime, and the air felt thick enough to taste. The combination of hunger, exhaustion, and stress made each decision sharper, each misstep potentially catastrophic. Yet, they adapted. They had to. Every patch, every calculated reroute, every improvised fix was a lifeline. Rico pulled aside one of the newer miners. "Listen, we're not just keeping the company's machines alive, we're keeping each other alive. Every time a system fails and we patch it, we're deciding who lives and who dies. Understand that, and start thinking about what we could do together, how we could protect each other without waiting for them." Sarah Ben kept her distance, observing. She didn't need to speak. The words were getting through. She saw sparks of understanding in the eyes of several miners. A flicker of defiance, of thought, of realization that reliance on corporate oversight was a death sentence. The hydroponics were finally stabilized, though barely. Nutrient lines pulsed steadily. Oxygen readings were within acceptable limits, and gravity generators were temporarily held at tolerable levels. Exhausted hands rested for mere seconds before the crew immediately turned to the next critical task. energy rerouting for the failing processing units. No one spoke. The weight of immediate survival left no space for idle chatter. Rico leaned against a console, voice low but cutting. We can keep surviving like this, or we can start acting. Slowly, carefully, but together. They've handed us scraps. It's up to us if we want more than survival. It's up to us if we want safety. Think about it. Lyra and Tavi exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming. They were tired, hungry, dirty, and emotionally frayed. Yet there was fire in their eyes, a recognition that their survival depended on unity. Even Fisk, usually slow to embrace risks, paused as he tightened a panel connection. He looked up, briefly meeting Sarah's gaze. Control, he muttered. We need control. One system at a time, one decision at a time, but controlled. Coordinated. Otherwise, his words trailed off, the implication clear. Chaos would kill them faster than any failing equipment. Hours passed. Systems were stabilized for the moment, but no one allowed themselves the illusion of permanence. They had bought time, nothing more. Every muscle ached. Every mind raced with calculations of risk and reward. Every miner knew that this cycle, this fragile stability, could collapse at any second. By the end of the shift, the habitat was eerily quiet, the hum of machinery the only sound. Miners slumped against walls, consoles, and each other, catching fragmented breaths. Some leaned on tools for support, some sat cross-legged on the floor, still clutching control panels like lifelines. Sarah Ben finally lowered her clipboard, glancing around. We've done well, she said softly. We've survived another surge, another series of failures. But remember, this is temporary. Each decision from now on has consequences. Watch your teammates, watch the systems, and think ahead. None of this is permanent. None of it is guaranteed. Rico Darn, still wired with anger and adrenaline, added, and think about who we are, what we can do if we start acting as one. They won't help us. They'll never help us. Every patch, every ration, every stabilized system, that's on us. Us, not them. And if we do it right, if we plan, if we act together, we might finally be able to stop running on scraps. The miners absorbed the weight of his words in silence. Fatigue, hunger, fear, and determination warred in every body. They had survived yet another critical day, but they had learned something beyond the technical fixes. Survival was no longer a matter of patching systems alone. It was about coordination, foresight, and gradually claiming control over what they could influence. The day ended with no celebration, only quiet exhaustion, a tense understanding that the path forward required them to act as one. No company would save them. No external force would intervene. Their lives, their work, and their fragile ecosystem were entirely in their hands. And in that understanding, a subtle seed was planted. The idea of collective action, carefully considered and cautiously voiced, could one day move from whispers to reality. Evening had settled over the habitat like a weight pressing down, soft hums of failing machinery and dim emergency lights filling the spaces between the weary miners. The day had been brutal. Gravity generators fluctuating erratically, oxygen flows dipping dangerously, hydroponics failing, and rations stretching thinner with every passing hour. The central dining area, usually a place of routine and quiet respite, now felt tense, almost fragile, like a room holding its breath. Miners gathered around narrow tables, their trays clattering against the metal surfaces as they ate quickly, mechanically, driven more by necessity than appetite. Rico Darn's voice broke through the low murmurs. We can't keep doing this, he said, leaning forward, elbows on the table. His dark eyes scanned the room, glinting with urgency. Every day we're patching failures, stretching ourselves to the point of collapse, and the company doesn't care. They don't send replacements. They don't answer questions. They just demand more production. We need to think about protecting ourselves. Not tomorrow, not when the next drone arrives. Now, a few younger miners shifted uncomfortably, eyes darting to Sarah Ben, hoping she might quell his words before they sparked panic. They were scared. Any thought of resisting the company carried weighty consequences, and the miners knew it. But Rico's insistence carried a force that was hard to ignore. There was truth in it. Survival depended not on obedience but on initiative, and they all felt it pressing against their ribs like the cold KBO void outside the habitat walls. Lyra Neve leaned closer to Tavi, her voice low but urgent. He's right. We can't rely on them anymore. We have to watch each other, Make decisions together, or someone's going to get hurt, or worse. Her hands twitched nervously, still coated in smudges of grease and dust from the day's repairs, but her gaze was steady, determined. Tabby nodded in agreement, though a flicker of unease passed across his face. Even small steps, careful coordination. We could prevent another near miss like earlier today. Gravity's unstable, drills are faltering, oxygen levels keep dipping. If we assign responsibilities and track everything, we might actually survive this. Sarah Venn, meanwhile, was silent, studying every miner with sharp, analytical eyes. She noted the subtle reactions, the way Tarn Fisk's jaw tightened at Rico's words, the anxious fidgeting of newer crew members, the measured nods of those who might take initiative. Her mind worked through contingencies and priorities, mentally dividing the crew into those who would follow direction, those who could lead, and those who might hesitate under pressure. Each observation weighed against the reality outside the habitat. No administrators would intervene if systems failed completely. Every decision, every action, and every misstep would fall on the crew alone. The room smelled of recycled air, sweat, and metal, an almost tangible tension hanging between the miners. Conversations were low, deliberate, punctuated by the scrape of trays and occasional sighs. The failures of the day were not theoretical. They had almost killed someone earlier when a loose hydroponic panel nearly toppled onto a miner, and each member knew the stakes. Survival had shifted from being an abstract goal to an immediate, pressing demand. Rico leaned back, gaze still sweeping over the weary faces. We've proven we can fix things. We've patched generators, stabilized oxygen flows, and even salvaged hydroponics. But patching and surviving isn't enough. They don't care, and we can't wait for someone to send help. We need to act together, before it's too late. Lyra Neve swallowed hard, then whispered to Tavi, we have to figure out a system. Who watches what? Who checks the panels? Who responds to surges immediately? Small coordination now could save lives tomorrow. Tavi's fingers drummed the edge of his tray. And not just systems, each other. We can't be spread too thin. If someone collapses, who catches them? Who keeps the drills and rigs from going haywire while someone's down? We need a chain of responsibility. A real plan. Sarah Venn finally spoke, her voice calm but weighted with authority. Coordination must be deliberate. We assign responsibilities based on experience and skill, track everything, and remain alert to each other. Mistakes now could be fatal, so we move carefully. We cannot be reckless, but we also cannot wait for them to intervene. Our survival is in our hands. Around the table, murmurs of agreement rippled quietly. Even Tarn Fisk, who normally bristled at Rico's boldness, gave a small nod. The truth was inescapable. No one outside the habitat would step in. Every system failure, every ration cut, every delayed supply was proof that their survival depended on cooperation and careful planning. Food was eaten more slowly now, measured bites taken while miners discussed minor technical details in hushed tones. They mapped out strategies for monitoring oxygen flows, recalibrating gravity generators, and maintaining hydroponic output. They whispered contingency plans for injury scenarios and drill failures, mapping mental grids for critical tasks while their hands wiped grime and sweat from previous repairs. Even amidst exhaustion, a sense of purpose began to coalesce, fragile but tangible. The small victories of the day were acknowledged in silence, patched generators holding steady, stabilized hydroponics. That might yield enough for another cycle, and narrowly avoided injuries that could have been catastrophic. Each was a reminder that their efforts mattered, even if the company did not recognize them. The shared weight of survival was real, immediate, and undeniable. As the meal wound down, bodies leaned wearily against walls and chairs, conversations tapering into thoughtful quiet. There was fear in the air, but also a growing determination. Tomorrow would demand the same vigilance, the same ingenuity, and the same reliance on one another. The systems were failing, supplies were dwindling, and corporate oversight remained absent, but they were beginning to understand the power of collective action. In the corners of the room, whispered discussions grew bolder, small planning conversations linking strategy with necessity. The miners' awareness sharpened. If they wanted to survive, if they wanted to protect one another and the habitat, they could no longer act only individually. There was strength in unity, fragile as it was, and the first real threads of organized thought began to take shape. When the lights dimmed further, and the hum of machinery settled into the low background thrum. A tentative solidarity held the room together. Exhaustion weighed heavy, but awareness, strategy, and shared purpose pressed back against it. Tomorrow would bring new crises, more failures, and perhaps greater dangers, but the crew had seen, through one brutal day, that they could rely on themselves and on one another. Survival, once an individual struggle, had become collective, and somewhere in that recognition, amidst rationed food and whispered plans, the spark of rebellion flickered quietly, unspoken but understood by all. The central habitat was quiet, but not in a comforting way. The hum of failing gravity generators mixed with the low groan of the air recyclers, creating a rhythm that pressed against the ribs of everyone present. Miners moved slowly, shadows flickering across their exhausted faces under dim, flickering lights. Sarah Venn stood near the middle of the room, her posture tense but steady, eyes scanning each member of the crew as they arrived. The day had been grueling. Oxygen levels fluctuating, drills misfiring, hydroponics dying in patches, and supplies running thinner than any of them had seen in weeks. Sarah gestured to the few remaining chairs around the tables. "Sit," she said quietly but firmly, her voice cutting through the tension like a scalpel. "We need to talk." Some miners hesitated, casting wary glances at Rico Darn, who had already planted himself near the edge of the table, leaning forward eagerly. His dark eyes glimmered with urgency, reflecting the energy of someone who had spent the day watching systems fail and knowing the company wouldn't intervene. Tabby and Lyra Neve whispered among themselves, their voices low but determined. "We have to make sure the newer miners don't panic," Lyra said softly, rubbing a patch of grime from her forearm. "They're scared, and fear will get us all hurt if we don't take care of each other." Tabby nodded, scanning the room to gauge reactions. His fingers drummed lightly against the edge of the table, a nervous tick, but his expression was thoughtful. Both of them were quietly emerging as leaders, though in a very different way from Rico or Sarah. They led through attention, care, and instinctive protection of the crew rather than through authority or command. Sarah cleared her throat. "I want everyone to speak freely. This isn't a discussion about obedience or following the company blindly. Every suggestion matters. Every concern matters. If we don't start planning for survival, for fair treatment, then none of us will make it through the next week intact." A hush settled, punctuated only by the soft hiss of a vent equalizing pressure. The weight of the room seemed almost physical, pressing down on shoulders that were already bent from days of exhausting labor. Miners shuffled, some pulling chairs closer, others remaining standing, arms crossed defensively or gripping tools too tightly. Rico leaned forward, voice sharp. "We can't just keep patching systems and hoping they don't fail next. We need options, slowdowns, petitions, coordination, something more than scrambling for survival day after day. The company doesn't care. They've proven it." His words hit the room like a jolt, echoing against walls that were cold, metallic, and indifferent. Lyra Neve swallowed hard, then spoke quietly. "We have to think about safety. About the people who aren't as strong as the rest of us. If we try something bold, we could get someone killed before anything changes." She met Rico's gaze, trying to convey reason. Without challenge, her hands, streaked with grease and dirt from the day's repairs, flexed nervously. Tabby leaned in, nodding slightly. "Lyra's right," he said, voice low but steady. "We can't just jump in without a plan. But at the same time, doing nothing is no longer an option. Systems are failing, supplies are running out, and the company isn't sending help. We have to coordinate. Even small steps could protect lives." The miners shifted in their seats, and quiet murmurs began to ripple through the group. Some nodded subtly, others hesitated, casting glances at those they trusted, or didn't trust, most. Sarah observed it all carefully, cataloging reactions, mental notes forming as she considered who might take the initiative, who might resist, and who would follow if a plan were set into motion. Rico's impatience grew, and he jabbed a finger at the table. "We've proven we can stabilize equipment. We've patched oxygen flows. We've salvaged hydroponics just to keep going. But patching and surviving isn't enough. They don't care about the work we do, or the risks we take. We have to take control of what we can control, each other, each day, each operation." A new voice entered the mix, quieter than Rico but firm, Jada Core. She leaned forward, hands resting on the table, eyes sweeping over the group. "We need to consider practical steps," she said. We can't just throw ourselves against the company blindly, but we can plan small coordinated actions. Slowdowns, checks, ration management, prioritizing critical repairs first. Small tests to see if we can act together without catastrophic risk. The room hummed with tension, each miner turning over ideas in their heads. The possibility of acting as a unit, even in small ways, began to spark cautious hope. Fear was still present, a thick layer over every thought, but it was mingled now with determination and a tentative sense of purpose. Sarah spoke again, calm but deliberate. Coordination is our only option. Every system failure, every supply delay, every risk we take alone, it falls on us. No administrator will intervene. If we don't plan, if we don't act together, someone dies. Not maybe, not possibly. Someone will. Her gaze swept across the room, pausing on those whose reactions were the strongest. We move carefully. We assign responsibilities. We track progress. We protect one another. And we make sure that when we act, it counts. Around the table, murmurs of agreement spread more visibly now. Even Tarn Fisk, who had remained silent and guarded until now, gave a small nod, eyes narrowed but thoughtful. Miners leaned forward, hands clasped, trays of untouched food pushed aside as attention shifted fully to the discussion. Plans began to emerge organically. Miners whispered strategies for monitoring failing equipment, for rationing food efficiently, for coordinating responses to surges and malfunctions. They outlined chains of responsibility, who would check on whom, and how to communicate across modules if critical failures occurred. Sarah, Jada, and Rico facilitated without dominating, letting ideas rise from the crew naturally. The discussions carried on long past the first hour, voices low but urgent, punctuated by sighs, nods, and occasional sharp commands as someone corrected a logistical oversight. Exhaustion weighed heavy on everyone, but it was tempered by focus and a shared understanding of states. Every suggestion, every plan, every observation built a fragile web of collective strategy. By the end of the meeting, a tentative unity had begun to take hold. Small coordinated actions, careful monitoring, rationing, cross-checking each other's work, were agreed upon as initial measures. Sarah emphasized the importance of patience and observation, noting who might take the lead in implementing these small acts of defiance and who might falter under pressure. Rico's energy, usually explosive and impatient, now carried a sharper edge of purpose. Tabby and Lyra Neve leaned toward cautious optimism, understanding that even tiny steps could yield protection and cohesion. Jada Core's quiet resolve became a stabilizing force, keeping the conversation practical while ensuring morale did not fracture. As the miners dispersed to return to their quarters or tend to minor repairs, the room hummed with a sense of restrained tension. Fear remained. Certainly, it was not gone, but it had been tempered by deliberation, planning, and a growing awareness that they were not powerless. For the first time, the crew understood that their survival was dependent not just on patching failing systems, but on deliberate, organized cooperation. The last flickers of light from the habitat's failing panels reflected in tired eyes, each miner carrying away mental notes, contingency plans, and the seeds of rebellion. When the doors sealed behind the final pair of miners, the room retained a charged silence. It was not victory, it was not safety. It was, however, a beginning, a quiet assertion that the crew could and would act for themselves, even in the face of indifference, risk, and exhaustion. The room felt heavier than it had an hour before, as though the air itself had absorbed the tension from the first round of discussion. Miners leaned against tables, shifted nervously on chairs, or paced in small circles, trying to work out their thoughts before speaking. Sarah Venn stood near the center, arms crossed loosely, eyes sweeping across the crew. She didn't interrupt. She knew this stage of conversation required breathing room. Ideas had to rise naturally. Any forced structure would be met with resistance. Milo Trace was the first to break the silence, voice low but firm. "We could try petitioning the company," he said, tapping a finger against the edge of the table. "Through the administrators, official channels. It's risky. Any misstep could make things worse, but at least it's something formal. Something they can't immediately dismiss without record." He glanced at Sarah, waiting for approval, but she only nodded ever so slightly, leaving him to continue. Dren Boss snorted, shaking his head. "You really think the administrators give a damn?" His tone was sharp, a blend of exasperation and bitter experience. Every complaint in the past has been ignored or passed along with no response. Remember last quarter? They said they'd send replacement rations, and we got nothing. Every formal request we've ever made has ended with the company shrugging and us left to deal with the consequences. A few miners murmured in agreement, heads dipping as they remembered failed requests and lost supplies. The weight of history pressed down on the crew, making Milo's suggestion seem more like a courtesy exercise than a real solution. Arguments started bubbling quietly at first, muttered phrases about slow bureaucratic action versus immediate results. Rico Darn didn't wait. He leaned forward, hands braced against the table, eyes bright with energy that had been building all day. Subtlety has failed us, he barked, his voice louder than intended, echoing off the metallic walls. Every day we patch, every day we ration, every day we do more with less, the company doesn't even notice. They don't care. The only way we survive is if we take action ourselves, decisive action. Right now, not in a month, not after another failed delivery. The room jolted at his intensity. Some miners recoiled, startled by the raw force of his words. Others leaned in, silently nodding, feeling that same fire in their own chest but lacking the courage to voice it yet. Tabby's fingers twitched nervously on the table. He took a breath, then spoke carefully. I agree with Darn, he said, voice calm but deliberate, but we have to be careful. If we provoke the company too soon, someone could get hurt. Or worse, any action we take has to be measured, even if the goal is decisive. Lyra Neve's brow furrowed as she considered both sides. She had spent the past months absorbing everything. Failures, accidents, injuries, small victories. She understood the risks, and she understood the stakes. Finally, she nodded slowly. Maybe we can combine both approaches, she said, voice quiet but firm. We start with small, organized steps. Test our cohesion. See who follows, who hesitates. If we can prove to ourselves that we can act together, then maybe we can escalate, safely, deliberately. We need to be ready before we commit fully to anything radical. The room became louder as miners began debating the balance between safety and necessity. Each argument overlapped the next, sometimes calm, sometimes heated. Voices rose and fell like waves, the energy of frustration and fear fueling each statement. Some suggested rationing only certain supplies. Others suggested assigning small teams to specific systems to test efficiency and obedience. Rico Darn argued that testing could waste time, that boldness was the only way to ensure survival. Milo insisted on incremental measures, citing calculations about power, oxygen, and life support capacity that could easily be overwhelmed if they moved too fast. Sarah moved quietly among the crew, occasionally interjecting to clarify points or remind the miners that extreme measures needed careful thought. We are not making war, she said firmly, scanning each face. We are not trying to destroy the habitat or sabotage operations. We are trying to survive. Every step must be considered, every risk calculated, but every voice is valid. Every suggestion will be heard. No one acts alone. Dren Boss leaned back in his chair, arms folded, watching the exchanges with a mix of skepticism and grudging approval. Fine, he muttered. We test. Small actions. Coordination. But don't expect me to pretend the company gives a damn. This is all on us, and we have to remember that. Rico Darn slammed a fist on the table, rattling cups and empty containers. Then we test fast. We organize fast. We show that we can act, not beg for scraps or wait for incompetence to do us in. Some miners flinched at the outburst, but a few nodded, silent acknowledgement of the truth in his anger. The tension rose, pressure building like the charge before a storm, until voices melded into a frenzied hum of conversation, overlapping strategies and frantic ideas. Sarah stood at the center, her arms crossed, listening and cataloging each personality. Who argued, who deferred, who hesitated, who pushed. Her mind was already planning contingencies based on the reactions she was observing. The discussion stretched on, miners taking turns speaking, arguing, and countering. Questions were raised about logistics, about morale, about who would oversee critical systems while others tested the waters with minor slowdowns or small refusals. The room filled with scribbles on scraps of paper, diagrams drawn in dust and on tablet screens. Mental maps passed verbally from one miner to another. Lyra leaned over to Tabby quietly, whispering, if we fail, if the company reacts badly, someone's going to get hurt. We have to be smart. Tabby nodded, scanning the room again. I know, he whispered back. But if we don't act, we'll all be hurt anyway. This is survival, one way or another. Sarah finally raised a hand to call for focus, voice cutting clearly through the din. We've heard enough proposals for now. The key is coordination, small actions, careful observation. Everyone knows their role, everyone watches for others, and we adjust as we go. Test, learn, protect each other, and remember, we do not act for punishment or revenge. We act because it's the only way any of us survive. The room settled gradually, though tension still thrummed beneath the surface. The miners sat back, breathing heavy, processing the plans and debates that had surged through them. Even Rico Darn, still sparking with energy, let his shoulders drop slightly, taking in the gravity of measured action instead of impulsive rebellion. By the end of the session, the crew had tentatively agreed on initial steps: monitoring critical systems together, rationing supplies collectively, assigning small test teams to slowly reduce output in ways that would be noticed but not immediately punished. Sarah made mental notes on who might lead these efforts and who might hesitate or break under pressure. Even in the quiet that followed, whispers circulated. Miners shared concerns, small observations, and subtle agreements about the next day's operations. Fear had not vanished. It couldn't, but it had been tempered with purpose. For the first time, the crew felt that action was possible, and that it was something they could achieve together. The room seemed smaller now, suffused with the hum of life support systems and the faint, persistent hiss of failing hydraulics in the distance. Jada Kaur stood up slowly, letting the tension build before she spoke. Her voice was calm, but carried over the restless murmurs like a tether in a storm. Enough, she said firmly. We're losing sight of what matters. We can argue forever about bold moves, subtle moves, or complete rebellion, but none of it means anything if we collapse before we act. Supplies, power, safety, those are our lifelines. Let's focus on what we can control first. Heads turned toward her, some reluctantly, some with the relief of a voice that could temper the chaos. Miners leaned over workstations, notebooks, and tablet screens, scribbling down observations or diagrams. The conversation shifted immediately from abstract debate to logistics. How much food remained, how long the hydroponics could survive under the current power allocations, and which oxygen recyclers were the most vulnerable. Sarah then moved quietly among the crew, observing and listening, her own mind racing. She noted Milo Trace frowning over energy allocation charts, tapping a finger nervously as if the numbers themselves might explode under pressure. She catalogued Rico Darn's fiery insistence, the way he leaned forward with clenched fists, ready to challenge anyone who hesitated, eyes bright with raw intensity. Lyra Neve sat slightly apart, jotting notes in a tablet, lips pressed tight as she considered scenarios for small-scale coordination. Tabby hovered near her side, whispering quietly, trying to balance caution with encouragement. The miners began to speak more deliberately now, brainstorming practical scenarios. If we slow output, the gravity generators will consume less energy, right? A younger miner asked, voice barely above a whisper. And that means more power for life support and hydroponics. Exactly, Jada Kaur responded. But only if we assign monitors, make sure no one overdraws power by mistake. We need accountability. Every action has to be deliberate and documented internally, at least within the crew, so no one panics and undoes progress. Rico Darn shot back immediately. Documenting internally is fine, but while we waste time checking each other, the company still moves like nothing's wrong. The hazards are real now. Machines are failing, people are hungry, and if we wait for perfection, someone's going to get hurt. That's the reality. We can't plan for safety alone. We have to assert control before disaster decides for us. Some miners flinched at the intensity of his words, yet others nodded, their own frustration and fear surfacing in agreement. The contrast between calculated caution and urgent boldness became the rhythm of the room, a pulsing tension that each miner felt in their chest. Sarah intervened carefully. Darn is right about urgency, but wrong to push recklessly. We need boldness with structure, not blind defiance. Consider the oxygen recyclers. If one fails, it could take hours to reroute power and fix it. If multiple fail at once, no amount of courage will help. That's why we start with the systems we can stabilize ourselves. Small wins first, then leverage those for bigger action. The suggestion drew nods and murmurs. Miners began plotting sequences, assigning hypothetical roles and responsibilities in case a partial slowdown or refusal of non-critical tasks was needed. Ideas flowed quickly. Monitoring energy use, assigning teams to watch hydroponics and food stores, prioritizing who would handle life support if alarms went off simultaneously. Sarah silently noted which miners naturally took the lead, who deferred, and who resisted coordination altogether. Rico leaned back slightly but didn't quiet down. All of that is planning, he said, tone sharp. Planning is good, but it doesn't change the fact that the company is indifferent. Every delayed supply, every malfunctioning generator, every minor injury adds up. That's why I say we need to combine planning with assertive steps. We test limits, we measure reactions, and we show the company we are no longer just labor units. They are accountable for us, whether they like it or not. Dren Boss muttered under his breath, show them. They don't care. His words were a reminder of the crushing reality of their isolation. Others murmured quietly, echoing doubt and caution. The room felt divided. Bold action versus careful survival. Jada Kaur raised a hand again, voice calm but insistent. We're not fighting the company yet. Not openly. These discussions aren't about mutiny. They're about survival, yes, but also preparation. If we move too fast, we risk collapse, injuries, even death. Planning, coordination, rationing, monitoring. That's the rebellion's foundation. Boldness without a base is just chaos. The crew seemed to absorb her words, some visibly relaxing, some still bristling with unspent energy. Lyra Neve spoke softly, almost to herself, yet loud enough for Tabby and the nearby miners to hear. If we do this right, small acts first, then the company will have to notice eventually. And we'll be ready. Tabby leaned in, whispering to Lyra, exactly. One step at a time, make sure no one is left behind. Test the system and each other. Build cohesion before we act bigger. Sarah then continued to catalog everything. Every whisper, every raised voice, every subtle hesitation was part of the larger picture she was forming in her mind. By the time the meeting had stretched into its second hour, miners were not just discussing possibilities. They were beginning to rehearse strategies internally, each imagining scenarios where they could survive, support one another, and take incremental control of their environment. Rico Darn, though frustrated by the measured pace, finally leaned back, hands pressed into his knees, eyes scanning the room as each miner voiced cautious ideas. He muttered under his breath, half to himself, fine, small steps. But we move, or nothing changes. By the end of the session, a tentative structure had emerged. A plan for careful slowdowns, energy monitoring, rationing, and cross-checking. Responsibilities. Even the most skeptical miners understood the logic. Fear had not dissipated, but it had gained focus, channeling itself into concrete measures rather than untempered panic. The atmosphere in the habitat was tense, expectant, and quietly charged with a sense of agency. Each miner began to recognize their own role in the fragile network forming among the crew. A network that could, if nurtured, evolve into the first concrete, coordinated steps toward real resistance. The tension in the central habitat was a living thing, thrumming through the floor panels with the faint vibration of struggling machinery. Miners leaned over makeshift maps, clusters of tablet screens, and half-assembled equipment, all of them aware that every decision carried the weight of life and death. The conversation had reached a dangerous pivot, full strike. The very word drew gasps from some, a tightening in the chest from others, and a spark of hope from a select few. Rico Darn was the first to push openly. His voice was raw with urgency. We've been ignored. Machines are failing. Rations are dwindling. And we've taken every precaution this company ignores. Enough talk. If we don't act, we'll be trapped by their indifference. A strike may be the only way to make them accountable. His fists slammed the table, sending a ripple through scattered papers and loose tools. A few miners flinched, startled by the force of his conviction, but even those who recoiled couldn't entirely hide the flicker of agreement in their eyes. Lyra Neve leaned forward, nodding subtly. He's right. We've measured, rationed, stabilized, done everything the company should be doing for us. And yet here we are, exhausted and still at their mercy. We can't keep living like this. If we coordinate, carefully, we can test their response and protect ourselves at the same time. Panic was immediate in some voices. A strike? One miner whispered harshly. We'd be cut off completely. No food, no power. If anything fails, we die. Others murmured assent, tension rippling through the crew like static. Some miners looked to Sarah Ben, waiting for a calm anchor amidst the storm of fear and ambition. Sarah's eyes swept the room, scanning every face, every anxious hand, every flicker of excitement or dread. "We're not ignoring risk," she said firmly, voice steady but not loud. "Food is limited. Power is unstable. Gravity generators fluctuate. Every action we take could trigger injury or worse. But if we do nothing, if we continue to comply blindly, we are already risking lives. The company's negligence isn't abstract, it's real, and it's immediate." Tabby spoke up, hands trembling slightly but voice steady. "What if we test first? Small slowdowns, deliberate but not total refusals. Gauge the company's reaction before committing fully. It gives us data and keeps the crew safe while still asserting some control." Her suggestion drew nods, but also a few skeptical shakes of the head. Rico scowled, leaning back with crossed arms. "Test? Fine. But if their response is zero, if they keep treating us like tools, we escalate immediately. We can't let fear paralyze us. Every day we wait is another day they get away with ignoring our survival." Tarn Fisk, who had been silent, observing every gesture and expression, finally spoke. His voice carried authority born of years in the field, measured but firm. "We need a strategic assessment. Look at where the system is weakest. Power reroutes, hydroponics, oxygen cycles. If we target carefully, we can maximize effect without immediate catastrophic risk. We identify points of leverage and protect the crew simultaneously." Sarah nodded, appreciating the clarity Fisk brought. "Exactly. This isn't blind rebellion. This is controlled pressure. We balance risk against potential gain. If we act smart, the strike could force the company to respond without unnecessarily endangering lives." Dren Boss interjected cautiously, highlighting historical examples from previous sites. Administrators ignoring complaints, crews punished for minor infractions, systems left to degrade until emergency protocols failed. "We have precedent," he said. "We know the company is capable of indifference and cruelty. Planning, preparation, and caution are the only shields we have. Even with a strike, we can't afford surprise failures." Milo Trace rubbed his temples. "We also need redundancy," he added, voice quiet but firm. "Power reroutes, backup oxygen, ration buffers. If one module fails while the strike is underway, we can't have it cascade into a disaster. Every step must be calculated." The crew fell silent for a moment, imagining the implications. Food stores were already critically low. Every hour of inaction strained supplies further. The hydroponics teetered on the edge of collapse. Gravity generators oscillated unpredictably, and morale hung by a thread. The stakes could not have been higher, yet within that tension, an unmistakable energy began to build. Solidarity. Rico Darn broke the silence. "We're ready. Not all of us, not yet, but enough to start testing. Enough to show that we won't accept indefinite neglect." He glanced at Lyra and Tabby, who nodded back. "We start small, but we escalate if they ignore us. Survival isn't optional. They've made that clear." Lyra added, "We'll coordinate roles. Who handles hydroponics, who monitors oxygen, who keeps power rerouted. Each of us has a responsibility to the others. That way, even if we slow or refuse work, no one is left vulnerable." Voices rose and fell as others joined in, debating specifics. Which drills could be paused without risking structural collapse? How to manage shift rotations to keep life support functional while signaling defiance? Where could they allocate remaining rations to minimize risk to the crew? Every contribution was measured, practical, grounded in survival even while planning rebellion. Sarah Ben remained in the background, cataloging each suggestion, weighing risk against utility, noting who hesitated, who asserted leadership, and who had the ability to influence others. Each miner's personality, skills, and temperament were now part of a growing mental map that could guide the early stages of resistance. The debate continued for hours, stretched over whispered disagreements, passionate interruptions, and cautious agreements. Tension remained palpable, but with it, a sense of cohesion emerged. A fragile, untested network of minds and intentions aligned around the single goal of crew survival and asserting some measure of control over their fate. By the end of the session, a plan of phased action had formed. Small slowdowns, selective refusals, monitoring systems, and cross-checks, enough to start testing the company without provoking immediate catastrophe. Confidence was cautious but present. Even the most fearful miners recognized that inaction was now the greater threat. As the crew disbanded, weary and alert, the air seemed charged with possibility. Fear was still there, but mingled with determination. Darn whispered to Lyra and Tavi, "Step 1 begins tomorrow. Watch, record, and support. If the company responds, we adapt. If not, we escalate." Sarah Ben lingered, scanning the room once more, noting exhausted faces, tense postures, and glimmers of resolve. The seeds of organized resistance had been planted, fragile and uncertain, but alive. The stage was set. The central habitat hummed quietly, a low vibration threading through the floor panels, carrying the echo of machinery working at its limits. The miners, exhausted from hours of repairs, rationed meals, and tense deliberations, gathered for what felt like the final stretch of the day. Their bodies were heavy with fatigue, but their minds were charged with the adrenaline and anxiety of the decisions made during the meeting. Every glance across the room, every subtle gesture of hesitation or encouragement, carried the weight of their uncertain future. Sarah Ben stood at the center, her presence calm but commanding. She let the silence stretch for a moment, letting the crew feel the enormity of the moment before speaking. "We're not in a position to act rashly," she began, voice even but resolute. "Every choice we make now carries risk. Supplies are low, systems are failing, and any misstep could lead to injury or worse. But we also cannot continue waiting for a company that will not act. They have shown us time and time again that our survival is not their priority." Rico Darn shifted in his seat, fingers drumming against the edge of a table. His eyes sparkled with determination, almost defiance. "They can ignore emails, reports, petitions, or any complaint we make. They can pretend they care from 1,000 kilometers away. But we're here, and we know what's at stake. They can't ignore us if we act together. Even small steps will send a message they can't simply delete from their logs." Tavi, sitting nearby, exchanged a glance with Lyra Neve. Both were younger, less experienced, but their eyes were bright with the first stirrings of organized thought. Tavi leaned forward slightly. "We need to be careful, but deliberate. We don't have to leap into a full strike today or tomorrow. But even small coordination, slowdowns, careful refusals, monitoring each other, can protect lives and show that we're not powerless." Lyra added softly, "It's about survival. Yes, but also about agency. If we can start observing, supporting, and coordinating in minor ways, it will prepare us for larger actions if the company continues to neglect us. We learn how to move together before risking everything." Sarah nodded, pleased with the measured voices. "Exactly. It's about establishing patterns, routines of oversight and care for one another, without drawing attention that could backfire. If we practice small coordination now, it will give us the foundation for more serious resistance later, should it be necessary." The miners began discussing specific approaches in hushed tones. Ideas flowed tentatively at first, sharing duties to lighten the load on critical systems, cross-checking rations and oxygen levels, creating logs of broken machinery that could be used as leverage in any future discussions with the company. Every suggestion was weighed with care. A single misstep could result in injury, equipment failure, or company punishment. Every step forward had to be deliberate. Rico Darn's energy was infectious. "We start small, yes," he said, voice low but intense, "but we don't hesitate when we see a way to assert control over our circumstances. If the company ignores us again, the groundwork we lay tonight will allow us to escalate without putting the crew at unnecessary risk." Even Tarn Fisk, usually measured and skeptical, leaned in. He outlined the parts of the habitat and mining operations most vulnerable to stress: the oxygen recyclers, hydroponic arrays, and gravity generators. "If we act strategically," he said, "we can signal dissatisfaction and force change without endangering lives unnecessarily. But that requires observation, coordination, and total attention to detail. We can't allow panic to drive decisions." Jada Kaur added her perspective, focusing on morale and discipline. "No matter what steps we take, we have to maintain trust. We need to support each other, keep people from overextending, and make sure everyone knows their role. Chaos will be the company's ally. We have to be methodical, patient, and deliberate." Milo Trace contributed with practical planning. "We also have to consider supply buffers, energy reserves, and how to reroute power if systems begin to fail during these early acts of coordination." Observation alone isn't enough. Preparation is just as critical as action. If any failure occurs, it must be contained and corrected immediately to prevent cascading problems. Dren Boss raised the point of communication, emphasizing subtle signals and coded routines to prevent the company from learning of their efforts prematurely. We need to be able to communicate, track progress, and identify who can lead specific operations without creating points of vulnerability. Every miner's participation must be voluntary but reliable. Sarah listened carefully, mentally mapping each miner's strengths and tendencies, cataloging who spoke decisively, who thought critically, and who might falter under pressure. The subtle assessments were as important as the tactical discussions. Knowing each other's limits and capabilities would be essential for the earliest stages of resistance. The discussion stretched long into the evening. Arguments arose, tempers flared slightly, and then subsided. Every miner was exhausted, but every miner was thinking, strategizing, imagining the implications of coordinated action. By the end of the meeting, a fragile but tangible consensus had emerged. While full-scale rebellion remained too dangerous to attempt immediately, small, controlled, coordinated acts could begin immediately, serving as tests of both morale and system vulnerabilities. Rico Darn smiled faintly, energized despite fatigue. We have a path, one step at a time. If we remain vigilant, careful, and united, the company will notice. And if they don't, we'll escalate. Tabby exhaled, relief mingling with nervous anticipation. We know what to watch for and how to support each other. It's not perfect, but it's a start. Lyra Neve nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility but also the first glimmers of real control. We're beginning to move together, even if only in small ways. That counts. That's progress. Sarah's final words were firm, calm, and resolute. Observe, record, prepare, and support. Keep morale high. Learn who can lead and who can follow. If we maintain discipline and cohesion, we can expand our actions safely. This is only the first stage. Every step we take tonight will matter tomorrow. The meeting ended with a careful shuffle of chairs, a quiet murmuring of agreement, and the subtle hum of machines. Exhaustion weighed heavily on every miner, but beneath it, a thread of resolve ran. Through the group, fear was present, but so was determination, and the first concrete seeds of organized resistance had been planted. By the time lights dimmed and shifts ended, each miner left the habitat carrying not just the burden of survival but the fragile hope of agency, and the faint, dangerous spark of rebellion. Sarah then moved through the central habitat, her boots clanging softly against the metal grating. The air smelled faintly of burnt circuits and recycled oxygen. She stopped in the middle of the room and raised her hands slightly, signaling for attention. The miners shifted around her, faces tight with exhaustion, eyes flicking nervously toward one another. The strike was about to begin, and the weight of it pressed down on every shoulder. Rico Darn was already leaning forward, his arms crossed over his chest, jaw tight. "We've been ignored for too long," he said, voice low but tense. "They've sent nothing useful. They've sent no support. Nothing. We fix their machines. We patch their hydroponics. We risk our lives. And what do? Sit back and calculate profits." His gaze swept the room, daring anyone to disagree. A few miners muttered agreement. Some stared down at the floor. Fear rippled quietly, but Darn didn't back down. He had long ago stopped caring if fear lingered. Lyra Neve bit her lip, glancing at Tabby. The two exchanged a quick, whispered look, eyes wide with worry. "We need a plan," Lyra said softly, almost to herself. "We can't just stop everything without precautions. Someone will get hurt." Tabby nodded, tugging at the edge of his gloves. "We need to know who's doing what, where the oxygen priorities are, water flow, food distribution." Sarah's gaze swept the crew. "Listen," she said. Her voice carried a calm authority that cut through the tension. "No one is going to help us. The company will not intervene. That means we take care of ourselves. But careful, deliberate action is the only way we survive. No rushing. No panic. Every move matters." Rico Darn bristled slightly but didn't interrupt. He understood her point, but his frustration simmered, ready to boil over. The strike wasn't a choice made lightly. Every miner here had been pushed to the edge for weeks. Some were tired, others terrified, and a few, like Darn, were already bristling with anger barely contained beneath the surface. Milo Trace flipped open his notebook and started listing resources. Water reserves, rations, hydroponic output, Spare parts, oxygen scrubbers. We need an accurate account of every resource before we do anything else, he said, scribbling numbers and calculations in tight, careful script. Dren Boss moved among the storage modules, separating usable parts from broken machinery. He worked quickly, silently, methodically, marking sections with colored tape. One glance from Sarah and he nodded, eyes returning immediately to his task. The miners murmured amongst themselves. Some whispered anxiously about the strike, the risk, the consequences. Others complained quietly about rationing, hunger, exhaustion, and overwork. Jada Kaur stepped forward, raising her hands for attention. Her voice was calm, even, but firm. This is not about comfort, she said. It is about survival. If you break discipline, you break the crew. And without the crew, none of us survive. A few heads nodded, others shifted uncomfortably, but the room grew quieter. Outside, the habitat trembled slightly. Gravity generators flickered, crates rattled, tools clattered against the metal floors. A panel overhead sparked, sending a brief arc of electricity across the conduit. Minor, but enough to remind everyone of the fragility around them. Rico Darn stomped a boot against the floor. We know what's at stake, he said. We can't pretend it's just another day. Either we do this ourselves, or we keep dying trying to meet impossible quotas. I don't care what the company says. We have to take control. Lyra Neve stepped closer to the younger miners. We need to watch one another, she said quietly. Safety first. If we fail each other now, this strike could end before it begins. Tabby nodded, distributing small roles to a few miners nearby. Eyes flicked nervously as tasks were assigned. Even in these early moments, coordination began to take shape. Sarah then moved silently between teams, observing. Her eyes lingered on Rico, on Milo, on Dren. She noted who was steady under pressure, who hesitated, who might panic. Every glance, every movement mattered. The strike was as much about survival as it was about proving they could act independently of the company. Arguments flared briefly over rationing. One miner complained about water allocation. Another muttered that food was being hoarded. Jada Kaur stepped in immediately, mediating firmly. There is no room for selfishness, she said. Every resource matters. Every action you take affects everyone else. Discipline is not optional. Milo Trace adjusted a valve on a hydroponic nutrient line, frowning as it hissed. If we don't monitor this carefully, the crops could die within hours, he said. Dren Boss reconfigured a power distribution array to divert energy to life support modules. Sparks flew from a faulty connection, and a brief alarm sounded, but no one panicked. Everyone acted with precision, the urgency of the strike sharpening focus. Rico paced again, muttering under his breath. We've done everything they asked, fixed everything they sent, risked everything for nothing. Now it's our turn. If we fail, it's our fault. If we succeed, he left the thought hanging, letting it fill the room. The miners shivered at the implications. Lyra Neve caught the eye of Tabby. We need to make sure everyone understands their responsibilities, she whispered. Even the youngest and newest. This is about survival, not just anger. Tabby nodded, repeating instructions quietly to a small group of miners, ensuring everyone had a clear role in monitoring oxygen, food, and water. Sarah then finally addressed the group again. We are taking control, she said. Not recklessly, not blindly, but decisively. Every step is deliberate. Every action counts. We are responsible for our own lives now. And we will succeed if we work together. A tense silence followed. Every miner considered the implications. Fear was thick, but beneath it, a tentative sense of purpose began to bloom. The strike was not just rebellion, it was survival. And in that room, under flickering lights and trembling floors, the first real unity of the crew began to solidify. The gravity generator shuddered again. Crates slid slightly across the floor. Milo adjusted a brace. Dren checked wiring. Tabby reminded two newer miners to secure loose tools. Lyra whispered reassurance to a young technician trembling near the back. And Sarah then, standing in the middle of it all, breathed, feeling the weight and promise of the strike settling into place. For the first time in months, the crew moved not for the company, not for quotas, not for unseen administrators. They moved for themselves. Every task, every adjustment, every measured step reinforced that truth. And despite the exhaustion, despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, they began to feel something that had been absent for too long: control. The strike had begun. The air trembled with the hum of approaching ships. The company collection vessels moved toward the habitat, metal hulks designed to strip the KBO of every ounce of ore. Miners froze in place, eyes narrowing, scanning for weak points and potential hazards. Every pulse of light across the hull seemed like a warning. Rico Darn stepped forward, his jaw tight. No loading. Not a single crate leaves while we're on strike. His tone carried authority born of desperation. Some miners nodded, others hesitated, their hands hovering over controls, torn between fear and the new resolve swelling inside them. Milo Trace immediately began organizing the defensive teams. Dren, with me. Tabby, you coordinate the habitat bays. Make sure all automated loaders are offline, and seal the access points. He didn't wait for replies. Instructions were barked and received in rapid succession. Everyone moved, bodies tense, muscles coiled for sudden action. Dren Voss ran a quick sweep of the storage units. His fingers brushed over crates and racks, checking seals and identifying weak points. These bays are exposed. If they push hard, the rails could jam or snap. He shared the details in clipped sentences, directing miners to apply temporary locks and disable motors without causing structural damage. The team moved like a single organism, fluid yet fraught with strain. A low murmur spread across the habitat. Some miners protested quietly, worried about retaliation from company security or the risk of damaging vital equipment. Rico ignored the hesitations, his gaze sharp. We either protect ourselves, or we let them take everything. Nothing in between. Lyra Neve stepped between two arguing miners, her hands out. Focus. We keep people safe first, then the equipment. Nobody gets hurt because of fear or hesitation. Her voice was calm but firm. Younger miners nodded, some drawing courage from her steadiness, while a few of the veterans gritted their teeth, unwilling to show weakness. Tabby moved through the crew, checklist in hand. Hydroponic modules offline, oxygen rerouted, batteries redistributed. Everyone knows their post and stay alert. The coordination was precise, almost militaristic. Every action minimized risk while maximizing control. The habitat became a tense theater of preparation. Outside, the company ships edged closer. Metallic docking arms extended, scanners whirring. Automated instructions blinked on displays, insisting that loading operations commence. The miners didn't flinch. Tarn Fisk moved alongside Rico, checking mechanical overrides and securing vulnerable nodes. They'll push. We need to hold every access point. He didn't add warnings. Words weren't needed. The danger was palpable. A sudden spark from a misaligned power conduit sent a hiss of static across the floor. A miner yelped, stepping back as Milo grabbed a fire-resistant blanket to smother it. Stay sharp, Milo barked, tension snapping in his voice. We can't afford mistakes now. The crew stiffened, eyes darting, every muscle aware of the fragile balance between control and chaos. Rico surveyed the habitat bays. He could see the tension in each posture, the way younger miners hesitated before touching controls, how the older ones tightened their grips on tools, unspoken challenges in their eyes. He called out, voice carrying, stick to the plan, no improvisation beyond safety. We're doing this together. Arguments flared, short bursts of frustration. One miner demanded they destroy the automated loaders completely to ensure nothing left. Another insisted that any physical confrontation with the collection ships could be suicidal. Lyra Neve and Tabby moved quickly, calming tensions, reminding everyone of priorities. Life first, property second, discipline always. Dren Voss returned from a quick inspection of the forward storage bays. Motors secured, rails locked. Any attempt to override will trip safety interlocks. We can hold them off for now, but the next hour is critical. His voice carried a measured urgency. He handed spare locking plates to a pair of miners, who worked swiftly to reinforce vulnerable docking clamps. Rico Darn checked the perimeter monitors. Flickering lights from company sensors scanned the habitat exterior, probing for weaknesses. Ignore the lights. Focus on the access points. They can see, but they can't touch us if we stay vigilant. His words galvanized the crew. The tension didn't ease, but it focused into action. Tabby moved again, clipboard in hand, calling out updates. Water rerouted, food rations distributed, batteries allocated for emergency systems. Hydroponics on standby. Everyone knows their role. Everyone stays in position. Each announcement was met with silent nods. No applause, no relief, only the recognition that failure was a step away. Minutes stretched into hours as the company's ships idled, waiting, scanning, sending automated warnings. The miners responded with quiet precision. Milo Trace monitored power levels, adjusting reroutes to avoid overloads. Dren Boss continued inspecting every docking mechanism. Lyra Neve and Tavi walked between stations, calming nerves, checking that no one had strayed or panicked. Tarn Fisk remained at the primary overrides, a sentinel ready to act. Rico finally spoke again, voice low but firm. "We're doing this. Nothing leaves. We protect each other first, everything else second. Remember, they rely on us more than we rely on them." The statement wasn't a pep talk. It was a warning, a promise, and a challenge all at once. The crew absorbed it, some shivering with fear, others burning with determination. Hours passed in tense silence punctuated by small, rapid bursts of activity. Miners tested locks, double-checked circuits, exchanged whispered instructions. The company ships loomed, patience wearing thin. Automated docking lights blinked, warnings repeated, but the crew didn't move from their posts. Every creak, every spark, every shift in gravity was a test of will, coordination, and trust. By the time the ships finally retreated, scanners still probing, the miners allowed themselves a brief exhale. No one cheered. There was only a shared glance of cautious triumph, relief tempered by the knowledge that this was only the first test of their collective resolve. The strike was real. The stand against the company was no longer theoretical. They had survived the first challenge. Rico Darn's chest rose and fell, eyes scanning the crew. "This is what it looks like. Stick together. Protect each other. We do it our way, or we fail alone." Silence followed, heavy but charged. The crew, exhausted and tense, returned to monitoring and repair tasks, knowing that every moment of vigilance could prevent disaster. The strike had begun, not just as refusal of orders, but as proof of their growing independence. The habitat hummed with mechanical life, but it was an anxious, brittle hum. Gravity generators shifted unpredictably, their rhythmic pulses forcing miners to brace against sudden weight fluctuations. One slip, one misstep, could send them colliding with equipment, with walls, or worse, with each other. Rico Darn moved quickly along the narrow corridors, checking connections, tightening bolts, and barking terse instructions. "Watch your step. That conduit's loose." His voice carried over the machinery hum, authoritative, sharp, a mix of fear and defiance. The crew responded with a tense nod, some biting their lips, some shaking their heads at the sheer exhaustion on their faces. Milo Trace crouched near a failing oxygen recycler, tools spread around him like a battlefield. Sparks leapt from exposed wiring. His hands moved with deliberate precision, salvaging pieces of circuits and connectors from broken panels. "If we reroute these, we can keep oxygen stable for another cycle," he muttered, mostly to himself. Dren Boss hovered nearby, clipboard in hand, noting the repairs, marking which components could be reused, which were too damaged. "Don't let it overload," Dren said, glancing at Milo. "We can't afford another shutdown tonight." His tone was careful, controlled, trying to balance urgency and calm. Milo nodded without replying, eyes glued to the delicate wiring. Elsewhere, Lyra Neve moved between teams, her hands guiding nervous miners through water distribution adjustments and hydroponic reroutes. "Keep the pressure steady. Don't let it spike," she urged. Her voice had a quiet authority, encouraging those too young or too jittery to act decisively on their own. She saw the fear in their eyes and fought against it with every word. Small arguments flared. One miner accused another of hoarding power allocations for personal stations. Another argued that the hydroponics should be sacrificed for oxygen stability. Rico jumped into the middle of one debate. "We don't get to pick favorites. Priorities are survival, period. Everyone's alive or no one is." The sharpness in his tone stilled the argument, but the tension lingered like a bad taste. Tavi moved with precise energy, monitoring each system's performance. "Flow's stabilizing, but we can't push the batteries too hard. Rotate teams every hour to check readings." His instructions were calm, methodical. He didn't shout, didn't gesture. He simply moved, commanding respect through efficiency. Jada Core patrolled the corridors, keeping miners aware of their own fatigue. She reminded them to breathe, to step back from a task if their hands trembled, to take brief rests. It wasn't authority as much as stewardship, but it mattered. Exhaustion was as dangerous as the failing machinery. Tarn Fisk and Rico collaborated to reinforce the gravity generator nodes. Sparks flew from improvised connections, the air thick with ozone. If this doesn't hold, we're talking serious injuries, Tarn warned, ducking as a panel popped loose. Rico grunted, adjusting the panel. We hold it. That's non-negotiable. Across the habitat, Dren Boss reconfigured storage bays to maximize efficiency. Crates were stacked tighter but secured with emergency braces. Every spare inch of space was used to prevent the company's collection ships, or even an accident, from causing catastrophic loss. He marked critical supplies with color-coded tags, assigning miners to monitor water, rations, and repair parts. Sudden alarms shrieked as another gravity spike sent a loose crate sliding down a corridor. Lyra Neve jumped, catching it before it struck a corner. "Careful, this isn't a game," she shouted, her voice carrying the stress and fear of a near miss. The miner she saved exhaled shakily, hands trembling as he steadied himself against a support beam. Rico's team took over a blocked conduit. He barked rapid instructions, cutting power to non-essential circuits, rerouting flow, and making emergency connections. Sparks ignited near his boots, and he kicked them aside without breaking focus. "Step back," he shouted. "This is going to be tight." The miner beside him hesitated, but Rico grabbed his shoulder. Now, they worked in silence except for the hiss of electricity and the snap of wiring connectors. Milo moved on to the hydroponic water pumps. A misaligned seal threatened to leak nutrient solution across the floor. He adjusted it, sweat dripping into his eyes, the smell of ozone and recycled air thick around him. "One wrong move, and we lose the plants, and that's food gone," he muttered. Lyra Neve knelt beside him, offering an extra hand, steadying the fragile equipment. Tabby's voice cut through again. "Heads up, oxygen levels fluctuating slightly, monitor closely." Miners adjusted valves and watched displays, eyes darting from meters to panels to each other. Every action had consequences. Every delay could escalate into disaster. Arguments continued, but the tone changed. Fear mixed with determination, frustration with ingenuity. Miners who had argued earlier found themselves collaborating instinctively, anticipating each other's movements. Rico worked with a miner who had been defiant earlier, their movements synchronized in tense and spoken coordination. Lyra Neve encouraged a pair of younger miners to finish a hydroponics repair, their hands trembling but guided by her patience. Hours passed in a blur of minor crises. Sparks, alarms, spilled water, failing lights, shifting gravity, every challenge tested their coordination. Tabby rotated crews, checking vitals, guiding exhausted miners to brief rests without leaving critical systems unmanned. Milo recalculated oxygen distribution twice, adjusting flow rates and battery reserves. Dren Boss tracked the status of every module, cross-referencing with available resources, suggesting small course corrections to prevent cascading failures. At one point, a panel fell near Tarn Fisk, narrowly missing him. He muttered a curse, kicked the debris aside, and continued working. Rico shouted, "Watch the panels. We're not looking for accidents." The warning was both literal and figurative. The dangers weren't just mechanical, but human. Fatigue, fear, miscommunication. By late evening, a fragile rhythm emerged. Teams moved like cogs in a tense, exhausted machine. Miners could anticipate what others needed without being told, offering assistance, sharing tools, and quietly correcting errors before they became hazards. The discipline was not imposed, it was earned, hard-won through shared peril. Lyra Neve knelt by a young miner who had been panicked earlier. "You're doing fine," she said softly. "Keep going. We need you steady." The boy nodded, wiping sweat and grime from his face, and returned to monitoring a critical valve. Rico paused by the gravity node, breathing hard, eyes scanning the habitat. The crew was battered, sweat-soaked, nerves frayed, but they were functioning. Not perfectly, not safely enough to relax, but functioning, independent, self-reliant. Milo glanced at the oxygen recycler displays. "Levels stable, for now," he said, though his jaw was tight. "We can hold through the night if no major failures pop up." Tabby moved past him, checking water lines and generator backups. "Everyone knows what to do. Everyone stays alert. Nobody slips up, nobody acts rashly. We hold together." The strike had begun, but this section of the strike was more than refusing company orders. It was a test of survival, of coordination, of trust under pressure. Each miner had seen the stark truth. Without each other, they were nothing. With each other, they might just endure. The night stretched on, the hum of systems, the occasional hiss of air, the distant groan of settling metal filling the habitat. The crew worked, argued, adjusted, and endured. By the time they allowed themselves a brief pause, a silent acknowledgement passed through the team. Independence had a price, but it was a price they were ready to pay. The first drone appeared without warning, hovering near the habitat's docking bay, its lights blinking a cold, mechanical red. Automated messages played in looped bursts, insistent and sterile. Compliance is recommended. Production must continue. Failure to cooperate will result in consequences. The words, though calm, sounded like threats to ears already tuned to fear and frustration. Rico Darn gestured sharply. Ignore it. That's not here to help us. Treat it like a hazard, like one of those fucking gravity spikes. His voice cut through the air, urgent and sharp. Some miners froze, uncertainty and instinct clashing in their minds, while others immediately grabbed improvised tools, ready to intercept the drone if necessary. Tarn Fisk stepped forward, assessing the situation with a calculated eye. We can't just swing at it blindly. It could damage our systems, hurt someone. Split into teams, one for deflection, one to maintain operations. He barked orders, moving fast to organize volunteers. Miners shuffled nervously into groups, some armed with padded barriers, others with simple shields and ropes. Improvisation was their only option. Company-issued safety protocols were useless here. Lyra Neve's voice rose softly above the low murmur of preparation. Keep your focus on critical systems. Hydroponics and oxygen lines come first. Don't let the drones distract you from what actually keeps us alive. She guided a pair of younger miners to check water flow while simultaneously monitoring the hydroponics sensors. Her calm, measured tone contrasted sharply with the panic spreading among a few hesitant crew members. The first skirmish erupted when a drone dipped low, attempting to inspect a storage bay. A miner swung a reinforced panel, narrowly missing the delicate sensors inside the habitat. The drone emitted a high-pitched whine but hovered back, unhurt. Careful, Rico shouted. We can't risk taking out our own systems. Tabby moved among the teams, checking that everyone had a role and that coverage for critical operations remained intact. Don't just chase them. Observe, track, anticipate. Protect people first, equipment second. Everyone clear? Heads nodded, some hesitantly, some with grim determination. Tabby's hands flew over a compad, coordinating teams and rerouting attention to high-risk zones. Dren Boss and Milo Trace had taken positions near the main oxygen recycler. If that drone damages airflow, we're screwed, Milo said, voice tight, eyes scanning the hovering machine. Dren nodded, clutching a control lever that could jolt a magnetic shield to deflect low-flying objects. Both miners crouched, waiting, alert to every flicker of movement, every sound of servo motors. Rico and Tarn moved with purpose, signaling one team to intercept the drone attempting to reach the outer dock. They improvised hooks, wires, and netting, coordinating silently with glances and hand signals honed from weeks of stress. Every step, every motion, was a balance of precision and urgency. One misstep could tear a suit, damage a crucial panel, or even start a chain reaction that might cripple the habitat. A second drone appeared, faster, more insistent, weaving between beams and utility conduits. Panic rippled briefly through the miners near the hydroponics. One of them stumbled, bumping a nutrient valve and causing a hiss of escaping fluid. Lyra Neve lunged forward, steadying both the panicked miner and the valve. Eyes on the task, one thing at a time. We keep control, not chaos. Her voice was soft but fierce, calming fear with authority born of competence rather than rank. The drones circled like cold predators, sensors scanning, lights flashing. Rico signaled a strike team. Two miners moved forward with reinforced paddles, nudging the drone off course while avoiding contact with the habitat wall. Sparks flew from a metal conduit when the drone brushed it, and one miner yelped, clutching his arm. Tarn ran forward, grabbing him and dragging him to safety, muttering, "Keep moving, keep your head. We're not losing anyone to a goddamn machine." Tabby monitored oxygen, gravity, and power levels, shouting updates. Flows holding, hydroponics stable for now, don't push yourself. Rotate out if you're shaking. The combination of fear and adrenaline was palpable, but the crew was slowly finding a rhythm, coordinating instinctively under pressure. Milo and Dren worked side by side, patching a critical oxygen conduit that had been grazed by a low-flying drone. "Hold the panel steady," Milo barked. Sparks arced dangerously close, the heat making his gloves uncomfortable. Dren nodded, muscles straining, eyes fixed on the delicate repairs. A stray wire sparked again, and Milo muttered, "Jesus, just hold together." A sudden panic flared as another drone descended near the hydroponics array. A miner froze, hands in the air, eyes wide. Lyra Neve rushed to her side, tugging her back. "We don't fight blindly. Focus on what matters. Hydroponics intact, then distract them." With a practiced sweep, Lyra guided her team, nudging the drone away using padded barriers, wires, and quick thinking. The miners learned quickly. Improvised measures became more precise, more coordinated. Rico's team anticipated the drone's flight paths. Tarn's squad set up defensive nets to catch or redirect the drones without triggering damage to the habitat. Tabby tracked the status of critical systems, calling out warnings before errors became emergencies. Even miners who had initially panicked began to understand the rhythm, anticipating tasks and helping each other without needing direct orders. Hours passed in tense bursts. Each encounter with a drone tested their nerves, skill, and cooperation. Oxygen fluctuated, gravity shifts sent unsecured tools clattering, and minor injuries occurred, but the crew adapted instantly. Each crisis was a lesson. Collective action under pressure was not optional, it was survival. Rico moved through the habitat, shouting directions, lifting morale, and coordinating tactical maneuvers. "Every drone we stop keeps us alive. Keep your heads." His energy was relentless, feeding off the tension and adrenaline around him. Lyra Neve circulated calmly among the crews, checking vital systems, reassuring panicked miners, and quietly offering encouragement. Tabby's precision in monitoring and coordination became indispensable, ensuring that even as some miners confronted danger, critical operations continued. By nightfall, the drones hovered reluctantly at a safe distance, their inspection loops less effective as the miners' vigilance forced them to retreat from immediate interference. The crew exhaled collectively, tension spilling slowly out in small gestures, hands running through hair, leaning against consoles, brief quiet murmurs of relief. Yet the underlying strain remained, the knowledge that the corporate eye was watching, always present, unyielding, and indifferent. Sarah Venn observed from her position near the command center. Her face was impassive, but her eyes scanned constantly, measuring responses, noting who had faltered under pressure, who had risen. The strike was no longer just about refusing company orders. It was about proving that the miners could survive independently, think strategically, and act decisively under constant, unpredictable threat. Tarn and Rico checked the last deflection nets, giving final adjustments. "That should keep them from getting too close," Tarn said, chest heaving. Rico gave a short nod, then gestured to the rest of the team. "Good work. Stay sharp. They'll try again." Even amid exhaustion, the miners felt a spark of confidence. They were holding territory, defending the habitat, keeping critical systems running, and, crucially, standing together. The night stretched long and silent for moments, but the echo of drones and the distant buzz of alarms lingered. They were tested, they were strained, but they had survived the first night of drone interference. The hardships solidified the miners' self-reliance. Improvisation, coordination, and trust were no longer optional, they were their lifeline. And the knowledge that the company's presence could be countered, that threats could be mitigated without surrendering, left a brittle but growing sense of empowerment. By the end of the night, the crew regrouped briefly, trading small reassurances, checking vital systems once more. Rico, Lyra, and Tabby exchanged silent nods. The strike was fragile, the tension unrelenting, but the miners had faced external interference and survived. The stakes were clear, the risks constant, and the crew understood the magnitude of their independence. They were alone, but no longer helpless. Night had fallen across the frozen expanse of the Kuiper Belt, the low sun long gone, leaving the habitat encased in the quiet hum of recycled air and the distant glint of icy debris. The miners moved with slow, deliberate steps, exhaustion etched into every line of their bodies. Small groups gathered near the central dining module, carrying trays of carefully rationed food. Even the act of eating felt like a tactical exercise, every crumb measured, every sip of water precious. Rico Darn sat at the edge of one cluster, his eyes scanning the tired faces of the crew. He spoke quietly, leaning forward so only the nearest miners could hear. Tomorrow, we maintain the strike. Nothing leaves these docks unless we say so. Every system we can hold must stay operational. We can't slip up. His words, quiet but firm, carried authority. A few miners nodded, swallowing hard, the weight of their new responsibilities settling over them. Across the room, Sarah Vin moved from group to group, her presence calm but commanding. She checked on oxygen levels, asked quietly about power fluctuations, and noted the performance of critical systems. Each response fed into her mental map of the crew's capabilities and weaknesses. She spoke softly to those who faltered under the strain, reinforcing confidence without shame. We're still standing. That counts for something. Focus on what you can control, not what the company might do. Her tone struck a balance between reassurance and discipline, a guide for a crew learning independence under fire. Jada Kaur sat with a small group of nervous miners, offering quiet guidance. Keep talking to one another. If someone's struggling, step in. Don't let fear fracture us. She distributed small rations with care, ensuring the younger or more exhausted miners had their share. Her methodical approach reassured some, while for others it became a quiet anchor amid the chaos of untested independence. Tabby and Lyra Neve circulated among the tables, observing body language and offering subtle encouragement. They whispered reminders about checking systems during breaks and advised pairs to keep watch over one another, reinforcing a sense of community. Lyra knelt beside one of the newer miners, placing a hand on his shoulder. You've got this. Just focus on your task and your partner. We survive together. The words, simple and grounding, carried far more weight than any corporate edict ever had. Milo, Trace, and Dren Boss moved between workstations, reviewing their makeshift repair plans one last time before the night fully set in. Milo checked the oxygen flow, tracing lines of salvaged tubing for leaks. Dren tested the emergency power circuits, noting weak points that might fail if the strike continued another day. They spoke in low tones, their conversations technical and precise, ensuring that critical systems would remain operational without drawing undue attention to failures that could escalate panic. A low murmur of conversation spread through the habitat as miners shared small victories from the day. A duct patched without oxygen loss, a gravity fluctuation averted, a hydroponics tray saved from collapse. Each miner's success was celebrated quietly, almost ritualistically, as if acknowledging survival itself had become an achievement. Pride and exhaustion mingled, the crew simultaneously buoyed and drained by the reality of their self-reliance. Outside, the faint hum of the Kuiper Belt's environment pressed against the reinforced walls of the habitat. The dark expanse, punctuated by glinting ice and distant, cold stars, reminded them of isolation, but also of the vastness of their capability. They were cut off from the company, yes, but they had control over their immediate surroundings. Every valve adjusted, every rationed meal, every monitored oxygen line was proof that they could act independently, without waiting for directives that never arrived. Rico leaned back, scanning the room one last time before the meal concluded. We need to keep this momentum. Every check, every repair, every step is part of holding the line. We're not just surviving, we're building the framework for what comes next. His eyes lingered on Sarah and Jada as they coordinated quietly among the crew. The two women nodded subtly, acknowledging his words while maintaining their own watchful attention to the miners' morale. The younger miners, still wide-eyed and tense, clutched trays tightly, glancing around at those who had been through longer rotations. Tabby crouched near a cluster of them. Rest now if you can, but don't let your guard down. Work together, watch one another. Every mistake we avoid is a life saved. The words were repeated like a mantra, embedding discipline without fear, a subtle preparation for the days ahead. Lyra Neve moved to the hydroponics module, checking nutrient flow and water cycles. Even during the strike, plants sustain us. Hydroponics first, always. Remember that, she instructed, her voice carrying over the low hum of water pumps and power relays. The miners listened and absorbed, recognizing that survival required attention to the smallest details as much as the largest actions. The communal meal wound down slowly. Miners pushed trays back to the sanitation area, returning to workstations to perform last-minute checks. Milo rechecked oxygen lines, Dren reset a circuit breaker, and Rico conducted a quick walkthrough, ensuring that all teams had clear priorities for the night. Sarah lingered near the command console, silent but alert, eyes scanning data readouts, body language radiating control. Even in exhaustion, subtle signs of empowerment were visible. Miners exchanged nods of acknowledgement, reassured each other quietly, and double-checked critical systems together. Tasks that had been frantic and chaotic earlier in the day now fell into a rhythm, small teams moving almost instinctively to balance duties. Fear remained, yes, but confidence was emerging in equal measure. The night deepened, lights dimmed to conserve energy, and the hum of machinery became a constant, comforting undercurrent. Miners rotated through brief rest periods, some finding moments of sleep, others keeping watch. Conversations softened to hushed tones, reflections on the day, observations of how the crew had handled challenges, whispers of strategies for the days to come. Each word, each exchange, reinforced the fragile unity that had begun to take root. Rico Darn finally lowered his voice and addressed a small circle of miners, outlining potential next steps. We can hold this line. We can coordinate repairs, monitor the systems, ration carefully. Every day, we grow stronger in what we can do ourselves. Don't rely on anyone else. Watch, learn, act. That's how we survive and push forward. His tone was steady, inspiring quiet attention rather than chaos. The final moments of the night were spent checking oxygen, water, and gravity systems one last time. Milo and Dren double-checked temporary repairs. Tabby confirmed schedules for system monitoring, and Lyra ensured hydroponics were stable for the night cycle. Sarah moved through the habitat, placing reassuring hands on shoulders, nodding at those who had performed well, silently noting those who might need guidance in the days ahead. By the end of the night, the crew was exhausted, bodies weighted by fatigue, but minds sharpened by the successful enforcement of the strike. Small smiles and nods of acknowledgement passed quietly. Miners understood, more than they had before, that they could act independently, manage resources, and protect one another. The company's control was limited. The crew's self-reliance was growing. As lights dimmed and the central habitat quieted, there was a fragile but undeniable sense of empowerment. The miners had stopped working for the company, they had maintained critical systems, and they had survived confrontations with external threats. Fear remained, but it was now tempered by confidence, coordination, and the knowledge that, together, they could endure. The night stretched on. Outside, the frozen Kuiper Belt remained indifferent, but inside the habitat, a quiet determination had been forged. The crew would face tomorrow, and the challenges it would bring, with a mix of caution, courage, and cooperation. They were alone, but no longer helpless. The cluster of habitats lay quiet under the dim light of the Kuiper Belt. Even the distant stars seemed sharper, colder, reflecting off the metal surfaces of the mining modules. The faint glimmer of reflected starlight danced across antenna arrays and hull panels, giving the impression that the structures themselves were shivering. Here they come, Rico Darn muttered, his voice low, tense. He pointed toward the faint silhouettes far off in the void. Collection ships, enforcement drones. Tarn Fisk glanced up, narrowing his eyes. They're not just passing by. They're coming straight for us. He ran a hand over the nearest barricade panel, feeling the cold metal under his gloves. Everyone knows what that means. Be ready. Rico barked out instructions. Positions. Now. Barricades up. Weapons online. No mistakes. The words carried urgency, but also a rhythm. The crew had learned over months to respond to commands in sync. Even the faint hum of machinery in the habitats seemed to respond to his voice, vibrating in time with a tension that wrapped the crew like a second skin. Lyra Neve moved quickly toward the younger miners. Stay with me. Watch your partner. Don't go running off. She crouched low near a support beam, her voice soft but firm. Keep your eyes open. Follow my lead. A pair of teenagers nodded, trembling slightly as they gripped energy rods they barely understood. One of them muttered under his breath, "Do they even know we're down here?" Lyra shot him a glance, a faint, dry smile tugging at her lips. They will, but right now, we've got each other. That's all that matters. Sarah Venn stood back, tapping at the console. Power to life support is stable, she said quietly, not really to anyone. Gravity's holding, oxygen's nominal. Hydroponics at 58%. Don't let anything slip. Her eyes scanned the habitat, noting who was calm, who was shaking, who might panic under pressure. She could feel the pulse of the place, the collective heartbeat of the crew amplified by her own. Each flicker of the lights, each hiss of air moving through the ducts, sounded louder in her ears, and she knew that one misstep could cascade into chaos. Jada Core moved between them, checking each miner's station. "Keep talking," she said. "Eyes on your sectors. Check your ammo. Remember the rules. Fire only if necessary. Communication clear. Understood?" She received a chorus of murmured acknowledgments. A few younger miners looked up at her, uncertain, and she gave them a steadying nod. "You've got this. Just watch, listen, respond. One step at a time." Rico's voice cut through again. "Tarn, cover the south entrance. Milo, Dren, get those power conduits in sequence. We cannot have life support fluctuating while these idiots try to dock. Tabby, monitor the structure. Any breach, you call it, immediately." Tarn grunted. "South entrance secured, but they're circling closer. If one of those drones drops too low." He gestured at the approaching blinking silhouettes. "We're not letting them near the bays." His fingers drummed against the barricade, restless but controlled. Rico's lips tightened. "No, we're not." He walked past the barricade he had just positioned, nodding at each miner. "Keep steady. Don't let fear take control. Remember what's at stake. Your life. Everyone's life here. Got it? Got it," murmured Milo Trace, tapping conduits to reroute emergency power. Sparks leapt briefly as he adjusted the flow. "Everything's online. Weapons, backup systems, sensors, green across the board." Dren Boss added, "And all storage bays are locked. No way they can just snag ore while we're watching." He glanced at the reinforced bay doors, giving them a confident nod. Rico glanced back at the incoming ships. "Good. Don't think for a second that this ends peacefully. They'll try to intimidate first. Keep your heads down if you have to. But if they touch a crate, if one drone lands, fire." Lyra leaned on a railing, checking on two younger miners. "Easy. Breathe. You can do this. Just watch me. One step at a time." Her tone had the effect she hoped. Trembling hands stopped twitching. Eyes followed her movements instead of the approaching menace. "Not supply ships," Tarn muttered, almost to himself. "Not survey ships. Not friendly ones." He tapped the side of his helmet. "And the company? They won't negotiate." Jada's hand clapped on his shoulder. "I know, but they're still human, or something like it. Keep focus. You're not alone." The first drone dipped lower, sensors glowing faint red. It hovered just above the outer dock, mechanical wings humming. Rico signaled with a hand. "Hold fire." "Wait, Rico," whispered a miner near the barricade. "What if they try to grab the containers anyway?" "They will," Rico said without hesitation. "That's when you shoot. Just remember, aim for their systems, not the hull. We don't want an explosion if we can avoid it." Sarah finally spoke up, her voice calm but firm. "Gravity stable, oxygen stable. Barricades in place. This is not chaos, it's coordination. Don't let adrenaline override that." The crew exchanged glances, some nodding, some swallowing hard. The reality hit them fully. The company was here, armed, ready, and willing to escalate. "Everyone ready?" Rico said, voice rising just enough to be heard. "This is the first real test. Eyes open, stay tight, cover your sectors, and remember, this is about survival, not glory. Survival." Tabby crouched by a structural support console. "I've checked the hull integrity. It will hold, for now. Any breach, and we have protocols. Just stay in position, follow orders." Lyra Neve added, "And keep talking. Don't let silence freak you out. One shout, one instruction, keeps everyone in sync. Don't stop moving your eyes, hands, or mind." Milo Trace muttered under his breath, "I hate that they're right out there, like vultures circling." Dren Boss whispered, "Vultures with lasers." A small, humorless laugh spread among a few miners, easing tension slightly. The company ships edged closer. Engines thrummed softly but steadily, a mechanical heartbeat in the silent void. The drones hovered, blinking, scanning, poised. Rico Darn's hand rested on the first barricade, energy weapon in the other. "If they come down, we stop them. We hold this habitat. We survive. Understand?" "Understood," came voices from every corner, the words shaky in some, firm in others. Sarah Ben's eyes flicked from the approaching fleet to each miner. "No mistakes, no panic, no hesitation. We survive together or not at all." The first movement of the drones brought tension to a snap. Rico's signal hand went up again. Hold, don't fire. Every metallic creak of the habitat felt amplified. Air filters hummed, consoles clicked. Even the faint hiss of residual heat in the hull made the crew flinch. And there, in the gray-blue dim of the Kuiper Belt, the miners waited. Hearts pounding, fingers flexing, eyes wide. The company had arrived, and nothing would be the same. Every second stretched endlessly. Every miner sound, every console beep, every creak of the habitat echoed in their heads. The calm before the storm, fragile but charged with purpose, stretched until even the silence seemed to vibrate with potential violence. The faint shimmer of distant star clusters made the shadows stretch across the habitat walls. Lights flickered briefly as a surge of power ran through the conduits, and Milo muttered, "Keep it steady, keep it steady." The words repeated almost rhythmically, a small mantra in the tense silence. Rico's eyes caught the reflection of a drone's hull. "They're measuring us," he muttered. "Every move, every breath." Lyra squeezed a younger miner's shoulder. "Don't let them see your fear. Not yet, not ever." And in that weightless, frozen space, with the Kuiper Belt stretching infinitely around them, the crew understood one truth. Once the company crossed this boundary, there would be no going back. Survival wasn't just about tools or barricades. It was about nerve, coordination, and the will to fight together or die divided. The company ship drifted closer, massive and gleaming coldly against the dim Kuiper Belt light. Its docking clamps extended, mechanical arms reaching toward the storage module, and the hovering drones flanked it like scouts. Rico Darn's eyes narrowed. "They're trying to latch. Ready positions, now." His voice cut across the habitat like a whip. Tarn Fisk's hands flew over barricade controls. Sparks hissed where energy fields snapped into place. "South entrance secured," he muttered, voice low but firm. "But they're circling closer. One misstep, and a drone touches down. We're not letting it near the bays." He leaned against the barricade, scanning, calculating trajectories. "Hold your angles. Check your flanks." "Got it," Milo Trace said, crouched beside a conduit bank, rerouting power to life support and the emergency weapons grid. Sparks leapt in miniature arcs across the metal, tiny fireworks against the dim light. Flows stable, sensors, backup systems, energy rifles, all green. Dren Voss adjusted the storage bay locks, double-checking the seals. "Bays secure. They can't grab a single crate without us noticing," he said, giving the reinforced doors a satisfied thump. "We'll see them try." The first drone descended slightly, red sensors sweeping over the barricades, tracing shadows, measuring gaps. Rico raised a hand. "Hold fire. Wait until it touches. Target systems, not hull. No explosions if we can avoid them." One of the younger miners whispered, voice tight, "What if they get the containers anyway?" "They will try," Rico said without hesitation. "That's when you strike. Focus. Aim for engines, clamps, sensors. Don't let panic dictate movement." His words hung in the recycled air, steadying trembling hands along the barricades. Lyra Neve crouched near the young pair, murmuring softly, "Easy. Breathe. Keep your eyes on me. One step at a time." Her hand brushed a shoulder, grounding them. "Follow my lead. Don't rush, don't panic. Watch the drone, not your fear." Their trembling slowed, fingers tightening around energy rods. Tarn's voice dropped, almost a growl. "Not supply ships, not survey ships, not friendly ones. And the company? They won't negotiate." He tapped his helmet, eyes locked on the approaching mechanical menace, noting every shift, every adjustment. Jada Core moved from barricade to barricade, checking stances, weapons, and breathing. "Eyes on your sectors. Communication open. Fire only when necessary." She nodded at each miner in turn. "You're not alone." Rico glanced back at the incoming ship, its docking arm extended, reaching for a storage clamp. "They're testing us, trying to provoke a mistake. Don't give it to them." "Gravity stable, oxygen stable, barricades ready," Sarah Venn said quietly from her console. She tapped at panels, eyes flicking between displays. "Hydroponics at 58%. Power flows are even. Keep this coordinated, not chaotic." Control beats adrenaline every time. Tabby crouched beside a structural support console, fingers hovering over monitors. "Hull is holding. Pressure's nominal. Breaches trigger alarms, and we respond. Follow your orders. No improvising unless absolutely necessary." Rico's gaze swept the crew. This isn't a drill. They're armed, they're trained, they're expecting us to flinch. Don't. Every shot counts. Every movement counts. Cover your partner. Check your angles. The drone adjusted its hover, claws and clamps glinting faint red. Tarn muttered, one misstep, and they've got a foothold. Keep them outside our reach. Don't flinch. Milo muttered under his breath. I hate that they're right out there, like vultures circling. Vultures with lasers, Dren added, a humorless laugh escaping him, tension easing slightly for those nearby. The drone's sensor sweep passed over their positions, mechanical humming filling the habitat. Every miner felt the weight of it. One wrong move, and the first confrontation could turn deadly. Rico's hand rested on the barricade, energy rifle ready, fingers flexing. If they come down, we stop them. Protect every bay. Survive. Understood? Understood, came the chorus, voices mixed, some steady, some trembling, but all determined. The first skirmish was brief but violent. Rico gave the signal, and the drones tested their patience. A mechanical wing grazed a barricade, sparks flaring. Milo targeted the drone's sensor array with a careful pulse from a turret. Red lights blinked in malfunction, and the ship hesitated. Dren rerouted energy to reinforce the barricade's shield. Don't let them breach, Tarn shouted, voice harsh, scanning the airspace above. Watch your corners, eyes on every gap. Lyra barked instructions, shepherding younger miners through emergency movements. Back away from the edges. Cover your partner. Keep communication. Hands moved quickly to correct trembling grips, steadying nerves, enforcing discipline through touch and proximity. Rico's voice cut through the controlled chaos. Focus. Target drones, not hull. Take only what's necessary. No heroics. A second drone dipped, its sensors probing the bay's reinforced walls. Tabby's console flashed red briefly, showing a minor strain in a structural support. Readjust power. Gravity compensators to 5% more torque. Now. She jabbed buttons with precision, watching every readout as lights blinked across the control panels. The miners felt a shift, adrenaline firing, muscles tense, hearts hammering, but training and coordination keeping fear in check. Sarah's voice, calm and measured, guided them. Remember positions, remember angles, remember breathing. This is a controlled response, not chaos. Minutes passed, though they felt like hours. Each pulse of engines, each scan of the drones, echoed through the habitat. Rico's hand remained on the barricade, signaling movements, adjusting commands, ready to fire. Hold your ground. They can't dock. They won't get ore while we're breathing. A younger miner whispered, we can do this. Yes, Lyra answered, squeezing his shoulder. Step by step. Watch me. Trust your partner. Trust yourself. Tarn's eyes never left the drones. Not one of them gets a foothold. Not today. Focus. We do this together. The company ship recoiled slightly under the combined pressure of well-coordinated warnings, targeted system hits, and barricade reinforcements. Rico signaled the crew. They're backing off, for now. Keep positions. Don't relax. Every second counts. Sparks from energy systems arced in miniature storms. Humid recycled air mixed with the acrid tang of heated metal and fear. Miners adjusted grips, recalculated positions, and kept their sector lines in check. Lyra and Jada moved among them, offering whispered encouragement and corrections. Tabby monitored the structural integrity of the habitat, ready to sound alarms, reroute energy, and mitigate the inevitable stresses of battle. Even with the first encounter ending without fatalities, the miners realized the truth. Defense was now survival. Their independence, their lives, and the fragile cohesion of the crew rested on every decision, every breath, every action. Rico Darn's eyes swept the bays again, resting briefly on each miner. This is just the start. They will try again. We will hold. We will survive. Eyes open. Stay ready. The second wave of company ships edged closer, their hulls glinting faintly under the dim light of distant stars, while automated drones swept in tight, calculated patterns. Rico Darn crouched behind a barricade, scanning the docking area. Hit-and-run tactics, he barked, firing a pulse at a drone's stabilizer. Sparks flared as the mechanical wing shuddered, wobbling before regaining balance. Tarn Fisk angled a small pulse cannon at another, the shot precise, hammering a joint to throw the formation into disarray. Miners shifted from cover to cover, coordinated in rhythm with Rico's sharp instructions, each movement measured to protect both the crew and critical equipment. The low hum of engines vibrated through the habitat's floor, rattling loose panels and sending a faint metallic taste into the recycled air. Milo Trace knelt at a damaged conduit, his gloves sparking as he twisted salvaged wires into place. "Hold together," he muttered, voice tight, as power flowed steadily back into life support. Each small surge of energy that returned to the grid felt like a minor victory, a heartbeat against the looming corporate machinery outside. Dren Voss crouched beside him, rerouting secondary lines, murmuring updates about energy levels while adjusting the sequence to prevent overload. Even minor miscalculations could cascade into disaster. Rico's warning was clear. Every pulse, every step mattered. A drone dipped too close to the hydroponics modules, sensors scanning for vulnerabilities. Tabby's hands danced over the control panels, rebalancing gravity compensators and rerouting shield energy to the outer hull. "Stabilizers engage. Hull integrity holding," she called, voice tense but calm. The smell of ozone and ionized metal filled the air as her adjustments created tiny pulses of light along the panels. Lyra Neve knelt beside a younger miner, guiding trembling hands to steady a barricade. "One move at a time. Watch me, we're in this together," she instructed, eyes flicking to approaching drones as adrenaline made the air feel thick and electric. Her voice, though soft, carried an authority that kept them moving despite fear tightening their chests. Rico's gaze swept the habitat, catching Milo and Dren at the conduits, Tabby monitoring structural strain, and Tarn adjusting pulse angles. "Remember, don't risk a hull breach. Aim for mechanical joints, not explosives near storage bays. We hold them off, or we lose everything," he said, voice low but firm. Miners returned fire in calculated bursts, sparks flying, some shots narrowly missing critical equipment. Each hit drew a slight shift in the drone's approach, a subtle testament to the team's precision. The lights in the habitat flickered briefly as a nearby shot grazed a conduit, sending a shower of sparks onto the floor. Minor injuries surfaced. A scraped arm here, a twisted ankle there, but Lyra moved swiftly, tearing strips from uniforms for temporary bandages, murmuring calming instructions to the shaken. Even as they patched wounds, energy flowed smoothly to life support, hydroponics, and gravity modules, a delicate ballet of systems under siege. Sarah Ben's eyes never left the console as she adjusted flow, keeping oxygen and gravity within safe margins. "Hydroponics steady, oxygen stable, keep moving in rhythm," she said, voice quiet but precise, grounding the crew. Her fingers moved with mechanical certainty, tracing lines across the interface as if every touch could prevent disaster. A faint alarm sounded from the storage bays, sending a jolt through the miners' nerves. The drones pressed closer, probing weak points near storage bays. Tarn fired a coordinated pulse, the mechanical wing of one drone buckling, forcing it back. Rico signaled the others to advance in tandem, barricades shifting as miners moved in practiced arcs. "Hold your sectors, cover your partner, communicate," Rico ordered. Each miner's eyes darted between approaching threats and their teammates, the air thick with tension, sweat, and the mechanical hum of weapons and shields. The smell of hot metal and scorched circuitry mixed with the recycled oxygen, creating a strange, electric tang that made hearts pound faster. Milo muttered under his breath, wiping soot from his gloves. "These things learn fast. They're adapting to every move." Dren chuckled grimly. "Adapt faster. That's how we survive." The words barely left his mouth before another drone dropped, narrowly missing a conduit Milo had just finished repairing. Sparks erupted, and Rico shouted, "Adjust. Reposition. Keep them off balance." Miners reacted instantly, taking cover behind panels, ducking low, and firing short, precise bursts at vulnerable joints. Lyra's voice rose again, encouraging a pair of younger miners to steady their grip. "Eyes on me, hands steady, follow the rhythm." Their fingers flexed, energy rods glowing as the drones spun and dived. Tabby monitored strain on hull and structural supports, redistributing compensators to offset the blasts and pulses impacting the habitat. Sector 4 reinforced, gravity torque stable, shields at maximum. "We hold, for now," she said, voice clipped and focused. Each adjustment caused subtle shifts in the habitat, a low groan echoing as massive panels responded to redistributed energy, a reminder that even a single misstep could cascade into catastrophe. A stray pulse caught a nearby walkway, sending a shower of sparks down to the floor. Miners leapt aside instinctively, rolling to their feet. "Watch your feet," Rico shouted, scanning for the next drone. Tarn pivoted, tracking the mechanical predator as it darted for a weak point near the storage bays. "On my mark, fire!" He unleashed a pulse that knocked a sensor array loose, sending it spinning into the void, and the drone recoiled, its pattern disrupted. Minutes passed, a blur of firing, repairs, and coordination. Every pulse, every step, every heartbeat counted. The drones tried repeatedly to approach storage bays, only to meet a wall of calculated resistance. The crew worked in unison, a rhythm born of necessity. Patch wounds, reroute energy, fire strategically, cover your partner, adjust defenses. The company's ships hesitated, scanning the persistent defense, and for a fleeting moment, the miners recognized the cohesion forming between them. A team capable of standing against an organized, lethal corporate push. The distant hum of engines throbbed against the hull as a larger ship edged closer, its lights piercing the dimness, scanning for vulnerabilities. Rico's voice cut through the hum of machinery. "Keep them guessing. Hit, retreat, regroup. Defense isn't just survival, it's unity. Don't break, don't panic." Miners nodded, murmured acknowledgments passing through the barricades, each aware that a single misstep could cascade into disaster. The drones hesitated, their automated logic unable to anticipate the human improvisation. Rico signaled Tarn, who repositioned pulse cannons. "Pull back slightly, lure them into traps. Keep them off balance. Every second counts." Sparks and the hum of energy pulsed through the habitat, a dance of survival as the miners held their ground, aware that this was only the beginning. A faint rattle echoed from the outer hull as a drone grazed a panel. Milo darted to reinforce the section, soldering a quick brace while Dren monitored the energy surge. "Hold steady. Just a few more seconds," Milo muttered. The younger miners shifted uneasily, gripping rods tighter as Lyra walked among them, whispering encouragements, guiding movements to ensure no one panicked, even as the mechanical whirs drew closer. Sarah Ben's voice, calm yet commanding, cut through the tension. "Hydroponics at 60%, oxygen nominal, gravity stable. Systems are holding, but stay alert, don't assume the drones will stop." Her words reminded everyone that survival wasn't just about repelling attackers. It was about protecting the habitat that kept them alive. Every pulse of fire, every short burst of repairs, every whispered instruction reinforced the sense of cohesion among the miners. They were a living mechanism now, synchronized in purpose and motion. Sparks flew, machinery hummed, energy arcs flared, but still they held the line. Each minor victory, the staggered drone, the secured conduit, the stabilized module, fed the fragile confidence that, together, they could withstand even the full might of corporate enforcement. The company's broadcast crackled through the habitat's comm systems, cold and impersonal, carrying threats of fines, accelerated debt, and legal consequences. The static-laced voice repeated in intervals, each phrase like a hammer against the crew's nerves. Rico Darn slammed a hand against the console, shaking his head. "Ignore it. Every word is designed to break you. They want fear. They want hesitation. Don't give it to them." Tarn Fisk muttered from behind a barricade, his pulse cannon still aimed at the approaching hull lights of the hovering ships. "Threats, paperwork, lawyers, the whole corporate circus. All I see is more excuses to try and push us around." He glanced at Milo Trace, who was adjusting conduit flows to maintain energy reserves while simultaneously keeping weapons charged. Sparks briefly leapt from a junction box Milo had patched just minutes earlier. "We hold, or we lose everything. End of story." Jada Core moved between the miners stationed along the outer perimeter, her hands hovering near communicators. "Keep talking. Keep checking sectors. Don't let frustration eat you alive. Eyes on your partners. Watch for shifts in energy patterns. Any drone move that's off the expected grid, you call it immediately." The younger miners nodded, fingers tightening around weapons, lips pressed in determined lines. Lyra Neve approached the group of the least experienced miners, crouching low so her face was level with theirs. "Eat first, hydrate second, one rotation at a time. No heroics," she instructed, handing out ration packets. Her voice was steady, grounding, like a tether in the growing tension. "We survive by working together. Check each other's packs, rotate watch shifts. Don't push yourself past your limits." Two teenagers exchanged nervous glances but obeyed, the rhythm of instructions slowly easing trembling limbs. Rico circled back to the central barricade, scanning both the approaching drones and the monitors displaying hull integrity and energy flow. "Dren, status on structural weaknesses?" he asked, his voice low, controlled. Dren Boss leaned over the console, fingers flying across input pads, evaluating the array of reinforcements and hull stress points. Sector 3's shielding fluctuating slightly. If a drone lands here and hits the junction, we could see a breach. Recommend shifting auxiliary energy from life support temporarily to bolster shields. Do it, Rico said. Tabby, monitor compensators while Dren adjusts power. If anything drops below 98%, we pull personnel back immediately. Tabby's fingers danced over the holographic panel, adjusting micro-thrust compensators on the outer hull while monitoring gravity and internal pressure. Holding. Shields stable. Gravity torque steady. Life support unchanged. Her clipped voice carried a calm precision that belied the tension surrounding her. Sparks erupted from a misaligned energy weapon as Milo continued repairs on an overtaxed conduit. "God, they don't quit," he muttered, swiping sweat from his brow. Tarn leaned over his shoulder. "Neither do we. This is a fight of endurance, not aggression. Don't lose your head because the company thinks a few words and blinking lights can scare us." Milo nodded, twisting the final wire into place. Energy hummed through the conduit, weapons lighting in sync with the restored power, sensors ticking along the feed. A sudden flicker of the comm display drew all eyes. Another corporate broadcast, this one more insistent. Legal jargon rolled over the speakers, threatening accelerated repossession of stockpiles if the miners didn't comply. Rico's hand slammed the console again. "Enough." His voice cut through the tension like a blade. "They're bluffing. Every threat is a calculation to push fear into us. We're not children. We're not pawns. Keep your positions. Cover your sectors. Protect the ore. Protect each other." Jada's voice rose, mediating as two miners argued over rotation schedules. "Listen to me. Rota for weapons duty is set. No one takes extra without approval. You'll burn out otherwise. Eyes on the mission. Not your tempers. Not yet." Her tone was sharp, commanding, but fair, and the two miners fell silent, acknowledging her authority. "Sector 5's pressure stabilizers are fluctuating," Tabby reported, her voice calm but urgent. "Minor impact. Nothing critical yet, but keep a monitor." Rico gestured to Tarn. "Angle your pulse cannon for any drone attempting to land there. We can't afford a misstep." Tarn adjusted the targeting, pulse cannon humming quietly, ready for immediate discharge. "Rico," murmured a miner near the outer dock, voice tight, "what if they start landing those drones right on the stockpiles? Then we hit mechanical joints, not explosives. Remember our drills. Disable, don't destroy. Keep yourselves alive," Rico said. His gaze swept the horizon of blinking drone lights and approaching ships. The strobe of hull lamps reflected off the reinforced surfaces, creating a dizzying, cold pattern across the habitat exterior. Even as commands and movements continued, Lyra moved quietly among the younger miners, checking hands, adjusting stances, whispering encouragement. "Steady. Don't let their words get inside your head. Watch your partner. Cover sectors. Breathe." One miner shivered, hand twitching on the trigger. Lyra placed her hand over theirs, grounding them. "You're not alone," she said softly. Rico moved to the center of the operations hub, eyes scanning readouts of oxygen, gravity, and hydroponics. "Sarah, report. Hydroponics at 56% after repeated energy pulses. Oxygen stable. Gravity fluctuated 3 times but corrected automatically. Barricades secure. Stress on hull minimal so far," she replied, fingers still flying across the console. She looked up briefly, taking in the faces of the crew. "We're tight. Coordinated. Don't break that rhythm," Milo muttered as he readjusted conduit flow. "This is endless." Tarn gave him a short laugh. "Better endless than dead. Keep moving." Minutes dragged by in a tense cycle of adjustment, observation, and quiet bursts of action. Every pulse from a drone, every shift in the hull, every static-laced threat from the broadcast, demanded attention. The miners rotated carefully, hands never idle, eyes always moving, breaths controlled against the rising adrenaline. Jada intervened again as two miners hesitated over a system repair, frustrated by the monotony under threat. "Focus. This isn't about speed. It's about precision. Every panel, every conduit, every barricade counts." One misstep and we pay the price. A drone swooped close to a storage bay, sensors flashing red. Tarn fired a measured pulse, the joint on its wing shuddering under the hit. Rico signaled the crew to shift positions, barricades sliding, weapons pulsing. Hit, retreat, regroup. Cover your partner, stay sharp. Sarah's voice cut through the clatter of mechanical pulses and calm warnings. Life support stable, gravity normal, hydroponics holding. Don't let fear dictate movement. Every adjustment, every shot, every patch, calculated, coordinated, necessary. By the time the next corporate message rattled through the comms, the miners barely noticed, bodies moving on instinct, eyes flicking between drones, readouts, and each other. The psychological pressure, intended to weaken resolve, instead reinforced their cohesion. Check your sectors, Rico barked, surveying the hub. No one lets up, not for words, not for flashing lights. We hold our ground, we survive, we move as one. Tabby adjusted compensators again, watching structural strain rise and fall like a measured heartbeat. Sector 4 reinforced, shields at maximum, hull integrity holding. We continue. Lyra, standing between two young miners, whispered, "You're part of this. You matter. Don't let the noise in their heads get to you." The pair nodded, shoulders straightening, hands gripping weapons with renewed focus. The company's broadcasts continued, cold and unyielding, but inside the habitat, tension coexisted with purpose. Every miner knew the stakes. Every decision mattered. Each heartbeat, breath, and action contributed to a fragile, relentless unity. They would not yield. They would survive. Together. The hum of the habitat was quieter now, though far from peaceful. Miners slumped against barricades, shoulders sagging, eyes heavy with exhaustion. The second wave of company enforcement had been repelled. The drones knocked off balance or disabled, storage bays still secure, but every movement, every pulse of energy, had exacted its toll. Sparks flickered from damaged conduits, the scent of ozone and scorched metal still lingering. Milo Trace wiped grime from his gloves, eyes scanning the repaired systems. All right, for now. Everything's holding. Tabby crouched beside the main structural console, fingers dancing over panels to redistribute power and monitor strain. Pressure stable, hull integrity within limits, life support and gravity nominal. But don't let it drop. One miscalculation and, her words cut short as she adjusted compensators, a measured sigh escaping. The constant vigilance had become second nature, but it weighed on her nonetheless. Rico Darn moved through the habitat like a conductor, checking each position, nodding at miners who were still jittery from adrenaline. Tarn Fisk leaned against a barricade, pulse cannon lowered but still within reach. "They're persistent," Tarn said quietly. "You can feel it. They'll be back, and stronger next time." "They'll try," Rico replied, voice low, firm. "And we'll be ready. We adapt faster than they can anticipate." He glanced at Sarah Ben, who had her eyes glued to the energy flow readouts, tracking oxygen, gravity, hydroponics, and battery reserves. "Sarah, any weak points showing?" "Nothing critical," she said, not looking up. "Minor fluctuations in Sector 6 power distribution, but I've rerouted to compensate. Systems are stable. We've held everything intact so far." Her voice, calm but precise, carried reassurance more than pride. Jada Core moved among the crew, smoothing out frayed tempers and easing tension. "Rotate rest shifts," she instructed, hands gesturing to miners slumped against walls. "Eat, drink, keep hydrated. Don't let fatigue make mistakes tomorrow easier for them. Watch your partners. No one goes unattended." Lyra Neve crouched beside two younger miners, whose hands still shook slightly despite their best efforts. She gave their shoulders a firm squeeze. "You did good. Every pulse, every barricade, every single thing you did mattered. Don't underestimate what you've held off today. It's not over, but you're part of this. You made a difference." The miners nodded, swallowing hard, pride and fear mingling in their expressions. Rico pulled Tarn aside, gesturing toward the monitors. "Next rotations. We can't just hold. We have to anticipate. Drones, ship maneuvers, power usage, morale. It all has to be considered. Rotate teams so no one burns out. Tabby, continue monitoring structural stress. Milo, Dren, double-check every conduit and backup line. If one fails, it could cascade into disaster." Tarn exhaled, rubbing his temple. Feels like we're patching a storm as it hits, not stopping it beforehand. That's exactly what we're doing, Rico said. And we've done it so far. We adapt. We survive. End of story. The quiet wasn't complete. There were still sensors blipping, shields humming, occasional sparks from stressed conduits, but it was a controlled quiet. Miners moved with careful precision, attending to small repairs, checking ammo, adjusting shields, confirming the life support balance. It was a rhythm born of necessity, a ballet of endurance and survival. Sarah finally leaned back from the console, eyes tired but focused. Hydroponics stable, oxygen stable, gravity nominal, shield integrity holding. Everything that could fail right now is holding. She allowed herself a small breath, letting the crew feel her steadiness. Milo approached, rubbing his sore shoulders. I've never been this drained. But I get it. We're stronger than the sum of us. We worked in sync. We didn't break. Dren Boss added from the far side of the hub, wiping soot from his gloves. And we'll need that tomorrow. They'll push harder, probably with more ships, more drones, more noise. But we've seen the pattern. We can predict some of it. That counts. Rico gathered the senior miners near the center of the habitat. Tarn, Sarah, Jada, Lyra, Milo, Dren, Tavi, and spread plans across a tablet. Defensive rotations, shift timings, weak point reinforcement. We refine what we learned today. Every small victory is a tool. Every breach attempt we repelled as data. Tarn leaned over, pointing at the schematic. If they hit from the northern approach again, we've got a chance to funnel drones into the secondary traps. They won't see it coming. Jada nodded, adding, and morale is everything. People get tired, scared. Keep everyone fed, hydrated, rotated. Make it routine. Keep them from breaking before the drones reach the bays. Lyra knelt briefly with a group of junior miners, adjusting their gloves and checking energy rods. You're not powerless, she said softly. You're part of a team that just held back a corporate fleet. Every single one of you mattered. Remember that when it gets worse, even the older, tougher miners, those who usually hid fatigue behind stoic expressions, exchanged glances, shoulders relaxing slightly. There was relief in knowing they had survived, pride in knowing their coordination had kept the habitat intact. And still, the constant tension lingered, a quiet drumbeat in the background of every step, every check, every patrol. Tabby's fingers never stopped dancing over the control panels. Systems stable. Monitoring continues. No cascading failures detected. But if they come back in force, we'll need immediate response. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. The quiet authority of competence carried across the room. Rico's gaze swept the crew one last time. Hold your positions. Rest if you can, but stay alert. Supply lines are still cut. Company enforcement is still out there. Every second counts. We've proven we can resist, but this is just the beginning. Independence isn't given. It's earned, and right now, we're earning it every moment. The miners settled into a tense, calculated rhythm of maintenance and watchfulness. Sleep came in brief intervals for some, hands twitching near weapons as eyes flicked to blinking sensors. Meals were rationed carefully, eaten in shifts. Even small victories, successful drone disablement, reinforced barricades, intact stockpiles, were celebrated quietly with nods and murmurs rather than cheer. It was a subdued acknowledgement of achievement, necessary but never complete. As the distant engines of company ships thrummed faintly against the void beyond the docking lights, the miners shared a rare moment of silent understanding. Exhaustion pressed on muscles and minds, but there was also a fragile sense of empowerment. They had held their ground. They had survived the first test, and they had proven something crucial. Together, they were capable of resisting forces meant to control them. Rico finally leaned against a reinforced wall, eyes scanning the habitat one last time before allowing himself a brief exhale. Tarn stood beside him, nodding silently. We're ready, Tarn said simply. For now, Rico corrected. And that's all we need. Stay vigilant, stay coordinated, and don't underestimate them, or us. Tomorrow is another fight, and we'll meet it the same way we met today, as a team. The hum of systems, the flicker of shield displays, the quiet movements of miners maintaining positions, it all coalesced into a steady, measured rhythm. The tense equilibrium, a fragile balance between exhaustion and preparedness, fear and resolve, held for now. The battle was far from over, but for this night in the Kuiper Belt, The miners had held their ground, and the first taste of autonomy, earned through discipline, ingenuity, and trust, lingered in the air like the faint metallic tang of victory. The habitat shivered under the strain of failing systems, a low hum of struggling machinery echoing through the corridors. Milo Trace crouched beside a conduit, sweat dripping down his forehead as he twisted salvaged wiring into place. Sparks crackled, and the smell of ozone filled the air. Dren Boss hovered nearby, muttering calculations under his breath while rerouting auxiliary power through a patchwork of broken machinery. The gravity generators flickered, struggling to maintain equilibrium, and oxygen recyclers groaned under uneven flow. Every failure felt immediate, tangible, a pulse in the chest, a shiver through the floor panels. Sarah Venn moved between stations like a conductor, eyes sharp, voice clipped. Milo, Dren, focus on Sector 5 conduits first. Tabby, adjust gravity compensators incrementally. Too fast and you destabilize the floor grid. Lyra, see which crops can be salvaged today and prep supplemental rations. Rico, Tarn, start on structural bracing. Every bolt counts. Her instructions came rapid fire, precise, but carried enough authority to calm the rising panic. Lyra Neve knelt beside a hydroponics tank, fingers brushing over the cracked edges of a nutrient reservoir. We can save some of these, she said, voice low but urgent. She guided a young miner's hands, steadying trembling fingers as they transferred fragile plants into improvised holding trays. Careful, steady, don't spill the nutrient solution. One wrong move and we lose days of growth. The miner swallowed hard, nodding, eyes darting nervously to the shuddering systems around them. Tabby's fingers flew across the control panels, toggling switches and rerouting power through the most unstable sections. Gravity stabilizers holding at 74%. Oxygen flow fluctuating, adjusting secondary valves. Hydroponics modules near collapse, but I've extended retention time by 3 hours. Her voice was calm, precise, but the tension in her posture betrayed the stakes. Every calculation mattered. Every small error could cascade into disaster. Rico Darn hefted a reinforcement panel into place, sweat dripping from his brow. Tarn, we need to brace Sector 7 beams before the next pressure spike. Milo, Dren, don't stop on the conduits. We can't risk cascading failures. Tarn Fisk angled himself under the panel, muscles straining. Got it. These supports are thin, but if we lock them properly, they'll hold for at least the next 2 cycles. Jada Core moved through the habitat with clipboard in hand, noting every adjustment, every rerouted conduit, every salvage operation. Document everything, she instructed. If one system fails tomorrow, we need to know exactly what was done today. Don't assume anyone will remember. Miners muttered affirmations, knowing she was right. Every detail mattered, from power reroutes to the placement of a single hydroponics tray. Exhaustion was already written on faces. Sweat-streaked cheeks, grimy hands, blinking lights reflecting in tired eyes. Milo muttered under his breath, twisting yet another spliced wire. Feels like we're patching a dying star, and hoping it doesn't explode. Dren chuckled grimly. Better than the alternative. Lyra glanced at the salvaged crops she was moving to temporary trays. If we can keep these alive, it buys us more time. Every seed counts. Every nutrient drop counts. Her tone had the weight of truth, and the younger miners around her absorbed it, letting it steady their shaking hands. Sarah paused, surveying the habitat from the central hub. Systems were straining, but miners moved with focus, adapting, improvising. Good. Coordination is holding. Keep rotating teams on critical repairs. Don't push anyone past exhaustion. One misstep, conduits, hydroponics, gravity, could bring everything down. Her gaze swept over the crew. We've held against worse than this. We hold again. Rico nodded toward Tarn, who adjusted a support beam. Structural integrity is half the battle. If the frame collapses, none of the repairs matter. Reinforce, brace, repeat. Every shift. Tabby spoke without looking up from the panels. Power reserves at 32%. Life support stable. Hydroponics extended, but the tanks are fragile. We redistribute as needed. She exhaled, tension barely masking relief at the temporary stabilization. Milo leaned back for a moment, wiping grime from his gloves. I thought I knew what exhaustion felt like yesterday. This is new. He shook his head, focusing again on the conduits. But we can't stop. Systems won't fix themselves. Lyra knelt again beside the fragile crops. Check the trays. Ensure light and water ratios match. We can't risk wilting, not with what little we have left. She glanced at the younger miners. You're learning fast. Pay attention. Every skill counts here. Rico surveyed the habitat again, eyes moving from system readouts to each miner's position. Coordination isn't just for emergencies. It's survival. Watch your partners. Communicate. Nothing gets done alone. Jada's voice cut through softly. Everything logged. All tasks tracked. If one fails, we can rebuild immediately. Mistakes aren't fatal if we document and correct them. Tarn shifted under a brace, muscles straining. Feels like we're holding the whole habitat in our hands. We are, Rico replied. But we'll hold it together. We've got each other, and that counts for more than anything else. Sarah exhaled, voice quiet but commanding. Focus on stabilization. Ignore the fatigue. Ignore the panic creeping in. We repair, we redistribute, we survive. The miners worked through the long cycle, improvising, reinforcing, stabilizing. Sparks flickered from damaged circuits, shuttled water hissed as it rebalanced, and gravity hums rose and fell with the compensator's adjustments. Coordination, precision, and sheer determination were their tools now. Even with exhaustion pressing on shoulders and minds, determination persisted. Every adjustment, every salvaged crop, every rerouted conduit mattered. The habitat wasn't just a structure. It was a lifeline, and every miner understood that their ingenuity and teamwork were all that stood between survival and disaster. Rico's gaze swept the room one final time before allowing himself a breath. Keep it steady. Every action counts. One mistake, one failure, and it all comes down. But we don't fail. Not here. Not today. The hum of machinery and distant echoes of shifting metal became a rhythm for survival, every miner moving in step with the habitat's fragile pulse. They had no choice but to rely on their wits, their hands, and each other. Independence had a cost, but they were beginning to meet it head-on. The floors vibrated with each pulse of the failing gravity generators, subtle shifts that made standing and working a balancing act. Milo paused to gauge the conduit's heat, feeling the warmth crawl up his arms. If this shorts, we lose Sector 5 in the backup loop, he muttered, voice tight, jaw clenched. Sparks snatched at the air as he worked, each correction a gamble against cascading failure. Tabby crouched beside a pressure valve, twisting the regulator with careful precision. The hiss of escaping air mingled with her muttered calculations. Oxygen levels holding, but for how long? We need consistent flow, or the crops, and don't make it. She glanced at Lyra, who was crouched with a small miner transferring leafy greens into plastic trays. Lyra's eyes were sharp, hands steady despite the shakiness around her. Rico moved between workstations, inspecting each setup. These braces will hold if secured properly, he said, voice low but firm, eyes narrowing on a joint that threatened to slip. Tarn positioned himself under the frame, muscles tensing as he drove in bolts. Every joint counts, he replied, sweat streaking down his temples. Miss one, and the pressure spike does real damage. Sarah's hands hovered over a console, eyes flicking rapidly between readouts. Life support is stable for now. Hydroponics are holding, but nutrient levels are dropping faster than projected. Milo, Dren, anticipate the next surge, reroute power accordingly. She exhaled sharply, adjusting minor calibrations, her voice a tether for the others' nerves. Even as fatigue pressed at their bones, a quiet rhythm emerged. Work, stabilize, repair, and repeat. Every miner understood the stakes. The habitat might as well be a living organism, and they were the vital systems keeping it alive. The subtle glow of lights over damaged conduits, the hiss of pressure valves, the rhythmic thrum of gravity generators. It all blended into a pulse, a reminder that failure was only a heartbeat away. Lyra's voice cut softly through the hum. Don't stop. One misstep, and we set back days. Focus. She moved to check another tray, water dripping onto the floor as she adjusted lights. Hydration balance is key. Keep the roots moist but not drowned. The younger ones need to see this. Learn to adapt. Tarn leaned on the frame for a brief moment, wiping sweat from his eyes. I can feel the tension in the beams. They're flexing more than they should. We brace now or we risk a collapse. Rico placed a hand on Tarn's shoulder. Then brace. Don't overthink. Trust your hands. Trust the calculations. Trust the team. Jada scribbled rapidly on her clipboard, noting every adjustment and every deviation from standard procedure. If this goes wrong, we rebuild. But only if we know what went wrong, she said, eyes flicking to Sarah. We need redundancy in memory as much as in systems. Sarah nodded, voice low but carrying through the hub. We survive because we adapt, document, adjust, repair. And when fatigue hits, rotate. Don't let anyone push past safe limits. We cannot afford collapse. Milo grunted, twisting one final wire into the conduit. Sparks popped, and the low hum indicated stability returning. He exhaled, leaning back slightly. For now, stable, but just for now. Tabby adjusted the final compensator lever for the cycle. Extended retention holding. Gravity stable enough to work. Oxygen at 79%. Crops, surviving. Her eyes flicked to the young miners, their anxious faces illuminated by faint control panel light. They're learning fast. Rico surveyed the room one last time, muscles tense, eyes scanning every corner. We hold this together because we have to. Because we know each other. Every action counts. Every misstep counts too, but we adapt. And we survive. The habitat hummed, groaned, and shivered in quiet response, but for the first time in hours, the rhythm felt almost manageable. Sparks, hisses, mechanical thuds. The miners had taken control of the chaos, however temporarily. Their hands, their minds, their coordination were the lifeline. Independence demanded every ounce of focus and ingenuity. And for now, they were meeting the demand. The hydroponics bays smelled of damp soil and recycled water, a reminder that the habitat's lifeblood was fragile and finite. Every flicker of failing lights, every hiss of a rebounding water pump, carried a warning. A single misstep could undo hours of painstaking work. Lyra Neve crouched beside a cracked nutrient tank, inspecting the leaves of delicate crops, her fingers brushing over tender stems as if coaxing them to survive. The ambient hum of the failing gravity stabilizers resonated through the floor, vibrating faintly beneath the boots of the miners. Careful with that tray, Lyra instructed, steadying a younger miner's shaking hands as they lifted a salvaged plant. One slip, and we lose more than a seed. We lose 3 days of nutrition. The miner nodded, focusing on the careful transfer, eyes flicking nervously to the flickering lights of nearby conduits. Tabby's fingers danced across the control panels, rerouting nutrient solutions and balancing water pressures through patched valves. Secondary tanks at 57%, she called, her voice clipped but calm. I've extended hydroponics output by 3 hours. Keep to rotation schedule, no deviations. Even her composure carried tension. A miscalculation could cascade into a system-wide failure. The hum of the pumps thrummed against her ears, syncing with her own racing heartbeat. The habitat's corridors groaned under the combined weight of gravity compensators and the strain of rerouted power lines. Light panels flickered unevenly, casting moving shadows across the bay's rows of fragile plants. Dust floated lazily through the air, disturbed by boots moving in careful, precise arcs. The miners felt the oppressive reality of scarcity, the knowledge that every leaf, every drop of nutrient solution, mattered in a way that could not be ignored. Milo Trace crouched over a conduit, sparks flaring as he twisted salvaged wiring into place. Sweat streaked his face, his gloves scorched from repeated contact with unstable circuits. Feels like we're patching a dying star, he muttered under his breath, and hoping it doesn't blow. Dren Boss, bent over a malfunctioning injector nearby, chuckled grimly. Better hope than handouts, he replied, wrench in hand, forcing a stubborn valve into alignment. Their movements were methodical, synchronized out of necessity, and every small victory carried immense weight. A sudden hiss from a nearby valve made heads snap toward the source. Milo adjusted a dial, cursing softly, sparks flickering briefly as tension radiated through the crew. Dren's hands flew over the lines, stabilizing the flow. Pressure steady, he said. No leaks. We keep it running, or the trays die. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and damp growth, every inhale a reminder of the delicate balance they were maintaining. Lyra moved between trays, checking water levels and inspecting roots, her mind running constant calculations. If we rotate the trays every 12 hours and tweak the nutrient mix slightly, we can stretch supplies another day, she muttered, almost to herself. Younger miners mirrored her movements, hands trembling as they followed instructions. Each motion, Each precise adjustment became a lifeline, an act of survival. Rico Darn stepped into the bay, sweat slicking his brow, grime streaking the edges of his visor. His eyes swept the room, taking in the flickering lights, the humming pumps, and the anxious yet focused faces of his crew. "How's it looking?" he asked Lyra. "We've got 3 days if rotations are precise and nutrient flows stay balanced," she replied, eyes darting to every corner of the bay, tracking potential weak points. Outside the hydroponics bay, the habitat felt unnervingly quiet, as if holding its breath. The metal walls bent slightly under uneven pressure, creaks and pops echoing down hallways. Life support hissed and gurgled in an irregular rhythm, a constant reminder of the stakes, of the thin line between sufficiency and failure. Tarn Fisk hauled a salvaged panel across the floor, muscles straining under its weight. "Systems barely hold, and these plants are delicate as glass," he muttered. The constant weight of responsibility pressed on every miner. One misstep here could undo everything. Rico placed a hand on Tarn's shoulder. "Brutal, yes, but manageable. Stick to Lyra's guidance. Follow Tabby's adjustments. Survival depends on it." Around them, the habitat groaned softly with the strain of shifting machinery and flickering gravity compensators. Minutes passed in a tense rhythm. Sparks popped from patched conduits, water hissed as it flowed through altered pipes, and lights dimmed and brightened over trays of salvaged crops. Sweat and exhaustion were written on every face, yet hands remained steady, motions precise. Lyra's voice cut through intermittently, guiding, instructing, reinforcing. "Rotate trays. Check nutrient levels. Every leaf matters. Every drop counts." The miners were acutely aware of the background noise, the low buzz of energy lines, the intermittent metallic creaks, and the distant thump of structural supports shifting slightly under pressure. Every sound reminded them that the habitat was alive, fragile, and dependent entirely on their skill and attention. Jada Core moved along the perimeter, documenting each action, every adjustment. Hydroponics readings match logs. "Redistribution complete. Good work," she reported. Her steady voice anchored the bay, a reminder that meticulous attention to detail could mean the difference between survival and failure. The younger miners began to move with cautious confidence, hands trembling less as they learned to anticipate the needs of the fragile crops. Lyra watched, nodding slightly. "You're learning. Every skill counts here." She paused to adjust the angle of a light panel, ensuring even illumination across seedlings. "Remember, one misstep can set us back days. Stay focused." Rico glanced around the bay, pride visible despite exhaustion etching his face. "Good. Every action counts. Keep moving with purpose. Coordination isn't optional. Without it, we fail." The hum of gravity compensators and life support machinery seemed to sync with his words, forming a rhythm the miners could follow. Outside, the habitat's narrow corridors felt claustrophobic and tense. Ventilation ducts rattled faintly, and the low hum of pumps echoed through the metal shell, a constant heartbeat to which all the miners instinctively matched their movements. Tabby called out again, monitoring oxygen levels, water flow, and power distribution. Hydroponics extended, life support stable, all adjustments holding. "Keep rotations tight, no slack, no errors." Each adjustment carried the weight of survival. The habitat was unforgiving. Sparks flared briefly from a spliced line, catching Milo's attention. He dropped to one knee, rewiring in a controlled flurry. "Just hold, he muttered, eyes darting between the readouts and his hands. Dren moved to assist, securing the panel while monitoring energy flow. "We can do this, one adjustment at a time." Even with tension pressing on every shoulder, a small grin passed between Milo and Dren, a fleeting acknowledgement of the absurdity of patching a dying system with scavenged parts and sheer willpower. Humor was rare, but necessary. By the end of the cycle, trays were stabilized, nutrient solutions redistributed, and the miners understood just how precarious their situation remained. Lyra wiped sweat from her brow, surveying the rows of fragile crops. "We've bought time," she said softly. "Time is everything here." Tabby ran final checks on the nutrient lines and oxygen balance. Hydroponics stabilized, life support steady, power reserves holding. "We survive another day if we maintain this rhythm." The habitat itself seemed to exhale slightly, metal groaning faintly as if acknowledging the temporary reprieve. Outside the bay, lights shimmered over patched panels, the faint smell of ozone and growth lingering, a reminder of both fragility and persistence. Rico's gaze swept over the room, pride and determination in his eyes. This is self-sufficiency. Exhaustion is heavy, yes, but effective. Every hand, every action, every ounce of attention. This is what keeps us alive. Keep steady, or we fall. The miners moved with purpose, a silent rhythm of precision and survival. Each movement, each adjustment, each salvaged plant, was a reminder that their ingenuity and teamwork were their lifeline. Independence demanded effort, concentration, and care, and they were proving themselves capable, step by step, tray by tray, adjustment by adjustment. Sparks popped from a patched conduit, the low hum of machinery vibrating through the floor beneath their boots. Lights flickered across the trays of salvaged crops, water-streaked leaves quivering with every pulse of the failing pumps. Milo adjusted a valve, his gloves scorched and hands trembling slightly, forcing himself steady, while Dren leaned over a nearby line, twisting a stubborn connector into place with a grunt. Lyra moved between trays, bending low to inspect roots, her fingers steadying the delicate plants as she whispered instructions to younger miners whose eyes darted nervously to the flickering lights. The air was thick with the scent of damp nutrient solution and ozone, sharp and heavy, mingling with the faint metallic tang of scorched wiring. Every pulse, every hissing valve, every careful adjustment felt like a heartbeat in the room, fragile, vital, impossible to ignore. The miners exchanged brief, wordless glances, tension coiled in their shoulders, each acutely aware that a single misstep could undo hours of painstaking work. In that humming bay, surrounded by trembling plants and unstable machinery, every careful movement became a lifeline, every small success a spark of survival. The air in the habitat hung heavy with the scent of overheated circuits and ozone. Sparks leapt sporadically from patched conduits as Milo Trace crouched over a damaged panel, twisting salvaged wires into place with meticulous care. The gravity generators above them flickered erratically, emitting a low, pulsing hum that shook faintly through the floor. Each minor fluctuation reminded the crew that failure could cascade instantly, toppling their fragile systems and leaving them exposed to disaster. Dren Voss moved alongside Milo, repurposing a broken compressor for auxiliary power redistribution. His movements were precise, hands guided by countless calculations muttered under his breath. Every wrench turned, every wire secured, carried the weight of the habitat's survival. Power stable, for now, he said, eyes scanning the readouts. But if we push these lines too hard, the secondary circuits will fry. Milo glanced at him, grit lining his expression. We don't have a choice. We keep them alive, or the rest of this place falls apart. Sparks hissed between his gloves and the conduit as he reconnected a stubborn joint. He straightened slightly, running a hand across his slicked back hair, sweat blurring his vision. These fixes won't hold long without constant attention. Sarah Ben paced between workstations, clipboard in hand, issuing orders that cut through the low hum of machinery. Milo, Dren, rotate every 20 minutes. Check for overheating. Don't let any line drop below critical thresholds. Tarn, Rico, assist with structural reinforcement while monitoring your energy expenditure. Lyra, survey hydroponics tanks after every cycle. Tabby, keep life support balanced, oxygen, gravity, water circulation. Every adjustment must be logged. We cannot afford a lapse. Tarn Fisk hoisted a salvaged panel into place, muscles straining under the weight. These beams are thinner than I thought, he muttered, teeth clenched. One wrong angle and they'll snap under pressure. Rico Darn grunted, securing a brace alongside him. Then we get it right the first time, he replied, the edge of exhaustion in his voice. Sparks from nearby wiring reflected off the metal surfaces, casting fleeting shadows across the room. Lyra Neve knelt beside a row of hydroponics tanks, fingers tracing the brittle edges of nutrient reservoirs. She glanced at the younger miners assigned to her, guiding trembling hands to stabilize seedlings. Adjust the light intensity slowly, she instructed. Too fast, and we'll scorch roots. Too slow, and they wilt. Focus. This is survival, not theory. The miners nodded, mimicking her motions with a careful precision that carried the weight of fear and determination. Tabby's fingers danced over the control panels, rerouting auxiliary power and balancing gravity compensators with micro-adjustments. Gravity stabilizers holding at 75%, she called, voice calm but tense. Life support fluctuates by 2% per cycle. Hydroponics retention increased by 4 hours. Nutrient distribution is optimal for now, but keep monitoring. Every subtle flicker of the lights or twitch of the floor beneath them could signal imminent failure. Arguments flared briefly as Lyra insisted on careful, methodical adjustments while Tarn wanted immediate, brute force solutions to keep the systems operational. "We don't have time for caution," Tarn barked, tightening a brace. "We need results now." Lyra's gaze sharpened, calm yet firm. "And we won't get results if you break everything in the process. Precision matters as much as speed. One broken tank or conduit sets us back hours." Rico intervened, placing a steady hand on Tarn's shoulder. "We merge both approaches. Tarn, your energy gets the structural reinforcements done. Lyra, your method protects the fragile systems. Coordination, not conflict. We survive as a team, or we don't survive at all." Milo adjusted a junction box, sparks flying across his gloves as he muttered to himself. "Half the systems are jury-rigged, half are pure luck, and somehow it's holding." Dren grinned grimly beside him. "Luck is earned with blood, sweat, and wire, Milo." The habitat shuddered as a gravity compensator cycled, the hum rising and falling in an uneven rhythm. Every miner paused briefly, acknowledging the pulse beneath their feet, a reminder of the fragile balance they maintained. Lyra adjusted nutrient flows in the hydroponics tanks, noting the subtle changes in water levels and light gradients. She murmured instructions, guiding her team through micro-adjustments that collectively meant survival or failure. Sarah moved between the stations, eyes sharp for signs of burnout or error. "Check your cycles. Don't push beyond safe limits. Every minute counts, but no repair is worth a collapse." Her voice, calm yet commanding, cut through the tense air like a beacon. Miners responded instinctively, shifting positions, switching tools, and adjusting flows in near-silent communication. Minutes blurred into hours as the crew worked in a synchronized rhythm. Milo and Dren rotated between conduits, replacing burnt sections with scavenged wiring and improvised insulators. Tarn and Rico reinforced structural beams, recalibrating tension points to prevent bending or collapse. Lyra monitored hydroponics, her hands steadying young miners' trembling movements. Tabby balanced gravity and life support, her fingers flying over the control panels with precise, practiced motions. Jada Core moved quietly between them, clipboard recording every adjustment, ensuring that no detail was lost to fatigue or stress. Even with exhaustion gnawing at their muscles and minds, small smiles flickered as micro-successes appeared. A stabilized conduit, a reinforced beam, a healthy seedling surviving another cycle. Each small victory strengthened cohesion and morale, a reminder that their ingenuity and cooperation were keeping the habitat alive. Sparks erupted from a freshly patched conduit, and Milo dropped to one knee, twisting another spliced wire into place. "Steady, steady, hold," he muttered, eyes darting between readouts and hands. Dren reached over, securing the line with a wrench. "We can do this, one adjustment at a time." Rico surveyed the habitat from the central hub, taking in every station, every miner's posture, every flicker of lights and machinery. "Coordination isn't just about efficiency," he said softly. "It's survival. Watch your partners. Communicate. Every small act counts. Nothing gets done alone." The hum of machinery, the hiss of pressurized lines, and the faint creak of metal under tension became a rhythm that carried the miners forward. Sparks, flickering lights, and the smell of ozone wove a tapestry of stress, fatigue, and determination. Each miner understood their role, their responsibility, and the delicate balance between ingenuity and cooperation that kept their independence alive. By the end of the cycle, conduits were stable, gravity generators maintained equilibrium, and hydroponics output had been extended for several more hours. Tensions remained, but respect deepened. Lyra and Tarn exchanged nods, acknowledging that compromise and understanding had strengthened the team. Milo wiped grime from his gloves, and Dren let out a small, tired laugh. Even in exhaustion, a sense of accomplishment radiated through the crew. Sarah's eyes swept the room, satisfaction softening her stern expression. "We've done well. Systems are holding. Supplies will last another cycle if we maintain focus. Independence isn't easy, but we're proving it's possible." The miners, breathing heavily, wiped sweat and grime from their brows, glancing at each other with a quiet understanding. Their ingenuity, coordination, and sheer determination had kept the habitat functioning, each small adjustment a testament to their collective resilience. Survival demanded more than skill. It demanded trust, cooperation, and the willingness to adapt. And they were doing it, step by step, repair by repair, cycle by cycle. The sudden hiss of bending fluid cut through the hum of the habitat like a warning bell. Milo Trace spun toward the sound, eyes widening as he caught sight of the hydroponics tank rupturing along one of its critical seams. Water, thick with nutrient solution, sprayed across the floor in a shimmering arc. Young seedlings, fragile and newly transferred to temporary trays, teetered dangerously, some toppling into puddles. Tank 4 has failed. Full breach, Milo shouted, voice cracking over the rising panic. Sparks danced across the exposed wiring as moisture hit circuits, sending alarms blaring through the habitat. Dren Boss sprinted toward the control panel, fingers flying over switches, rerouting power, and stabilizing gravity compensators that threatened to overcompensate from the tank's shifting mass. Lyra Neve's eyes narrowed, every muscle taut. She darted across the floor, grabbing trays before they tipped completely, instructing younger miners in clipped, precise tones. Focus, rotate trays to salvageable racks. Keep the roots submerged. Move, move, move. Her voice cut above the alarms, commanding yet focused, instilling a brittle calm in the flustered miners. Sarah Venn appeared at the edge of the chaos, clipboard forgotten, authority radiating in every movement. Emergency triage, salvage what we can. Dren, Tavi, power and nutrient lines, now. Milo, I need that injector working yesterday. Tarn, Rico, physical reinforcement. We don't stop, understand? Rico Darn nodded sharply, eyes scanning the chaotic scene. Everyone in the salvage zones. Lift carefully, brace carefully. This isn't a drill. He caught a falling tray, adjusting the support with a practiced grip. Steady, every plant counts. Tarn Fisk hefted a salvaged panel, wedging it beneath a shifting support beam near the ruptured tank. If this frame gives way, half the bay goes down with it, he shouted, muscles trembling from strain. Sparks flickered near his elbow, and he cursed under his breath. We're holding it by our teeth. Milo clambered over spilled nutrient water, improvising a makeshift injector from scavenged tubing and a pressurized water canister. We need flow, constant flow. He twisted valves, rerouted lines, and managed to stabilize the fluid into a controlled stream, though small leaks hissed threateningly. Almost, got it. Dren Boss crouched at the base of the tank, securing emergency braces and monitoring the gravity stabilizers that threatened to swing wildly as liquid shifted. Compensators holding at 67%. If it drops, the whole module tilts. Brace the lower rack. His instructions were fast, clipped, and necessary. Hesitation could cost the habitat days of food. Lyra barked at the miners moving trays. Keep the roots submerged. Check each stem. If it's broken, discard. Don't waste time on what's already lost. Her eyes darted to every corner, catching a drooping leaf, a sagging support, a struggling young miner frozen in fear. Move. You're not just saving plants, you're buying tomorrow. Tavi's hands were a blur across control panels, stabilizing life support fluctuations caused by sudden weight shifts and water displacement. Gravity stabilizers dipping, oxygen flow down 3%, hydroponics retention compromised, rerouting auxiliary power to compensators. Her calm voice belied the tension, but every twitch of the readout sent a jolt through her spine. Jada Core moved between frantic miners, clipboard clutched like a lifeline. Document everything, every tray, every rerouted line, every patch. If another tank fails, we repeat this exactly. She ducked beneath a swinging brace, noting the locations of salvaged plants, the makeshift injector's positioning, and the structural patches applied under extreme duress. No mistakes in the log. If it fails again, we need instant recovery. Rico Darn grabbed a struggling young miner, guiding her to lift a tray of seedlings onto a reinforced shelf. Keep it balanced. Don't let go. Watch the lines. The trainee's hands shook violently, but under Rico's firm but steady gaze, she adjusted, grit replacing fear. Good. Now rotate carefully, steady. Tarn struggled to brace a weakening support beam as Milo tightened improvised fasteners on a broken nutrient conduit. We're running out of time. Tarn hissed, muscles trembling from repeated lifts and pressure holds. If this frame collapses, half the bay is toast. Lyra Neve darted between them, stabilizing trays, checking routes, and issuing orders simultaneously. No hesitations. Every movement counts. If a seedling dies, we lose 3 days of sustenance. That's a whole cycle wasted. She yanked a leaking tube into place, twisting it until the flow resumed. Hold it. Steady. Sarah Ben's voice cut across the chaos again, sharp and precise. Focus. Energy and panic are wasted. Work methodically. Salvage what's alive. Cannibalize what's broken. Ration immediately. We survive through coordination, not panic. Her presence alone tethered the miners, anchoring them to purpose amid spiraling chaos. Milo gritted his teeth, sweat and grime coating his face as he twisted the last valve into position. The makeshift injector coughed, sputtered, and finally stabilized into a steady stream. Got it. Flow stable. For now, he muttered, wiping his hands on grimy overalls. Dren leaned over, adjusting braces on the weakened floor panels beneath the tank. We're not out of danger yet. Every minute counts until this stabilizes fully. Rico Darn's gaze swept the bay, noting every tensioned muscle, every careful motion. Physically capable miners. Assume salvage rotations now. Carefully. Avoid unnecessary risk. Every tray, every stem, every screw in the frame is critical. His voice carried urgency, authority, and reassurance simultaneously. Minutes stretched, punctuated by the hiss of escaping nutrient, the hum of struggling machinery, and the slap of wet boots against metal floors. Sparks leapt from patched conduits, gravity compensators groaned under shifting weight, and the tension in every miner's shoulders was palpable. Even so, coordinated movements kept the crisis from spiraling into catastrophe. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the last tray was secured, the injector held steady, and Dren confirmed compensators were operating within safe limits. Lyra leaned against the reinforced beam, breathing hard, sweat dripping into her eyes. We've stabilized it, for now. Her voice trembled, relief mingling with exhaustion, but she immediately scanned for lingering weak points. Sarah exhaled slowly, surveying the bay. Triage complete. Emergency rationing in effect. Systems are holding, but we maintain vigilance. This was a test of coordination, ingenuity, and endurance, passed, barely. She cast a glance at each miner, pride and concern etched into her features. We've proven our resilience, but the work doesn't stop. Jada Core adjusted her clipboard, noting every repair, every salvaged plant, every improvised patch. If another tank fails, we replicate exactly. No improvisation unless necessary. We've created a repeatable system under extreme pressure. Rico looked over the salvaged trays, scanning the relieved but exhausted faces of his team. Every hand mattered, every motion counted. This isn't just survival. It's proof that we can adapt, endure, and overcome. We keep pushing, because independence isn't guaranteed. It's earned, second by second. Even as the alarms settled and the hum of stabilized machinery became background noise, the miners felt the weight of what had just occurred. Every drop of nutrient, every brace, every precise movement had carried the day. Exhaustion lined their faces, but pride, cohesion, and determination burned brighter. Survival demanded ingenuity, coordination, and unflinching courage, and they had given it in full measure. The habitat hummed with a subdued rhythm now, a far cry from the chaos of failing hydroponics and cascading alarms. Gravity compensators vibrated steadily beneath the reinforced floor panels, oxygen levels stabilized, and the patched conduits no longer sparked. The lights, though dimmed and uneven, cast a soft glow over the repaired trays of fragile crops. Every corner of the hydroponics bay, every control panel, every salvaged support beam testified to the relentless effort the miners had poured into survival. Exhaustion was etched into every face. Sweat and grime streaked cheeks. Uniforms were torn and patched, and muscles ached from repeated strain. Milo Trace leaned against the wall, fingers absently tracing a repaired conduit. "I didn't think I'd feel relief again," he muttered, voice hoarse. "Feels like we just climbed out of a pit with nothing but raw hands." Dren Voss, crouched beside a stabilized nutrient line, wiped his forehead, sighing. "And that pit nearly swallowed half the bay," he replied, voice dry but not unkind. "But we held. That counts for something." His eyes swept the room, noting the meticulous work that had transformed chaos into order. Sarah Ben stepped into the center of the bay, surveying her team with sharp, assessing eyes. Systems are holding. Hydroponics extended by another full cycle. Life support stable, gravity compensators within safe limits, she reported, voice calm but carrying weight. This is not perfection. This is survival. And right now, we've earned it. Rico Darn gave a short laugh, the sound rough but genuine, as he rubbed a streak of grime from his visor. Earned it? Yeah, I'd say we earned it in blood, sweat, and a lot of cussing. He glanced at Tarn Fisk, who was propping up a partially collapsed support beam that had taken a beating. Look at that frame, still standing. You did good, Tarn. Tarn grunted, muscles trembling, a faint smirk on his face. We did it together. Couldn't have held it alone, he said, casting a glance at Milo and Dren, who nodded grimly. Coordination, compromise, and sheer stubbornness had carried the day. Lyra Neve crouched over a row of salvaged crops, brushing dirt from tender leaves. These little guys survived, she said quietly, almost reverently. Every seed counts. Every drop we saved, it matters. Younger miners gathered around her, faces still tight with fatigue. She smiled softly, placing a hand on the shoulder of one nervous miner. See, we can do this, one careful step at a time. That's how independence works. Tabby moved between control panels, checking power outputs, nutrient flows, and oxygen levels again. Her hands were steady despite exhaustion, eyes scanning readouts with a trained focus. All adjustments verified, systems stable. We survive another cycle without incident, she confirmed, voice clipped but carrying a rare trace of satisfaction. Jada Core, clipboard in hand, moved through the bay like a shadow, recording observations, noting minor inconsistencies, and quietly correcting any remaining gaps in procedure. Logs updated, salvage routines documented, everyone's contributions tracked, she said without looking up, voice measured. Next failure, we're ready. Mistakes minimized. Sarah exhaled, eyes lingering on each miner. The weight of leadership pressed on her shoulders, but a small sense of pride flickered. I don't say this lightly. Everyone performed beyond expectation. Ingenuity, coordination, and patience kept this habitat alive. She paused, letting the words settle. Remember this feeling. Remember what you are capable of, because the next challenge will demand even more. Rico's gaze swept over the crew, landing briefly on Milo, Dren, and Tarn. It wasn't easy, and it's far from over. But seeing this crew work together, it's something else. Pride doesn't even cover it. He leaned against the panel, fatigue heavy in his bones but tempered by resolve. We've learned what self-sufficiency actually looks like, and it's damn hard work. Lyra's younger charges fidgeted, still tense from the adrenaline, and she knelt to meet their eyes. Listen, you all did well. Mistakes were minimal. Coordination kept us alive. We are capable, even when it feels impossible. Her voice carried both comfort and quiet authority. Each of you has proven you can act under pressure, and that makes a difference. Tarn Fisk exhaled, brushing dust from his hands. I'll admit, seeing those trays wobble, thinking half of them would collapse. I hated it, but we saved them, every single one we could. That counts for something too. Milo tilted his head toward the salvaged racks. Count for a lot, he said softly. Every time we patch, reroute, or lift a tray, it's proof we can survive without waiting on anyone else. His eyes scanned the bay, taking in the repaired conduits, stabilized hydroponics, and tired but alive miners. Dren allowed himself a brief grin. It's not glamorous, not heroic in the stories, but it's real. And we're alive. That's enough for today. Jada Core moved to the center, holding up her clipboard. And more importantly, it's repeatable. We've documented every step of this crisis. Next time, we can act faster, with less risk of oversight. The work is grueling, but the structure we've built, it's effective. The habitat, though battered and strained, seemed almost peaceful for the first time in cycles. The hum of machinery became a soft backdrop rather than a warning. The flickering lights now steady, and the trays of crops glimmered under the dim, repaired illumination. Every miner in the bay paused, taking stock of what had been accomplished. Exhaustion pressed heavily on shoulders and minds, but for the first time, there was recognition of achievement. Sarah moved between groups, her presence commanding but not overbearing. Trust and teamwork are what kept this place alive. Remember that when things get harder. Remember it when we face challenges beyond this habitat. She allowed herself a fleeting smile. We survived the worst of it together. That is the foundation of independence. Rico looked at Tarn, Milo, and Dren, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "We'll argue over methods later," he said, voice low, tired but warm. "For now, pride in what we pulled off. That counts." Tarn leaned back against the reinforced beam, letting the tension in his body ease slightly. "We didn't just hold it together. We improved it under fire. That's something they can't take from us," he replied, eyes scanning the bay, catching glimpses of every miner's quiet acknowledgement of effort. Lyra gathered her young miners once more, brushing hands over stabilized seedlings. "Today, you all learned something essential. Self-sufficiency is hard, relentless, and unforgiving. But it is possible." Her voice, soft but steady, carried to every corner. "We'll keep practicing. We'll keep improving. And next time, we'll be even stronger." As the miners finally settled, fatigue overtaking adrenaline, there was a quiet sense of solidarity. Conversations were low, careful, punctuated by chuckles, sighs, and small exchanges of reassurance. Plans were whispered for the next cycle, adjustments discussed, strategies refined. Exhaustion was real, but so was pride. The miners moved with a tentative sense of confidence, each of them aware of the fragile victories they had carved from chaos. Systems hummed steadily, trays of crops remained intact, and every small success reinforced the truth they had lived through. Self-sufficiency was exhausting, unforgiving, but possible. Relief threaded through their weariness, and even as muscles ached and brows glistened with sweat, determination held firm. Trust had grown between them, bonds strengthened by shared labor and pressure, and the crew understood that their survival relied entirely on ingenuity, coordination, and the hands of each miner beside them. Beneath their boots, the habitat seemed to breathe with them, pulses of machinery and life support systems humming in steady cadence. Every salvaged conduit, every stabilized tray, every careful adjustment was proof of their effort, proof that independence could be wrested from a fragile, unforgiving environment. Sarah Venn moved among them, noting the quiet nods, the brief glances of acknowledgement, and the subtle easing of tension on exhausted faces. In that moment, the crew shared an unspoken understanding. They had survived together, earned their resilience through sweat and skill, and while the challenges ahead remained uncertain, they were stronger, cohesive, and unbroken. News of the strike arrived like distant echoes through the habitat's comm systems, fragmented and urgent, bouncing through layers of bureaucratic delay before finally appearing on the miners' screens. The messages came in bursts, a mix of official inquiries, reports questioning their actions, and public broadcasts portraying their defiance as reckless or dangerous. Every ping of a terminal made someone flinch. Eyes darted from screen to screen, scanning for updates while instinctively checking the oxygen levels, the flickering gravity compensators, and the status of nutrient flows. Survival, they all knew, would not be dictated by papers and forms, but by what they could actually accomplish in real time. Sarah Venn stood in the central hub, arms crossed, shoulders tense, scanning the latest batch of messages. Her jaw tightened as she read aloud the fragments that mattered most. Notice from the Interplanetary Oversight Council. Immediate account of ore quantities and operational compliance required. Non-compliance may trigger legal action. She let the words hang for a moment, heavy and sharp, settling over the crew like ice. And a public broadcast from the Ministry of Space Resources, concerning reports of illegal extraction in Kuiper Belt zones. They're watching. They're concerned. None of it helps us keep this habitat alive. Her voice carried authority, but the subtle edge of worry threading through it was impossible to ignore. Rico Darn leaned against the edge of a console, rubbing the back of his neck as he listened. "So, let me get this straight. We're being told to defend ourselves against the company, and now the governments want updates, but they don't actually give a damn about keeping us alive." His voice carried frustration, and the tension in his posture betrayed a sharp edge of calculation. Each word mattered. Each delay or misstep could be twisted by bureaucrats or interpreted incorrectly by distant authorities. The weight of thousands of kilometers of politics pressed down invisibly. Lyra Neve shuffled through printouts and digital logs, muttering as she cross-referenced nutrient reports, power draws, and system status updates. Her brow furrowed, eyes narrowing behind streaked glasses. These questions, they're procedural. They're asking for compliance, not solutions. They don't see the reality here. She tapped a corner of a page, the sound echoing faintly in the low hum of the habitat. They won't feel the gravity of a failing oxygen recycler or a hydroponic tank on the brink. She looked up, voice taut with urgency. We have to filter the useful information from the noise. Every second spent chasing bureaucratic demands is a second lost keeping this place alive. Around her, younger miners mirrored her anxiety, glancing at systems and trays alike, knowing that a single missed adjustment could cascade into disaster. Tabby hunched over the comm interface, scrolling rapidly, fingers tapping commands with precision. Some of these messages are contradictory. Council reps calling for moderation while others threaten fines or seizure. Her voice was clipped, methodical, but her eyes betrayed the stress behind her calm. Timestamps. They're weeks old. The lag between transmission and receipt makes them nearly useless operationally. She paused, glancing up briefly at the nearest life support monitors. Still, someone out there knows exactly what we're doing, and I'm not sure they understand the systems we're keeping stable with duct tape and sheer will. Every flicker of the lights reflected off the sweat on her forehead, every soft hum of machinery underscoring the pressure of responsibility that rested on the miner's shoulders. The hub itself seemed alive, vibrating with tension. Sparks flickered from worn consoles, gravity compensators thrummed in uneven cadences, and the faint smell of recycled air mixed with nutrient mist hung thick in the space. Every miner could feel the invisible weight of authority pressing from thousands of kilometers away, a pressure as suffocating as the failing life support systems they had barely stabilized the day before. Their hands moved automatically over controls and readouts, a choreography of precision born from necessity, while their minds weighed the consequences of missteps that no distant memo could anticipate. Sarah swept her gaze over the crew, voice steady but commanding. We need clarity before panic. No one freezes, no one reacts without thought. Her eyes met Milo and Dren's. Keep the critical systems stable. Every oxygen line, every nutrient flow. Rico, Tarn, coordinate security and defensive protocols. Lyra, Tabby, you filter these messages. Separate the ones we can use from those meant to intimidate. Jada, document everything. If the bureaucrats come calling, we must be ready. One misstep, and this whole habitat becomes a target. Her words fell like stones in the hub, grounding the crew while reminding them of the stakes. Milo Trace crouched over a frayed conduit, sparks hissing as he twisted wiring into place. Sweat streaked his face, gloves scorched from repeated contact with unstable circuits. Target or not, he muttered, the systems don't care what the governments think. Dren Boss, kneeling nearby with a wrench on a stubborn valve, gave a short laugh. Exactly, they can threaten all they want. Our job is keeping this place from collapsing while they argue on paper. Their hands moved in unison, improvising repairs, improvising stability where none seemed to exist. Every adjustment carried weight. The smallest error could wipe out hours of work. Jada Core moved along the perimeter, pen and tablet at the ready, logging each message, every instruction, every action taken. Every directive, every update, every note. If the government or company uses it against us, we'll know exactly what happened. Documentation is survival now. Her voice cut through the tension like a calm undertow, grounding the anxious rhythm of the hub. Even as machinery hummed and conduits sparked, the record she kept ensured they would not repeat errors unknowingly. Rico shook his head, voice low but sharp. We're in uncharted territory. Fighting the company was one thing. Now the political spotlight's on us. Every action, every response, they'll judge. But judgment doesn't feed us or keep the tanks from failing. We do. His words were not lost on the crew. Eyes flicked between screens, panels, and each other, the unspoken understanding clear. Their survival remained in their own hands. Sarah's gaze met his, unwavering. Exactly. Observation doesn't change reality. Priorities stay the same. Stabilize, defend, survive. Everything else, messages, threats, inquiries, they're background noise. We filter, we adapt, and we keep moving. The hum of gravity compensators and distant pumps echoed in rhythm with her words, a heartbeat for the crew to follow. Even as tension lingered like thick smoke in the hub, the miners returned to their posts with renewed focus. Every adjustment, every secured conduit, every logged note reinforced their rhythm. Sparks, flickers, and humming machinery became markers of progress, not panic. Each miner felt the creeping awareness that the struggle had expanded. Politics, authority, and distant observers had entered the fight, but hands, minds, and coordination remained the only things keeping the habitat alive. In the quiet moments between check-ins and system scans, the crew's collective understanding settled. The battle was no longer only against corporate greed or failed contracts. It now included unseen eyes and distant mandates, yet the rhythm of survival persisted, deliberate, methodical, and wholly dependent on their skill, endurance, and unity. Independence, for now, remained hard-won, fragile, but undeniably theirs. The first approach of the collection ships hit the sensors like a cold jolt. Outside the reinforced viewports, sleek corporate vessels glided through the sparse darkness of the Kuiper Belt, their hulls glinting faintly against distant starlight. Every miner froze for a heartbeat, scanning for the telltale docking clamps and automated retrieval drones. The comms panel buzzed with alerts, a low, insistent warning underscoring the reality that while governments debated bureaucracy, the company had not paused its operations. Rico Darn stepped onto the floor, voice sharp, eyes flicking between readouts and the viewport. Ships inbound, all personnel to positions, defensive protocols now. His tone left no room for hesitation. The hum of gravity compensators mingled with the distant thrumming of incoming ship engines, vibrating the floor slightly beneath their boots. The habitat seemed to brace itself along with the crew, an uneasy, almost sentient tension threading through every corridor. Tarn Fisk moved quickly, heavy boots clanging against grated panels, inspecting defensive arrays. Turrets online, automated drones tracking the approach vectors. We intercept or deny access, no exceptions, he said, glancing toward Rico. His hands flexed over the controls, twitching with impatience. Every failure in coordination could cost critical ore shipments, and with them, the margin the miners had carved out for independence. Milo Trace crouched at a conduit panel, sweat streaking his face as he twisted wires and patched energy lines. Sparks hissed, sending a brief flare of light over the tense expressions of nearby miners. If these lines trip while the hull shutters cycle, we lose oxygen regulation in 2 sectors, he muttered, wrenching a scorched connector into place. Dren Boss moved beside him, reinforcing structural supports and redirecting auxiliary power. Keep breathing, Milo. One misstep and the whole west grid goes down, he said, eyes tracking the flow of energy like a hawk. Each adjustment rippled through the habitat, and the air vibrated faintly with the hum of life-critical systems. Sarah Ben paced along the central hub, observing the crew, her gaze scanning the hull sensors, the turret readouts, and the flickering lights over every workstation. Remember, every ship we stop or delay buys us autonomy, she said, her voice calm but edged with urgency. Milo, Dren, keep power stable. Rico, Tarn, coordinate defensive teams. Lyra, Tabby, focus on morale. Rotate miners through observation posts. Keep them alert but not panicked. Jada, log everything, every ship, every movement, every rerouted energy line. We survive as a unit. Lyra Neve moved among the younger miners, hands clasping shoulders, guiding them to rotate through observation stations, ensuring no one lost focus under pressure. Watch the energy readouts. Hydroponics are holding, but we need everyone alert, she said. Her words, measured yet urgent, floated above the low hum of machinery. Tabby adjusted rotation schedules, quietly moving miners to break stations so exhaustion didn't tip into error. We can't let panic run unchecked, she murmured. Every weary hand is one misalignment away from disaster. Outside, the first collection drones hovered near the habitat's cargo bays. Lights blinked red across the control panels, warning of unauthorized approach vectors. Rico barked orders, crisp and precise. Track and intercept. No extraction allowed. Defensive teams, prepare for hull breach contingencies. The sound of automated drills and the hum of rerouted power echoed through the corridors, almost drowning out the distant rumble of the corporate vessels. Tarn's hands flew over a control pad. Drone trajectories locked. Automated interceptors ready. Milo, we're pulling extra energy from Sector 4 for auxiliary shields. Dren, reroute the same through Sector 6 conduits. Keep the secondary systems online if a turret misfires. Sweat clung to his brow as his movements became a choreography of precision and urgency. Every pulse of power, every recalibrated sensor, was a line of defense against extraction. Milo twisted another connector into place, sparks crackling in a brief arc. If these lines fail, West gravity stabilizers go offline, he muttered. He glanced at Dren. Ready for a quick restart? Dren nodded, tightening a clamp on the backup regulator. We've got 2 minutes to reroute before any power loss reaches critical levels. The air smelled faintly of ozone and scorched metal, each inhalation a reminder of the fragility of their work. Rico moved between observation stations, voice low but firm. Miners, eyes on the screens. Every drone, every hull maneuver, every warning light counts. Do not assume anything. Coordinate, communicate, no mistakes. His words hung in the air, grounding the nervous energy of the crew. Outside the reinforced viewport, a drone drifted too close to a turret. Sparks flew along its casing as defensive beams tracked it, sending it spinning harmlessly into the void. A brief cheer rose from the observation post, but Rico's gaze remained sharp. Good, but keep it tight. Every success counts, but every near miss teaches us we cannot relax. Jada Core moved between stations, logging every sensor ping, every turret adjustment, every rerouted power line. Documentation is survival, record actions, timings, and errors, she said. Her voice was calm, almost soothing amid the tension, but the precision of her movements reflected the high stakes. Every note she took could prevent disaster later, whether in defense or in negotiations with distant authorities. Minutes stretched, each a fragile thread of attention and coordination. Sparks from patched conduits hissed, power lines groaned under sudden load shifts, and hydroponic nutrient levels fluctuated with every defensive energy draw. The younger miners began to anticipate the routines, adjusting their hands without instruction, following the rhythm of alerts, beeps, and the hum of compensators. Every small action became a tether to survival, every careful movement a refusal to yield to panic. Outside, a corporate vessel attempted a more aggressive maneuver, its thrusters spiking light across the hull. Tarn barked, "Intercept Vector 3. Activate shields on that quadrant." Miners scurried to stations, rerouted energy humming beneath their feet as shields engage. Milo's hands flew over the conduits, ensuring that no critical line tripped. Sparks flared briefly, and Dren adjusted the auxiliary power grid to compensate. The habitat groaned softly under the strain, almost like it was aware of the effort being made to keep it whole. Sarah's eyes swept across the room, noting subtle tremors of fear, exhaustion lining faces, but determination glowing brighter. Every ship we repel is proof of autonomy. Stay coordinated, keep systems stable, keep each other safe. Her words threaded through the low hum of the habitat, syncing with the rhythm of life support, gravity compensators, and energy redistributions. By the end of the cycle, the collection drones had been denied access, hulls intact, and ore stockpiles secure. Miners were breathing heavily, eyes glazed from constant vigilance, yet a subtle pride ran through the crew. Each action, each adjustment, each rerouted conduit had reinforced the reality they were living. Autonomy demanded constant vigilance, ingenuity, and absolute coordination. Even as the alerts faded to background noise, the hub remained tense, alive with the echoes of the attempted breach. Milo wiped sweat from his brow, glancing at Dren. "We held them off. Systems didn't break. That's a win." Dren's grim smile reflected the sentiment without words. Outside, the void remained dark and indifferent, but inside, the habitat pulsed with life sustained entirely by the crew's skill and determination. Somewhere beneath the stress, a quiet understanding settled over the miners. They had survived not because of bureaucracy or distant authority, but because they moved as one. Defensive protocols, energy reroutes, morale management, and sheer stubborn endurance had kept the habitat intact. Each miner, exhausted but alert, understood that every heartbeat of the habitat was a testament to their coordination. Every hum and spark a reminder that autonomy was a fight fought inch by inch, and they had won this round. The comm terminals flickered constantly, each ping carrying another wave of fragmented directives. Alerts from distant bureaucrats arrived in bursts, some polite, some veiled threats, others strangely sympathetic. Miners gathered in the central hub, eyes darting between terminals and each other. The distant authority pressing down on them felt heavier than any physical load. Each message was a reminder that their autonomy had become a matter of politics, not survival alone. Sarah Venn stood near the main console, arms crossed, scanning the flood of communications. Council recommends compromise. Ministry threatens fines. Some support us. Her voice cut through the low hum of machinery. She tapped a sequence of commands, sorting and highlighting the useful fragments. The habitat's lights flickered slightly as the gravity compensators adjusted to minor load shifts, and every miner felt the weight of responsibility tighten around them. Rico Darn leaned against the support strut, jaw tight, hands clenched. We don't compromise. Not now. If we surrender, everything we've fought for falls apart. His gaze swept across the room, landing on each miner briefly, letting the words hang. The hum of life support and the hiss of a cooling line underscored his urgency, vibrating through the floor beneath their boots. Lyra Neve paced slowly between terminals, glancing at readouts and scribbled notes. We have to be careful. One rash move, one misread directive, and panic spreads. Fragile unity breaks faster than these conduits. She paused, adjusting a sensor on the control panel. Every message needs filtering. Distinguish threat from noise, guidance from propaganda. Each flicker of a warning light felt like a small pulse of impending danger. Tabby moved along the perimeter, adjusting shift rotations for observation posts and surveillance sensors. We can't stop monitoring. Company ships or government presence could appear any time, she said, her fingers flying over the comm interface. The faint buzz of machinery, combined with the low drone of recycled air, made every alert feel amplified. Miners glanced nervously at the viewport, half expecting a hull to appear against the black void. Jada Core documented every message, timestamping and noting tone, intent, and any actionable instruction. Records keep us one step ahead, she said, voice calm yet firm. Her pen scratched across the tablet, precise and unflinching. Each keystroke, each logged line, was another layer of insurance against misinterpretation or future accusations. Tarn Fisk leaned over a secondary console, monitoring hull sensors and power reroutes. The system is holding, but the tension is getting to people. Watch the younger miners. They're twitching at every alert. Sparks from a nearby maintenance panel hissed briefly, startling a pair of new recruits. Tarn grunted, redirecting auxiliary power with practiced efficiency. Every adjustment reinforced the precarious balance they relied on for survival. Milo Trace crouched by a conduit, patching a frayed cable as the terminal warnings continued to ping. It's not the wires that are fraying, he muttered. It's nerves. We can handle this physically, but mentally, everyone's on edge. Dren Boss leaned beside him, tightening a clamp and recalibrating energy distribution. Then we stay focused, one system, one task at a time. Don't let bureaucracy bleed into operations. The faint metallic smell of ozone from energized lines mingled with recycled air, a tangible reminder of the habitat's fragility. Sarah's gaze swept the hub. Strategy session now. Everyone contributes, every perspective counts. We cannot fracture under external pressure. She gestured toward a cluster of miners, who moved to assemble around the central table. The ambient hum of machinery filled the pauses between words, creating a rhythm the crew subconsciously synced to as they prepared to act. Rico tapped his tablet, pointing at a highlighted directive. We defend. Period. Any compromise now undermines weeks of effort. We maintain operations, keep systems stable, and no government mandate will dictate our survival. His tone left no room for negotiation. The faint creak of structural supports above seemed to echo his firmness, reminding the miners of the environment's constant precariousness. Lyra's fingers hovered over a printout, her brow furrowed. We assess, we filter, we plan. Panicking over sympathetic notes or veiled threats doesn't help anyone. Every action must be deliberate. Every miner must understand priorities. Stability first. Observation second. Response third. Her voice was steady, though tension tightened in the corners of her eyes. Tabby adjusted observation schedules, checking the viewport feeds and sensor arrays. Shifts are staggered. Continuous watch maintained. No one burns out. No one misses an approach. Company or government, we spot them first. The faint vibration of a distant turbine hummed beneath their boots, a constant reminder that the habitat itself was alive, dependent on their diligence. Jada moved between miners, ensuring notes were accurate and complete. Every message, every alert, every directive is logged. If outside forces try to intervene or misrepresent our actions, this record protects us. It is as vital as any shield or conduit. Her words carried an authority that quieted muttering and reinforced focus. Minutes passed, each filled with tension. Sparks hissed from patched conduits, sensor lights flickered across the control panels, and the soft vibration of life support systems threaded through the hub like a heartbeat. Miners moved with precision, rotating through observation, patching, logging, and recalibrating, their movements a choreography born of necessity. Every hand, every eye, every breath contributed to the survival of the habitat. Sarah's voice cut through the hum. Consensus now. Do we compromise or do we maintain defiance? She scanned each miner in turn, reading reactions that mirrored the strain etched into their features. The air seemed heavier with the weight of potential decisions, every movement a silent acknowledgement of the stakes. Rico's reply was immediate. Defiance. We've proven capable. We can't surrender our autonomy because someone thousands of kilometers away disapproves. His hand hovered over a console, ready to reroute power or command defenses if necessary. Lyra nodded, though her expression remained cautious. Defiance, yes, but informed. We cannot allow hasty decisions to fracture trust. Observation, analysis, and coordinated action first. Panic cannot dictate our strategy. Tabby shifted through schedules again, whispering adjustments for sensor rotations. Teams at full readiness. Surveillance continuous. If any government or company movement is detected, we respond according to protocol. No improvisation that risks stability. Milo and Dren worked in tandem on the secondary systems, rerouting energy to stabilize auxiliary life support and maintain hull integrity. Sparks flared briefly from a connector, and Milo hissed, tightening the clamp. One slip and the oxygen lines take a hit. Every system must hold, or every decision is moot. Sarah exhaled slowly, scanning the hub, her gaze landing on each miner. We are no longer isolated. Company, politics, bureaucracy, they are all part of the challenge now. But this crew, this habitat, and our coordination are our strength. Defiance is viable only because we act as one. The miners returned to their stations, each movement precise, deliberate, aware of the stakes that extended far beyond the immediate confines of the habitat. Sparks, hums, and alerts created a rhythm to which every miner unconsciously matched. Even as conflicting messages pinged across comms and bureaucratic pressure mounted, the crew's actions grounded them. Systems maintained, observation unbroken, morale steady. Somewhere beneath the tension, a quiet understanding took hold. Their struggle had shifted. It was no longer only the company to resist, but the eyes and expectations of distant authorities. Yet every rerouted line, every logged message, every watchful eye was proof that the habitat's pulse depended on them, and not on those faraway offices. They were prepared, coordinated, and determined, aware that survival demanded balance, between caution and defiance, between unity and individual initiative, between observation and action. By the end of the cycle, conflicting messages continued to arrive, but the miners had formed a coherent plan. Systems were stable, watches were staffed, morale maintained, and priorities clarified. Sarah then surveyed the hub, satisfaction faint but present in her eyes. They could not control the political spotlight, but they could control their response, and that control, measured and deliberate, was the closest thing to power they could claim. The habitat trembled faintly under the constant vibration of machinery, a subtle reminder that every system was stretched to its limit. Gravity compensators hummed unevenly, forcing miners to adjust their stance as they moved, boots scraping across panels worn smooth by weeks of continuous labor. The faint tang of ozone mingled with recycled air and the earthy scent of hydroponic crops, a reminder that survival here was not abstract. It was immediate, tactile, and unrelenting. Every alarm, every flicker of a console light, carried the weight of consequences that could cascade into disaster if ignored. Sarah then paced through the central hub, eyes sweeping over consoles and crew alike. She exhaled slowly, trying to ground herself in the rhythm of the habitat. Sparks from a spliced conduit near the power intake drew a flash of attention from Milo Trace, who knelt over it, tools moving with precise efficiency. We can't let that short go unchecked, Milo muttered, adjusting a clamp as the sparks died down. The hum of the main reactor shifted slightly, a warning that the system was compensating for the sudden load. Dren Boss hovered nearby, eyes flicking between energy monitors and life support readouts. Pressure on the oxygen lines is stable for now, but it's fluctuating in Sector 6, he reported. His hands never stopped moving, rerouting flow through patched valves, ensuring the habitat's fragile balance did not collapse. Every adjustment, every motion, was a fight against entropy, a battle fought with wires, panels, and sweat-soaked forearms. Tarn Fisk shoved a reinforcement panel into place, muscles straining. If we don't brace this section, a spike in gravity compensators will tear the frame apart, he muttered. His voice was low, more to himself than to anyone else, though the tension in his shoulders spoke volumes. The hum of the habitat seemed to respond to his words, vibrating in resonance with every structural concern. Rico Darn crouched nearby, guiding Tarn's positioning. Keep it tight. One slip and it's not just the beams. It's the hydroponics, the conduits, the oxygen. Everything. His voice carried authority without need for volume, the kind that came from experience rather than command. The external pressures were no less oppressive. Communications flickered intermittently across the comm terminals, incoming government messages vying for attention alongside company threats. The miners had learned to treat them with cautious focus. Each note parsed for actionable intelligence, each directive weighed against survival needs. Lyra Neve scrolled through the incoming streams, fingers poised over the panels. Some of these demands contradict each other, she said, eyes narrowing. One office wants restraint, another threatens fines, and a third seems almost sympathetic. But we can't count on goodwill. We focus on what we control. Tabby hovered over the monitoring stations, tracking the relative positions of collection ships, plotting the potential approaches of government observers. We're watching for movement, she said quietly. Every ship that changes trajectory or slows triggers an alert. If they're coming, we'll know first. And we'll be ready. Her fingers danced across the touch panels, rerouting sensors, adjusting the sensitivity of the motion trackers. Each adjustment was tiny, but the difference between detection and surprise could be catastrophic. Arguments flared intermittently. A younger miner hesitated over defensive positioning, questioning the order of priorities. Why are we focusing on Sector 6 first? If the hull gets hit, because Sector 6 houses the oxygen and water lines. Rico snapped, cutting the protest short. His tone was firm but not cruel, a reminder that indecision could kill. Sarah moved quickly to mediate, placing a hand lightly on the console between them. Everyone gets a voice, but every second counts. Decisions aren't optional, they're necessary. We adapt, we protect, we survive. That is the order. Her words settled the group, the tension easing just enough for practical action to continue. Milo's hands moved rapidly, sweat dripping from his brow as he spliced together a fragile set of connectors. Every damn circuit has been patched at least 3 times, he muttered, frustration cutting through the low hum of the hub. Dren shot him a sidelong glance. Frustration doesn't fix it faster. Focus. We have this, one splice at a time. The two worked in tandem, muscles taut, eyes scanning for irregularities in the dim glow of emergency lights. Meanwhile, Jada Core circled the hub, pen and tablet in hand, documenting every movement, every decision, every rerouted line and braced beam. Her voice was calm, a counterpoint to the underlying chaos. Logs are up to date. Every adjustment, every directive, recorded. If the bureaucrats come, we're ready. If the systems fail, we know what was last done. The miners respected her diligence, recognizing that in a habitat this fragile, knowledge preserved was survival preserved. Lyra Neve paused by the hydroponics trays, fingers brushing over the delicate seedlings. Even a minor mistake here costs days of nutrition, she said, voice barely audible over the machinery. Young miners flinched at her tone but followed her hands as she guided them through rotations and nutrient adjustments. Each move was painstakingly slow, deliberate. Each success bought them time, and every error could cascade into disaster. Outside the habitat, the faint metallic glint of company collection ships drifted along the periphery, sensors picking up their every approach. Tarn adjusted a panel shielding the observation port, muscles taut. They're still circling, he muttered. If the government shows up, it won't be warnings this time. Rico placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. Focus inside. Outside threats exist, yes, but they don't fix oxygen or power. That's on us. We hold the habitat first. Everything else comes second. Tabby glanced again at the sensors, noting subtle changes in trajectory. They're still moving slowly, testing positions. No aggressive approach yet, but I can't say how long that holds. Her voice carried the steady cadence of observation, unflinching, allowing others to focus on their immediate tasks. The tension from the unknown pressed on everyone, the uncertainty amplified by the distance of authority figures watching silently from millions of kilometers away. Minutes passed like hours. Sparks hissed, conduits groaned, water pumps throbbed, and the habitat creaked under constant minor adjustments. Sweat streaked faces, muscles burned, and yet hands never faltered. Sarah moved along the control nodes, voice low but commanding, checking each station, each operator, ensuring that fatigue had not dulled precision. Keep it steady. Rotate stations if you must. We adapt. We respond. No hesitation. Every word reinforced discipline. Every pause reinforced focus. Rico swept through the hub, observing younger miners flinch at the sudden buzz of a damaged panel. Don't freeze. You respond. You don't panic. One mistake here and it's not just a dented console, it's life support failing. His instructions were crisp, unembellished, carrying the authority of necessity. The younger miners nodded, absorbing the weight of responsibility as their hands mimicked the practiced movements of their seniors. By mid-cycle, Milo and Dren had stabilized critical conduits, rerouted auxiliary power, and prevented a pressure spike in Sector 6. Lyra and Tabby had ensured the hydroponics and oxygen monitoring lines were recalibrated and tracked, while Sarah kept an eye on the cumulative strain across all systems. Tarn and Rico ensured defensive readiness, improvising on short notice to reinforce both the habitat structure and their limited weapon systems. Jada maintained meticulous documentation, each entry a lifeline for future reference. Every miner contributed, every action was meaningful, and together they formed a fragile web of survival. Despite exhaustion pressing on shoulders and minds alike, a shared rhythm emerged. The hub's hum and flicker became a heartbeat, a cadence marking the fragile balance between survival and collapse. Each miner's attention was split across multiple threats: internal failures, external observation, the lurking shadow of company fleets, but coordination and training held them steady. Dialogue was brief, functional, a thread woven through continuous action, pressures stable. Rotating trays, Sector 7 braced. Words were tools, not comfort. Clarity, not camaraderie, guided every exchange. As the cycle drew toward its end, the habitat finally settled into a tense equilibrium. Systems remained online, though stressed. Defenses were poised but untested, and the miners, though weary and bruised by fatigue and argument, carried an unspoken acknowledgement of shared capability. Sarah's gaze swept across the hub, noting steadier hands, more confident eyes, and subtle nods of reassurance exchanged among the crew. The stress of external oversight and internal conflict had not broken them, they had adapted. A faint spark from an auxiliary console drew Milo's attention, but he didn't curse aloud this time. Dren leaned over, inspecting the panel. It's holding. Small flare, minor adjustments. Nothing critical. A silent exchange of relief passed between them, brief but significant. Moments like these were scarce, and everyone carried the weight of survival. Finally, Sarah exhaled, leaning against the support beam, voice quiet but resolute. We've endured the pressure. Systems are holding, the habitat stands, and we know we can respond to whatever comes next. Observation, bureaucracy, threats, they don't determine our survival. We do. Around her, the crew nodded, each recognizing the hard-earned truth. Competence, coordination, and endurance were the only guarantees in a habitat that tolerated no error. The hum of machinery, the faint pulse of shifting structural beams, the smell of recycled air, and the meticulous movements of miners became a testament to resilience under extreme duress. Dialogue, brief and functional, punctuated action without dominating it. Narrative, rich and layered, framed every moment, every decision, and every strained breath. The habitat remained alive, a fragile ecosystem sustained by human ingenuity and persistence, while external pressures, political, corporate, and unknown, loomed, shaping every heartbeat and every cautious step. After hours of relentless work, the habitat finally settled into a tense rhythm. By the end of the cycle, the miners stood, exhausted but unbroken, each understanding that their autonomy was fragile, hard-earned, and worth defending at every turn. They had weathered the convergence of internal stress and external scrutiny, proving that even under scrutiny and looming threat, coordination and resolve could hold the habitat, and themselves, intact. Tension vibrated through the habitat, a quiet undercurrent beneath the soft thrumming of the gravity stabilizers. Every flicker of a panel light, every hiss from a pressure valve reminded the miners that the fight was far from over. Sarah then moved among them, scanning readouts and nodding at Milo Trace and Dren Boss as they made subtle adjustments to the failing conduits and oxygen lines. Her voice cut through the hub, firm but calm. Stay vigilant. Check every line, every valve. Nothing is routine. Every action counts. Rico Darn leaned against the support strut, arms crossed, eyes on the communications array. We've fended off collection ships, kept the oars in place, and held the habitat together, but the government's silence is worse than any order, he muttered. Tarn Fisk sat nearby, gloves stained with grease, shaking his head. Silence doesn't feed us, doesn't fix the tanks, doesn't stop the pressure spikes. It's a weight that never lets up. Rico gave a tight-lipped nod. Exactly. We've got to treat it like another system to manage. Watch it, predict it, survive it. Milo Trace crouched over a conduit, twisting a salvaged wiring splice into place. Sparks flared briefly, and he muttered under his breath, "Every cycle feels like a test designed to break us." Dren Boss adjusted a clamp on an oxygen line, laughter dry and fleeting. If they wanted to break us, they just send the vacuum in instead of paperwork. The two shared a small grin before returning to their work, their humor a fragile thread holding tension at bay. Lyra Neve rotated trays of fragile crops, checking water and nutrient levels with meticulous care. "These plants are more fragile than any message we've received," she muttered. "Every day we stretch their survival is another day we stretch ours." "Don't let the politics distract you." Tabby moved beside her, reviewing sensor readouts and tracking oxygen levels. "We can't let fear rule our schedule. Every minute we waste worrying about what distant offices want is a minute the tanks suffer. Focus on what we can control: systems, rotations, morale." Jada Core moved along the hub's perimeter, tablet in hand, recording every adjustment and every observation. "Logs are up to date. Any documentation gaps will be ours to fix," she said, voice calm yet deliberate. "If the authorities decide to intervene, we'll have every detail accounted for. Every reading, every fix, every rotation." She paused, looking around at the weary faces. "And if nothing happens, it still keeps us organized. Discipline matters." Sarah Venn stopped briefly at the central console, eyes sweeping the crew. "We're stretched, yes. Exhausted, yes. But look at what's here. Systems are holding. Trays are alive. Each of you is holding your position even under stress. That's more than most would manage." Her gaze lingered on Milo and Dren, then Rico and Tarn. "And that coordination, that unity, is what keeps us alive. Not the company, not the government, us." Rico leaned forward, voice low but edged with determination. "We may not know what they'll do next. They may choose to side with the company. They may wait for us to slip. But they don't get to decide our actions. We've learned to survive without them, and we'll continue to do so." Tarn's fingers drummed on the support strut. "Every shift, every check, every rotation, it's all a countdown. But we're still in control." The younger miners, guided by Lyra and Tabby, moved cautiously between stations, hands steadying as they rotated trays. "Balanced nutrient flow and checked oxygen pressure. Focus on your tasks," Lyra said quietly. "Don't let the outside threats unnerve you. Every leaf saved, every tray balanced, is a victory." Tabby added, "Even if they arrive tomorrow, we'll be ready. Not because we have extra help, but because we've earned it." Milo glanced at the flickering lights above and muttered, "Earned it by staying awake half the cycle, twisting wires until our fingers ache, and holding our breath while tanks teeter on collapse." Dren shook his head, chuckling grimly. "And here we are, still standing, still alive. Shows what desperation and stubbornness can do." Rico moved along the edge of the habitat, checking security readouts and confirming defensive protocols. "Collection ships can't take what we've defended. We've held our lines. The company can argue in meetings. The governments can debate in offices. But in this habitat, every second, every adjustment, every rotation is ours to control." Sarah nodded in agreement, her eyes briefly meeting each miner's. "Control what we can, adapt to what we can't, and survive. That's all that matters right now." Minutes passed in tense rhythm. Sparks popped from overworked circuits, water hissed as it balanced through patched pipes, and gravity compensators thrummed in uneven cadence. Sweat and exhaustion streaked every face, but hands moved with precision. Each miner was acutely aware that even minor lapses could cascade into disaster. Yet, despite the strain, there was a quiet pride, a deep understanding that their coordinated efforts, discipline, and adaptability had kept the habitat, and themselves, intact. The hum of machinery became a rhythm for survival. Each beep, each flicker, each hiss was a pulse to follow, a constant reminder that life here depended not on distant authorities, but on their own skill, focus, and unity. Lyra paused beside a tray of seedlings, brushing dirt from her gloves. We're still here, still working, still alive. Every rotation, every careful adjustment. This is how we hold the line. Jada moved between miners, noting their exhaustion but also their resolve. You've all done what's required, she said. Systems stable, inventory secured, rotations logged, morale maintained as best we can. Even if the government never responds, even if the company escalates tomorrow, we've built a foundation. That's strength. Tarn leaned against the support beam, voice quiet but thoughtful. Strength comes with cost. Every ounce of it is a reminder that independence isn't easy. Rico placed a hand on his shoulder. Independence is never easy, but we've earned it, and every one of us, in our role, proves that we're capable of holding it. By the end of the cycle, the habitat was quiet but alive. Exhaustion lined every face, but no spirit had broken. Systems held, trays were balanced, oxygen flow steady, and security protocols maintained. Every miner understood that their autonomy was fragile, hard-won, and worth defending with every action, every rotation, every careful adjustment. Relief mingled with vigilance, and cautious optimism threaded through exhaustion. Sarah Ben glanced at the crew, pride and fatigue etched into her features. We've survived this cycle, she said softly. We'll survive the next, and the one after that. Together, the habitat pulsed gently beneath their feet, alive with the quiet evidence of their effort. They had defended their space against external threats, weathered uncertainty, and proven that coordination, resilience, and determination were more than enough to maintain life here. Their hands, their minds, and their unity were the only guarantees of survival, and for now, that was enough. The distant lights appeared first as faint glimmers along the edge of the Kuiper belt, like cold stars blinking in deliberate formation. Minutes later, the full enormity of the incoming fleet became visible, massive government enforcement transports cutting through the void, their hulls reflecting the pale light of scattered ice debris. Even from kilometers away, the raw weight of their presence pressed into the minds of the miners, a psychological gravity as unyielding as the cold vacuum surrounding them. In the habitats, alarms triggered automatically, shrill and insistent, each ping bouncing through the corridors with mechanical insistence. The faint hum of life support units shifted into a louder, more urgent resonance, underscoring that the familiar rhythm of their daily routines was shattered. Sarah Ben pivoted on her heels, scanning the command hub as the first tactical readouts appeared on the consoles. Red dots blipped on sensor screens, representing armed transports approaching at calculated vectors. Her voice cut through the tense air, measured but firm. Milo, Dren, prioritize the oxygen lines. Check the secondary valves, they're under strain. Rico, Tarn, get teams moving to cover entry points. Every access hatch, every corridor, we can't leave anything unguarded. If a boarding party breaches, we lose more than equipment, we lose lives. The miners reacted with a practiced urgency, the hours and days of preparation coalescing into instinct. Milo Trace knelt at a conduit, welding sparks flaring intermittently as he reinforced a failing panel. These lines won't hold under direct fire, he muttered, voice tight with focus. Beside him, Dren Boss adjusted the pressure regulators, hands trembling only slightly as he balanced a delicate dance of valves and circuit reroutes. Better hold what we can, he replied, or everything else is pointless. The ambient air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched wiring, coolant mist, and recycled oxygen, a reminder that survival was a sensory burden as well as a mental one. Rico Darn moved swiftly, rallying small groups of miners toward strategic positions. He barked orders with precision, each syllable cutting through the clamor of alarms, the distant thrum of approaching thrusters, and the soft groan of stressed structural beams. Seal that corridor. Check your angles. Nothing moves until I say it's clear. His voice carried urgency but also reassurance, a tether to the crew's collective focus. Around him, miners hefted barricades, repurposed panels, and salvageable conduits, creating haphazard yet functional defensive positions, their metal hands scrabbling over rivets and fasteners with a mixture of fear and practiced dexterity. The first warning shots struck the outer hull, raking sparks across maintenance hatches and sending pressure waves through the compartments. The habitat shuddered, and for a moment, the miners felt the fragile line between controlled order and total chaos. Tabby's fingers flew over the control interface, rerouting power away from damaged conduits and toward critical systems. Life support stable, she called, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her adrenaline. Emergency distribution active. Backup pumps online. Keep your focus. Don't let panic take the lead. She glanced at Lyra Neve, whose hands were full with monitoring nutrient tanks, balancing the integrity of fragile hydroponics against the structural tremors that raced through the habitat. Sarah's eyes never left the incoming vessels. They're calculating pressure points, she muttered, half to herself, half to the crew around her. She adjusted a console display, marking predicted impact zones and possible boarding trajectories. We can't predict every strike, but we can control what's inside. Hold your positions, adapt to the strikes. Every second counts. The room smelled faintly of ozone and scorched metal, mingling with the natural tang of recycled air and nutrient mist, a sensory reminder that life here was maintained by diligence alone. The miners' panic began to gnaw at edges. A younger worker, trembling, fumbled with a hatch lock. Tarn Fisk's voice was sharp but not cruel. "Lock it, now. One hesitation and they're in before we've reacted." The miner's hands steadied under his gaze, but the tension left the room taut as bowstrings. Beside him, Jada Core moved deliberately, tablet in hand, logging every movement, every decision, every warning and order. "Record everything. If this goes to investigation, we need proof. Proof that we acted. Proof that we survived this," she said quietly, almost to herself, but audible enough for the nearest miners to hear, grounding their panic in procedural purpose. Rico glanced toward the secondary power banks, noting fluctuating energy levels as structural integrity sensors flickered red under strain. "Milo, check the conduits feeding the main hull. Dren, reroute auxiliary flow to the docking locks. We can't have those compromised." He pivoted to the closest group of miners, voice commanding and precise. "If they breach the perimeter, you hold until instructed otherwise. Only target borders, no unnecessary risk." The first physical impact shook the habitat, sending a tremor through feet and furniture alike. Sparks flew from exposed circuits, and a distant hiss of vented air sounded like a scream. Miners ducked instinctively, some clutching salvaged panels, others gripping hand tools for improvised defense. Lyra Neve's hands worked rapidly over the nutrient lines, her eyes scanning readouts and valves, ensuring that critical life-sustaining systems would not fail even as the structure around them shivered. "These tanks won't survive a direct hit," she warned, voice tight. "If any conduit fractures, we lose weeks of nutrition." Tabby tapped at a console, eyes sharp. "I've stabilized the main oxygen loop. Power fluctuations are minor but frequent. We can't sustain this if they breach the reinforced corridors." The weight of responsibility pressed on her shoulders, yet she maintained control, each decision a tether between survival and collapse. Sarah moved through the central hub like a shadow, checking on each miner, offering a brief nod or word of reassurance, a firm hand guiding a struggling teammate. "Keep your heads. Focus on your tasks. Fear is a tool. Use it to stay sharp, not to freeze." Her gaze lingered on Milo and Dren as they adjusted the last of the pressure regulators. "Good. Every conduit matters. Every adjustment keeps this place intact." The warning shots continued, hollow thuds against the reinforced outer walls, echoing through the habitat's corridors. Miners gritted their teeth, eyes darting between sensor screens and incoming projectiles. The sheer volume of approaching ships made even experienced miners flinch. "We're outnumbered," Tarn muttered under his breath, wrench in hand, tightening a brace on a hallway support beam. "But not outclassed here inside. We control the space we can control." Outside, thrusters flared intermittently, sending the vacuum alive with the light of distant firing arcs, a silent ballet of destruction. Inside, the habitat seemed to shrink under the weight of incoming fire, the corridors groaning in tandem with the hull. Yet within this crucible, the miners moved with deliberate precision, following Sarah's orders and instincts honed through countless crises. Each motion, each valve adjustment, each barricade secured, became an act of defiance against forces far larger than themselves. Minutes blurred into tense hours. Each blip on the sensor grid was treated as both threat and opportunity, every decision potentially life-saving or catastrophic. Rico barked a sudden order as a red dot indicated a ship maneuvering closer to the main docking tube. "Team Delta, intercept, cover the locks." Now, miners scrambled, metal boots scraping against reinforced floors, bodies moving in practiced synchrony. Sparks flew, tools clanged against makeshift barricades, and even under extreme fatigue, They executed the command with near-perfect coordination. Sarah leaned over a console, tracing projected vectors of the fleet. We hold what we can. No heroics. We survive as a unit, or not at all. Her eyes scanned the group, lingering on each miner. Some terrified, some resolute, all essential. Milo's Sparks danced near her feet. Dren's hands clamped valves with white-knuckled intensity. Lyra's eyes never left the fragile tanks she guarded. Tabby monitored power and life support systems like a conductor guiding a deadly symphony. Even under overwhelming pressure, small moments of humanity flickered. Whispers of encouragement, brief nods, a shared glance acknowledging survival and perseverance. Every miner understood the stakes. This was not just a fight for ore or autonomy. It was a fight for life, and every hand, every breath, every ounce of attention counted. Jada's documentation kept the rhythm of purpose steady, a tangible record of resilience amidst chaos. By the end of the assault's first wave, the habitat had taken damage, systems strained to their limits, and miners bore visible marks of exhaustion. Smudges of dirt, soot on their uniforms, tense muscles, bruised arms from lifting and reinforcing, but they had held the line. Sarah's voice, firm and unwavering, cut through the lingering alarms. Systems intact enough to survive. No one left behind. Stay vigilant. This isn't over. The first step of destruction had passed, but the heavy shadow of authority now loomed over the habitat with every flash of distant lights, every ping of sensors, every groan of stressed metal. The miners, despite fatigue and injuries, understood one immutable truth. They survived together, and together they would meet whatever the next wave demanded. The aftermath of the initial assault left the habitat scarred, corridors echoing with the hum of damaged machinery and the acrid scent of burned circuitry. Sparks flickered intermittently from ruptured panels, the lights above swinging as if caught in an invisible storm. Miners moved carefully through the wreckage, eyes scanning every conduit, every vent, aware that a single misstep could trigger another cascade of failures. The company's presence was heavy, silent yet oppressive, felt in the way supply ships glided through orbit like predatory birds, their hulls glinting under the distant sun. Shadows stretched unnaturally across warped floors, and the low hum of gravity stabilizers vibrated in rhythm with the miners' tense steps. Each miner carried a sense of weight, a mental ledger tallying what had been lost, what remained, and what could fail at any instant. Jada Core crouched by a partially collapsed console, her tablet casting a pale light across her sweat-streaked face. System logs, partial, life support sustained, but several modules are offline. We can salvage enough to keep oxygen stable, but not without careful monitoring, she murmured, documenting every frayed wire, every scorched panel. She paused, pressing a finger to a flickering panel. If the conduit fails here, we lose circulation to Sector 3, she added, glancing at Milo Trace, who was hunched over a twisted conduit nearby. Her fingers flew across the interface, cataloging damage in a rhythm that countered the chaos around her. Each flicker of a display, each cracked wire, became a line in a ledger of survival, every entry carrying a weight as heavy as the hull overhead. Milo muttered under his breath as he twisted salvaged wiring into place, grease coating his hands. These lines are fragile. We lose one, and half the hub goes dark. He snapped a clamp into position and wiped sweat from his brow. Dren Voss worked alongside him, holding a damaged oxygen regulator steady. Steady, careful, we're patching life itself here, he said, voice tight with tension. Sparks hissed from a nearby breaker as the two miners coordinated their efforts, hands moving in near perfect synchronization. The smell of scorched insulation hung in the air, and every movement demanded absolute focus. One slip would mean plunging entire sectors into darkness. They exchanged terse glances over the conduits, communicating silently as much as with words, their synchronized movements a dance of survival under the looming company threat. Lyra Neve navigated the narrow maintenance corridors, guiding younger miners who trembled with fear and exhaustion. Follow the schedule, rotate stations, check every gauge. No heroics, she instructed, pausing to stabilize a flickering light panel above the hydroponics bay. She bent down to a trembling miner and placed a hand on their shoulder. I know it's hard, but focus on what you can control. One step at a time. That's all we have. The soft hum of the nutrient injectors provided a rhythm against the harsh background of alarms and the occasional groan of stressed metal. Lyra moved like a tether between chaos and calm, her presence reminding the miners that each careful motion mattered and that panic would only cascade failures faster than any external attack could. Tabby monitored the rotating shifts, her eyes darting between the readouts of failing systems and the anxious faces of those she oversaw. Hydroponics stable, for now. Life support is holding. Rotation schedule. Keep everyone moving. No single miner overexerted, she called softly, leaning closer to a screen to reroute power to critical conduits. Every watt counts. Every second counts. Don't forget that. She moved through the hub like a shadow, noting anomalies in pressure valves, rerouting electrical loads, and adjusting flow rates. The hum of machinery intertwined with the shuffling of boots and occasional clink of tools against metal, creating a soundtrack of controlled urgency. The miners realized quickly that freedom had been replaced with controlled efficiency. Debts remained, rations were strictly measured, and the constant threat of punishment hovered like a weight over their shoulders. Yet, in the small victories, stabilizing a tank, patching a line, preventing a system failure, there was a sliver of agency. Fragile, almost imperceptible, but tangible, it threaded through their movements and decisions, keeping their minds focused amid the haze of despair. In these moments, whispered reassurances passed between miners. This line holds, tanks stabilizing, rotation complete. Each phrase, small as it was, stitched together a fragile web of morale amidst the suffocating control of the company. Rico Darn moved among the teams, ensuring physically capable miners assisted where needed without overstepping into dangerous zones. Keep pressure steady, he barked, pointing to an unsecured conduit. Dren, Milo, this line goes first. Jada, status logs on me. Everyone else, rotate and watch your partner. We don't survive if someone drops a tool into the oxygen feed. His voice carried urgency, but underneath it was reassurance that the miners were not alone in the chaos. His eyes scanned every corridor, every flicker of movement, ensuring no miner ventured too close to unstable panels or venting pipes. Tarn Fisk worked beside a collapsed supply module, attempting to shift debris without causing further structural damage. Feels like we're crawling through a coffin, he muttered, sweat running down his temple. Lyra's hand snapped to his arm. Focus, Tarn. Every second wasted risks the lives we're trying to save. This isn't about frustration, it's about survival. The corridor's shadows seemed to close in with every movement, the oppressive weight of company dominance pressing on their shoulders as much as the debris. Through the grueling hours, Jada's notes and Milo and Dren's repairs kept critical systems functional. Lyra comforted those too young or too shaken to manage fear, while Tabby coordinated their rotations with precise care, minimizing casualties and exhaustion. Dialogue, instruction, and environmental observation blended seamlessly. Pressures holding, just keep it steady, monitor the hydroponics valves. They spike if too much load shifts. Milo, reroute Sector 5 immediately. Each miner's words threaded through the chaos, a mesh of practical guidance and morale bolstering. By nightfall, the habitats were breathing again, patched and stabilized enough to sustain life. The company's control was complete, the illusion of autonomy shattered, yet the miners had survived another day, battered yet not broken. Murmurs of shared grief, tension, and fleeting hope rippled quietly through the corridors, punctuated by sporadic directives. Even in the dim glow of emergency lights, miners exchanged brief reassurances. Oxygen stable in the East Wing. Hydroponics bay looks stable. Rotations complete. Everyone accounted for. These small exchanges created invisible threads of cohesion, a quiet counterpoint to the oppressive presence above. Sarah Ben moved through the dimly lit corridors, noting patched conduits, stabilized tanks, and exhausted faces. We hold, for now, she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. Rico Darn nodded beside her, scanning supply lines and damaged structures. We adapt, we survive. That's all we can do. Their eyes met briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the impossibility and necessity of the days ahead. The scent of scorched metal lingered, and the low hum of gravity stabilizers marked time against the backdrop of anxious breathing and the occasional groan of stressed infrastructure. Even under the company's iron grip, the miners' coordinated efforts and ingenuity had carved a narrow path between life and destruction, proving that survival required more than obedience. It demanded focus, resilience, and relentless action. Dialogue, strategy, and meticulous work blended into a single pulse of purpose, each moment a testament to the skill and cohesion that kept the habitats alive. Though the promise of freedom had vanished, the miners remained, alive and capable, the fragile threads of autonomy woven into every measured step, the unbroken rhythm of their shared labor sustaining them in a world that had offered only oppression and danger. The corridors smelled faintly of scorched metal and recycled air, the remnants of damage from the previous assault still lingering in the dim lights and warped panels. Every hum of machinery carried a tense undertone. It wasn't just the systems that groaned under stress. It was the crew, their muscles aching from hours of emergency repairs, their minds racing with fear, calculation, and a quiet defiance. Sarah Venn and Rico Darn moved through the habitat with measured steps, their eyes scanning the damage while noting the anxious posture of every miner they passed. "We need to know exactly what we're dealing with," Sarah said, voice low, cutting through the tense air. She stopped at a junction, fingers tracing a map of orbital paths projected on a cracked tablet screen. "Every ship, every hull, every security protocol. If we miscalculate, even once, this fails before it starts." Rico leaned over her shoulder, tracing the trajectory of company supply ships as they orbited the damaged habitats. "There's one," he murmured. "Fully loaded, lightly defended. Timing is tight, but it's our only chance." His gaze shifted, sharpened, scanning the data for weaknesses in the automated docking locks, the pattern of the ship's patrol drones. "Every other vessel is bristling with security teams. This one is our only option." The miners nearby moved with a sort of mechanical rhythm, responding to orders with precision, but beneath the surface, tension vibrated like an undercurrent. Tarn Fisk bent over schematics on a small tablet, his brow furrowed as he traced possible points of ingress. "If we approach from the starboard flank, we can hit the docking bay while their sensors are aligned on the outer hull," he said, voice hushed. "They rotate every 24 minutes. Catch them at the wrong angle, and we're invisible for a few critical seconds." Milo Trace scratched at his temple, grease-stained hands hovering over the schematics. "Minimal risk if we cut power from their auxiliary grids first," he suggested. "Dren and I can reroute some conduit lines to mask our heat signatures, throw off the sensors for the boarding window. But it'll take coordination, timing, and nerves made of steel." Dren Boss, standing nearby with a portable toolkit, gave a short nod. "I can handle the wiring. But we have to move as one unit. Any hesitation, any misstep, and this is over." He glanced at the younger miners nervously peeking from around corners. "They need to stay out of the way until we secure the main deck." Lyra Neve stood off to the side, arms crossed, eyes flicking to screens showing habitat life support, oxygen levels, and rotating shifts. "We hold the fort while they do this," she said firmly. "If anything goes wrong, it's on us to keep the habitat alive. Don't forget, people come first. Systems second, but don't let anyone slip, not even a second." Tabby checked each readout with a meticulous eye. "I've got rotation schedules optimized. No miner works more than 30 minutes without a break. We don't need fatigue causing a collapse." She tapped at her tablet, adjusting conduits to compensate for ongoing power fluctuations. "Hydroponics is holding, life support is stable, and every system will be logged. If they fail, we know why. Every second matters." The team gathered in the central hub, a tense cluster of sweat, grime, and focus. Sarah stepped to the center, letting her gaze pass over every face. "We're not heroes," she said quietly, voice carrying across the hushed room. "We're not outlaws yet. We're survivors. If this works, we move from being trapped to being in control. But nothing is guaranteed. Understand?" A chorus of affirmations passed through the group, clipped nods and tight, controlled breaths. The air smelled of metal, oil, and the faint tang of fear. Every miner knew the stakes. Every miner felt the gravity pressing down, heavier than the iron hulls surrounding them. Rico moved toward the schematics again. "We approach from the outer hull, breach at the docking bay. Milo, Dren, you handle the sensor masking. Tarn, you and I lead the boarding party. Sarah, you coordinate habitat defense. Lyra, Tabby, keep the unarmed miners safe, rotation controlled. Jada, document everything. If we die, or worse, fail, we leave a map for anyone who comes after." Jada Core exhaled sharply, eyes wide as she scribbled notes and typed logs with fervor. "Every conduit, every access panel, every vulnerable point, I'll have it all cataloged. Nothing goes undocumented." If the company comes after us later, there will be a record of what we did and why. Minutes stretched into an hour as they reviewed, rehearsed, and rechecked every detail. Milo and Dren traced wiring diagrams while Tarn and Rico paced with the schematics, simulating breaches and sensor manipulations in their minds. Lyra and Tabby paced the life support consoles, confirming oxygen levels, water filtration cycles, and power reserves. Each miner performed their role with a mechanical precision honed over months of crisis, yet the tension never eased, it only sharpened. "They'll expect us to be predictable," Tarn muttered. "If we act as they expect, we're dead before the first hatch opens. We need a staggered approach, timing like clockwork." Milo's hands paused on a bundle of wires. "We can stagger power diversions. Make them see false heat signatures, false motion. They'll think we're scattered, maybe panicked. But we'll be aligned." Sarah's eyes met his. "Perfect. That's exactly what we need. Confidence under pressure, but precise execution. Every second counts, and every movement is a statement. We survive by planning, not luck." Rico drummed his fingers lightly on the console. "We need contingencies. If a hull lock fails, if a sensor catches us, we adapt immediately. Nothing waits, nothing hesitates." Tabby's voice cut in, steady and deliberate. "And no one improvises without consulting me first. Habitats don't survive improvisation under these conditions. If you act without coordination, you risk everyone. Do we understand each other?" The nods were unanimous, sharp, and deliberate. Each miner understood the balance between calculated risk and reckless action. The air in the hub was thick with adrenaline, the kind that prickled skin and made fingers twitch over tools and tablets. Sarah exhaled, the weight of leadership pressing down on her chest. "This is it," she whispered, almost to herself. "One clean window, one shot. We take it, and there's no going back. Are we ready?" Rico's hand rested briefly on her shoulder. "We've got the skills. We've got the plan. It's about execution now. Nothing else matters." Dren adjusted his toolkit, eyes scanning the dim corridor leading to the outer hull. "If we screw this up, it's over fast. But if we pull it off, freedom." Milo tightened a clamp on a conduit. "Freedom," he echoed, voice low. "I'd kill for it right now." The hub was quiet for a moment, save for the low hum of machinery and the occasional hiss of the ventilation system. Then, as if on cue, Sarah straightened, her expression firm. "All right, move out. One team to the hull, one team here. Execute the plan. No mistakes, no second chances." Every miner felt the gravity of the moment as they began to move, their bodies tensing, hearts hammering. They were no longer merely miners. They were orchestrating a desperate, dangerous gambit to escape the company's grasp, each action measured, precise, and filled with both terror and hope. The air vibrated with anticipation. Every flickering light, every whirring panel, every cautious step reinforced the stakes. Outside the habitat, the lightly defended supply ship drifted in orbit, unaware of the danger approaching, a prize and a lifeline intertwined. And in that tense, fragile moment, the miners understood that nothing in their lives had prepared them for this. Yet, for the first time in months, a flicker of possibility ran through the corridors. A chance not just to survive, but to take their future into their own hands. The corridors of the habitats were jagged with damage, lights flickering over scorched panels, metal bent and warped from the previous assaults. Dust hung in the air, illuminated in narrow beams by emergency lamps, and every footstep stirred a cloud that seemed to linger longer than it should. Miners moved carefully through the shadows, each aware of the weight pressing on their shoulders, the looming presence of company fleets, the scars of the past assault, and the fragile chance they had to reclaim control. Rico Darn crouched near a collapsed maintenance bay, gesturing to a group of the most capable miners. "Remember, speed isn't everything," he said, his voice carrying across the debris. "Coordination is life. One wrong move, and it's over. Cover angles, anticipate each other, communicate. Let's go through it again." Milo Trace adjusted a frayed conduit, snapping a salvaged clamp into place. Sparks danced briefly across the metal before settling. "These lines are unstable," he muttered, frustration lacing his words. "If one gives, half the hub goes dark." He looked up at Rico. "We're threading life itself here, not wires." Dren Boss crouched beside him, holding a damaged oxygen regulator steady. "Steady," he said quietly. "Each twist matters. One slip and someone pays for it." Sweat dripped from his brow onto the machinery, and the faint hiss of air leaking through small cracks punctuated the tension. Sarah then moved along the perimeter, scanning the warped walls and damaged floors. Her eyes paused on a section where the hull's structural integrity had been compromised. "This section could give us an emergency exit if needed, or trap us if we misstep," she said, fingers brushing the jagged metal. "Memorize it. Know the terrain as well as your role." Lyra Neve guided younger miners past collapsed debris, steadying their hands and encouraging careful steps. "One moment at a time," she said, her hand on a trembling shoulder. "Check every gauge. Rotate stations, don't overreach. Focus on what you can control. The rest is out of our hands." Her voice was soft but insistent, a counterpoint to the background hum of strained machinery. Tabby monitored rotating shifts from a shadowed console, eyes flicking between failing systems and anxious miners. "Hydroponics holding, oxygen stable for now," she reported. "We can sustain life, but nothing is guaranteed. Every second, every watt counts. Move carefully, but efficiently. Don't risk more than necessary." Jada Core crouched nearby, tablet in hand, her screen illuminating her focused face. Every sensor, every panel, every anomaly, documented. Docking lock overrides, potential patrol windows, environmental variables. "If we fail, we need a record of exactly why," she murmured, fingers dancing over the interface. Tarn Fisk tested the grip of a salvaged ladder, the metal creaking softly under his weight. "We'll need this for rapid boarding," he muttered. "Every second counts. If it collapses mid-action, it's fatal." The miners moved through corridors and shadowed bays, rehearsing boarding maneuvers with precise care. The air was heavy with dust and the metallic tang of scorched machinery. Every step, every motion, carried the dual burden of survival and secrecy. Even in the flickering emergency lights, determination glimmered. They were moving not as scattered individuals but as a coordinated force, each step rehearsed until muscle memory could carry them if fear or exhaustion overtook reason. Rico barked instructions as a simulated breach commenced. "Tarn, Milo, Dren, point of entry first. Sarah, monitor structural risks. Lyra, Tabby, manage habitat systems. Jada, notes. Everyone else, observe and rotate. One misstep and we fail." "Yes." The team chorused, the voices tight with concentration, carrying the shared urgency of impending action. Milo adjusted a conduit, checking the routing of emergency power lines. "We need this corridor clear. One false step and sensors pick us up. Then the company has a timestamp of our location," he muttered. Dren checked oxygen lines, hands steady despite the sweat glistening on his forehead. "The system has to hold while the boarding team moves," he said. "No miscalculations. Every line matters." Sarah paused at the edge of a collapsed bay, brushing her fingers over warped metal. "Remember, this is survival. Every second counts. Every decision has weight," she said, her eyes sweeping the dim corridor. "Focus on what you can control. Control what you can." The drills continued, teams moving in tandem through the damaged habitats. Shadows stretched unnaturally across scorched walls. Sparks from flickering panels cast brief glows on anxious faces. Each miner understood the stakes. They were poised on the edge of the unknown, and even the smallest misstep could cascade into catastrophe. Rico moved between them, adjusting positions and correcting errors. "Don't just run through it. Think. Anticipate. Cover your partner. Trust the team, or this ends badly. Every second counts," he said, voice firm yet steady. Tabby's voice threaded through the shadows. "Pressure stable. Hydroponics secure. Rotations verified. Systems can handle maximum strain for the operation's duration." Lyra added, voice soft but insistent. "Watch morale. Protect the younger miners. Fear can kill faster than missteps. Keep them engaged but shielded." Jada whispered to herself as she logged data. Every sensor sweep, docking anomaly, contingency, timing window, everything recorded. "If this fails, we know why. If it succeeds, we learn how to replicate it." Tarn adjusted his makeshift battering tool. "We move under shadows, in the dark. Every step measured, every second accounted for. Hesitation is fatal. Precision is survival." Rico's hand hovered near the doorway leading to the airlock corridor. "Ready yourselves. Once we step out, there's no margin for error. Execute flawlessly, or not at all," he said. The miners exchanged grim nods, the flickering lights casting long shadows across their faces. The hum of the remaining systems underlined the tension, each vibration reminding them that the habitat itself was a fragile ally. They were poised on the brink, balancing on a knife edge between survival and catastrophe, yet determined to seize their one chance at freedom. Finally, Sarah straightened, signaling the end of preparations. All systems monitored, teams ready, timing synchronized. "We go on my mark," she said. Rico's gaze swept the assembled miners. "Precision, coordination, trust. Once we step out, it's all or nothing. No mistakes. Remember that." The air in the shadowed corridors throbbed with anticipation. Each miner's heartbeat seemed to echo louder than the machinery, a shared rhythm of fear and resolve. They were moving not just to survive another day, but toward a fleeting, hard-won chance at freedom that had seemed impossible just hours ago. Every miner understood. Failure meant death or imprisonment. Success meant escape, autonomy, and the first real step into a life outside the company's iron grip. The shadows were no longer just shelter. They were an arena, a proving ground where their skill, courage, and coordination would decide their fates. The corridor hummed with the subtle vibrations of the company's supply vessel docked just beyond the damaged airlock, its hull massive and imposing even from the narrow passageways of the ruined habitats. The miners had spent hours mapping every structural weakness in the docking bay, tracking the guards' patrol schedules, and noting the vulnerabilities in the automated systems. Now, with the airlock seal held tenuously in place and their equipment packed and ready, the moment had come. Rico raised his hand, a signal that froze every movement. The team pressed themselves against the walls, weapons ready but senses sharpened for any sign of detection. Dust and the faint tang of burnt circuits filled the air, the remnants of prior skirmishes and destroyed conduits serving as an ever-present reminder of the stakes. Even the low hum of the emergency lights seemed amplified, a pulse in the silence that reminded them all of what was at risk. Jada crouched by the access console, her fingers dancing over the interface with precise rhythm. Every bypass, every override, had to be executed perfectly. One misstep could trigger alarms, lock the airlock, or alert the lightly armed guards on the supply ship. 3, 2, 1, she whispered, counting down with a steady, unwavering cadence. Sparks flickered from nearby panels as the old systems resisted her commands, but she pushed through, overriding the locks. "Go!" she hissed, and the hum of the docking interface shifted as the airlock cycled open. The miners flowed through the narrow space, every movement deliberate, shadows dancing across their faces from the flickering lights. The smell of scorched metal and heated machinery was thick, and every miner felt the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. They were not just striking, they were committing outright piracy against a fully armed company vessel. Beyond the airlock, the supply ship glinted in the dim light, its sleek hull bristling with weapons that had been designed to keep miners in check. Rico led the first wave, hand signals cutting through the tension. "Cover sectors Alpha and Beta. No noise. Eyes sharp." Tarn Fisk moved beside him, checking his equipment and gesturing silently to Milo and Dren. Each of the technicians had assigned roles: systems manipulation, bypassing security nodes, and monitoring any automated defenses. The crew's understanding of the vessel's weak points, gathered from hours of surveillance and intelligence, gave them the confidence to move forward. Inside the docking corridor, the air was thick with anticipation. Every miner's heart beat a little faster as they advanced, each step measured against the potential of instant failure. The lights from Jada's portable console painted their faces in harsh contrasts, revealing sweat, determination, and the fatigue of days without true rest. As the miners reached the outer hull of the supply ship, automated sensor sweeps began their cycles. Tabby's eyes flicked over the readings. 2 guards at forward port, rotation in 45 seconds. Main guns unmanned for the next cycle. "This is our window." Her voice was calm, but the edge of excitement and terror was clear to those who knew her. Lyra Neve adjusted the placement of a temporary shield, ensuring the miners remained in shadow during their approach. "Move slowly. Timing is everything." The team pressed forward, crawling through maintenance hatches and shadowed passages that had been designed for routine ship access, not covert boarding operations. Every panel they touched was a potential alarm. Every vibration could betray them. The reality of their situation settled in fully. They were no longer simply rebellious miners. They were fugitives, turning to tactics that would mark them as outlaws across every colony and settlement. Yet the potential for freedom, for escape from the crushing cycle of exploitation, pushed them forward with a determination that outweighed their fear. Rico halted near the ship's main cargo bay. The massive doors loomed ahead, bristling with sensors and reinforced plating. Jada, breach sequence. Milo, Dren, prep overrides. Everyone else, positions. The words were clipped, functional, a rhythm learned over countless hours of crisis management. Sparks hissed from the panel as the overrides engaged, and the cargo bay doors shuddered, responding reluctantly to the miners' manipulation. Inside, the supplies glimmered under harsh artificial lights. Crates of ore, rations, life support components, and a fully fueled propulsion core. The ship's interior smelled of metal, lubricant, and the faint antiseptic of company maintenance. Comforting to some, oppressive to others. Every crate represented survival. Every system functioning properly was a lifeline back into the cold, dangerous expanse of the Kuiper Belt where they could truly be free. A sudden flicker in the sensor readout made Tabby tense. Security sweep cycle coming in 15 seconds. Shields up, everyone silent. The miners froze instinctively, bodies pressed into the shadows. Even Tarn's steady hands trembled slightly as he checked the timing of the automated patrols. A misplaced footstep could ignite alarms, turn them from cautious infiltrators to targets for the ship's defensive turrets. When the sweep passed without incident, Rico gave a quiet nod, and the miners moved in synchronized rhythm. Tools, cables, and improvised weapons were deployed, each action precise. Milo and Dren worked in tandem to secure the navigation systems, overriding controls and ensuring the ship could be piloted once their infiltration succeeded. Every wire, every circuit they touched was an act of audacious defiance, and the reality of their situation. Fully armed pirates boarding a corporate vessel, settled like iron in their stomachs. Jada coordinated remotely, her fingers flying over her tablet. Turret arrays offline, propulsion prepped, docking clamps released. We're clear for movement as soon as Rico gives the signal. Her voice was calm but carried the unshakable authority of someone who understood that mistakes would be fatal. Finally, Rico raised a hand, signaling the last stage of the operation. Boarding complete. Engines online. Everyone, hold tight. The hum of the ship's power surged beneath them. Vibrations traveling through the metal flooring and into every miner's bones. With a collective breath, they felt the magnitude of what they had achieved. They were no longer under the company's thumb, no longer trapped in habitats monitored and controlled by distant authorities. The engines ignited, low at first, then with a powerful roar that rattled the hull and sent vibrations through the docking bay. Lights flickered along the corridors, shadows dancing across the miners' faces. They moved to secure the bridge, bypassing locked doors and stunned security personnel, and for the first time, the full scope of freedom, and its danger, became tangible. As the ship lifted off from the ruined habitats, leaving the company-controlled stations behind, the miners gathered on the bridge, a mixture of exhilaration, fear, and grim determination etched across their faces. Sarah Ben leaned against the console, scanning the readouts with a careful eye, her mind already racing ahead to plotting trajectories and avoiding patrols. "We've done it," she said quietly, almost to herself. "We're alive, and we're free, but this is just the beginning." Rico Darn moved to her side, scanning external sensors. "Freedom doesn't come easy. We're pirates now. Every colony and company authority will see us as enemies. But we've taken the first step. We survive, we adapt, and we take what we need to live on our own terms." The miners, exhausted and tense, allowed themselves a brief moment of acknowledgement. Relief flickered, but it was mingled with the knowledge that survival in the void was an ongoing battle. The icy worlds of the Kuiper Belt stretched before them, uncharted and dangerous, yet theirs to navigate. Every decision, every maneuver would test their skill, courage, and cohesion. They swept the ship section by section, rounding up the surviving personnel, terrified, unarmed, and fully aware they'd lost control of their own vessel. Keeping them was impossible. Leaving them loose was suicidal. The crew dragged them into the aft bay where an emergency shuttle still clung to its rails. The shuttle's engines were fried, its navigation barely functional, but its beacon worked and its life support would hold. They herded everyone inside, sealed the hatch, and rerouted a thin stream of power so the beacon would burn bright enough for any patrol within a light day to see it. Once the clamps released, the crippled shuttle drifted out of the bay with a slow, weightless push, its trajectory locked into a lazy arc that would keep it far away from the ship's escape vector. It tumbled for a moment, stabilized, then began broadcasting a distress signal on every recognized emergency frequency. Watching it shrink into the void was a quiet, heavy moment, necessary but ugly. With the last witnesses safely adrift and alive, the bay doors shut, the lights dimmed, and the ship's deck vibrated as they prepared to punch into the dark with no one left aboard but themselves. As the supply ship's engines propelled them into the black expanse, the remnants of their former lives, the habitats, the company, the endless exploitation, faded into the distance. They were fugitives, yes, but they were alive, independent, and armed with knowledge, skill, and a fragile but unbreakable sense of purpose. The transformation from exploited miners to pirates was complete, and the vast, frozen belt ahead promised both peril and the possibility of true autonomy. Amid the hum of the ship and the faint vibrations through the deck, the crew silently acknowledged the truth. The universe no longer had rules for them. There would be no authorities to protect, no debts to enforce, only the cold reality of space and the fragile network of trust, skill, and courage that now bound them together. Each miner understood, fully and irrevocably, that there was no turning back. They were pirates, and in the vast void, that title carried freedom and danger in equal measure. They had survived the company, defied authority, and seized their destiny with calculated audacity. The next chapter of their lives would be written among the stars, in shadows, ice, and the uncharted expanse, entirely on their own terms.
Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.